Ooh. Coming off the starting line in the Camaro, makes a move towards the middle of the racetrack. Has to get out of the throttle, actually drug that rear tire across the tip end of the blue paint. Got like way out of shape, had to get out of it. Wisely straightens it out. And we'll end up just kind of cruising down the big end of the racetrack. Dave Johnson, 008. Hank Pramov was 009 in their time run hit. Pramov's going to go 578, 121 miles an hour. Dave Johnson goes 548 at 126 miles an hour. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. The pumper truck service was going to be here. It is here. So again, we mentioned if you got a Cousin Eddie thing going on and you need to, we don't want you to do the Cousin Eddie solution. We have a pumper truck available. As Ronnie Ward goes 002 red, Tom Scola goes 27 green. Scola's going to go 644 at 106. Rodney's going to go 6555 at 107. But the pumper truck is on property, and you know, as we are now live on Bank Shift, that's like the very first thing that somebody on Bank Shift wanted to hear. Be like, hey, we're now live. Pumper truck's on property if you need to get things taken care of. Because that's, you know, just the way that it is. But for those of you that are here, again, the pumper truck service is here. It is a cash-only service. So if you need their assistance, wave them down. They'll get you all taken care of. And for those of you that are in chat, if you need a pumper truck service, I don't know what to do to help you if you're not on property here. But yeah, we're live. We are doing time runs. We're into our Super Pro door car time runs. Again, Super Pro Dragster, your attention please. You are on standby. And while it's quiet, remember there are two sticker colors, two run sticker colors. There's one that's red, there's one that's gray. When we call you into the staging lanes, we will be calling you according to that sticker color. If you have the red run sticker, you will be first today. If you have the gray run sticker, you will be second today. We'll be doing that definitely for time trials and for round number one. So it's going to be red run stickers first today. We're not calling you in yet. We're just kind of giving you a little heads up, giving you a standby notice. So again, make sure you pay attention to that run sticker color. If you have the red run sticker, you will be first today. If you have the gray run sticker, you will be second today. Just giving you a little heads up. Arthur Blea, Gabe Hernandez in the S10 out of Sonora, Mexico. Blea in the El Camino out of Albuquerque. Hernandez. Talking about Team Mexico and the way that they have like really improved the game overall. 001 and then 623 for Gabe Hernandez. For Arthur Blea, he was 216 red and goes 659 at 105 miles an hour. Hey, dude. Hey, James. Hi, Barn. Appreciate everybody in the chat bleachers giving the wave there. And I know you guys were giving Chad a little bit of a hard time. He was not late. He did not oversleep. He has been up since early. And has been trying to get everything. He's got a lot going on. But he's also got a really cool perch. So he's getting all the cameras set up. Darren Taylor, Hector Hernandez out of Sonora. Hermosillo. That's one of the, you know what? That's something we're going to need to do today. I have not, what do they call the Sonoran hot dogs that they have down here in Tucson? I haven't tried one of those yet. I'm going to have to try one. Darren Taylor, 21 green, goes 559, 124 miles an hour. Hector Hernandez, 609 at 111 miles an hour. So now Gabriel Hernandez in the 98 S10 out of, again, Hermosillo, Mexico. And Blue Hayball, the 2003 S10. Out of Fort Hall, Idaho. One's like from way north of here and one's from a little way south of here. 002 on the tree, 607, 112 miles an hour for Blue. Gabe Hernandez, 33 green, 649 at 104 miles an hour. I don't know. I don't think Chad has moved a recliner into the trackside loft. I love that. I love that term. It's the trackside loft. It's like the studio apartment. It's kind of what it is. Kind of what it is. Again, quick little mop job on the starting line. Once again, Super Pro door car. You have been called into the staging lanes. Double entered at door cars, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Single entered at door cars, you should be in lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro dragsters, you're on standby. Super Pro dragsters, you're on standby. And again, remember, Super Pro dragsters, there are 2 sticker colors today. One red, one gray. Pay attention to your run sticker if you have the red one. You are going to be invited to be part of the first group. If you've got the gray sticker color, you are going to be invited to be part of the second group. $661 for Sugahara. Scott Taylor is going to be perfect on the tree. Trip zip. And then go 682 at 100 miles an hour. That'll bring up the next 2, Robert Hall. And I don't know. I believe Cesar Bustamante. So I think we've made our way through all of our double entered at door cars. So again, if you are a Super Pro door car double entered and you have not yet made it in for your first run, you're late. Need to make sure that you're there. We're going to start making our way into our single entered door cars. We started off with the pickup truck and the Pinto of Carlos Lopez. So that's going to bring up Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
So a little Don's Hot Rod Shop Roadster out of Tucson for Brian Thomas, 17 green in the Nova. Over on the right side, 10 red. And then runs 617 at 111 miles an hour. Yeah. Yeah. Jeff Safranik, Sammy Franco, the third. Franco in the Camaro out of Anthony, New Mexico. Jeff Safranik in the 65 bodied Mustang. Again, getting into our Super Pro door cars, the single-entered versions. Dragsters, you're going to be on standby. Super Pro dragsters. Once again, Super Pro dragsters. There are 2 colored run stickers that were distributed up front. The first run sticker color was red. Second run sticker color is gray. Today, when we call in Super Pro dragster, just to kind of keep congestion down a little bit in the staging lanes, we will be calling you up by run sticker color. So first, if you have a red run sticker, Super Pro dragsters, you're going to be up first. If you have a gray run sticker on your Super Pro dragster, you will be up second. We will definitely be utilizing that throughout the first round and throughout the time trial run. But just wanted to kind of give you the heads up there. Eric Daniels in the Vega out of Chandler, Arizona, 668, 102 miles an hour. As we're continuing to do a little bit of mopping down here on the starting line. And again, while it is quiet, again, Super Pro Dragster, just a reminder, you are on standby. We do not need you making your way into the staging lanes just yet, but it's not going to be too long from now. So just kind of keep that in mind. When we call you, take a look at the run sticker on your dragster. There'll be one that's gray, one that's red. Today, it is going to be the red run stickers that will go first. Just saying. Just saying. So take a look at the color of your run sticker. Make sure that you pay attention to that. Again, Super Pro dragster. If you're double entered, we'll call you into a certain set of lanes. If you're single entered, we'll call you into a certain set of lanes. That's just the way that it's going to be. Where's that? Oh, that's awesome. Chad's showing the little rat rod. This whole dude. I hope that thing's coming here to race. So we still got a minute while they're cleaning up some stuff down here on the racetrack. We'll get after it here very, very soon. Just a reminder, once again, racers, the pumper truck is here on property. It is on property. Like I said, if you need a little Cousin Eddie assistance, they'll get you taken care of. What else? We got Super Pro door cars or double enter door cars starting to roll their way back into the staging lanes. We like that. And now we're fired up and rolling again with our Super Pro door cars in the single entries. Again, Tony Marconi rolling up on the right side. Life is good. Life is good. Super Pro dragsters, you're on standby. So Joe Cox and Andrew Jaramillo coming up here now. Andrew in the Dart, Joe in the Plymouth. 001 red for Joe Cox. Andrew Jaramillo ends up 60 green. That's going to have another couple of our Team Mexico, well, at least one of our Team Mexico racers rolling up here. Ariel Zavala representing the team out of Sonora, and Skylar Barichko. Skylar out of Albuquerque coming up in the S10. So as Ariel and Skylar get ready, Ryan Gleghorn, fresh off of his stellar performances this morning, rolling up here to pick up the microphone.
Still rolling through Super Pro door car time trials. Lynn Adams and Jose Luis Garcia. Garcia in the Roadster. That is actually a Johnny Ezel built Roadster. Adams, 79 Camaro. I had one look just like it. Heck, that might be it. .604 for Adams at 112. Garcia 530, 132. Curtis Ensalita left side. Says that's Curtis. I believe it is. The 69 Roadrunner. And Alex Sandlin. Alex, a foul from Perfect. Goes 602, 114. Curtis, 591, 115. Larry Cannon, the Chevelle left side, and Caleb Menzel out of Edmonton, Alberta. 68 Dart on the right side. Larry, 615 and 110. Menzel, 626 at 108. Mark Lalong, Cottonwood, Arizona, the 88 Camaro, and Bill Kidd out of Tucson. That Chevy 2 has been on the lift, off the lift, back on the lift, changing converters, had change of transmission yesterday. I think the Kidd family might have got it figured out. Mark stops the clock at 550, 124. Bill Kidd, 666 at 102. Roadster left side, 523, 132. Mike McBriar in the Corvette right side, 670 at 103. Patrick Reif in the left, out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Beautiful looking Chevy 2. Kelly Harper, the 69 Camaro out of Peoria, Arizona. Red lights. Patrick goes 626 at 109. Harper 597, 115. Chance Parker out of Roy, Utah. The S10 in the left. And Don Toya. Toya the Roadster out of Tucson in the right. I believe that is Don of Don's Rod Shop. I had to buy some parts from there this weekend after I arrived. Shout out to Don's Rod Shop for that. Don goes 535, 129. Parker 625, 108. Attention the pits. We need double inner dragsters, lanes 3 and 4. Double inner dragsters, need you lanes 3 and 4 for your first time run. Red run sticker dragsters, we need you lanes 7 and 8. Red run sticker dragsters, need you lanes 7 and 8. Double dragsters to 3 and 4. Red run sticker dragsters, need you to lanes 7 and 8. Tony Pescaria 607 at 113. Brad Pierce, 649, 115. This is Phil Garrison out of Flagstaff, Arizona. And Rob Strong, Firebird, out of California. tractors lanes 7 and 8. Doubles will take you to 3 and 4. Doubles take you to 3 and 4. General population will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Once again, both red and gray run sticker tractors have been called. Red and gray, you have been called. All single finger tractors to lanes 7 and 8. Doubles to 3 and 4. doubles 3 and 4, single entry 7 and 8. Andy Morse and Dustin Works making their hit. Morse out of Olympia, Washington. Works out of Nampa, Idaho. Super Pro Dragsters. Final call, Super Pro Dragsters. If you have not made your run, you need to be in the lanes. Final call, Super Pro Dragsters. You should be in the lanes. Goes 470, 147. Paul Dowdy, 489, 138. Torres goes 464. Savannah Kidd 510, 134. Neil Pressmo, glad to see you got out of bed out of Las Vegas. Daryl Contreras, Pueblo, Colorado. Neil 474, 149. Daryl has problems. He'll back it off the starting line. Tristan Craig 517, 131. Andy Morse 488 at 130. Dustin Ward's back around. And Gabe Torres. Barnhart 469, 146. Ana Luca Contreras in the left. And Daryl Contreras. And give it another shot. At this time, I will take Pro round one will take you to lanes. Pro round number one will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 7 and 8. Pro round number one will take you to lanes. Pro round one will take you to the lanes. Looked like it might have rocked out of the beams there. Up Church, 529, 129. Greg Marcy in the left. I think that's Paul Dowdy in the right.
Race fans, you heard the call go out momentarily, or just a moment ago, I should say, for our Pro category to start making their way into the staging lanes for round number one. Again, it is a Hughes Performance Saturday. We're going to be racing for $7,500 in our Pro category. We've called our double entries into lanes 3 and 4. We've called our single entries into lanes 7 and 8. Pro category. Again, Pro, as you make your way into the staging lanes, please make sure that your car left side of your vehicle. As you roll out of the staging lanes and roll up here towards the tower, are going to be looking for the dial-in and the car number on the left side, so please make sure it is on the left side of your car. Also remember, when you roll up for our double-entered cars, your first entry is the no X entry. So do not have the X on the car when you roll up for your first entry. When you roll up for your second entry, make sure you have the X on your car. Again, if you are one of our double-entered cars, make sure your first entry does not have the X on it. The second entry should have the X on it as you make your way in there. And I got a little preempted, but we're about to start talking about all the great food that's available on property, like the kettle corn folks, the lemonade stand that's right next to them. I mean, that's the perfect combo package. Swing in there, get yourself a because it's some of the best stuff on earth, especially as you're sitting in the grandstands as we're getting ready to go with round number 1. You're going to want to have a nice, cool lemonade in hand. You're going to want to have a bag of kettle corn. The coffee to cones folks are here. If you prefer coffee, that's there too. They got the ice cream. They got the concession. Really, really tasty. So with Tyler Murp and Mitch Marcy rolling up now. Mitch on the right side. Of a second. Tyler's going to be 20 green, as Murp will run 472 at 144 miles an hour. Mitch is going to run 482 at 144 miles an hour. All right, so once again, pro bracket. Single entries are going into lanes 5 and 6. Single entries to lanes 5 and 6. Double entries to lanes 3 and 4. Double entries to lanes 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Square that away. 7 and 8 are closed. That's where the Super Pro cars are. But pro, double entries to 3 and 4. Single entries to 5 and 6, please. So single-entered pro cars, you're going into lanes 5 and 6. Double-entered pro cars, you're going into lanes 3 and 4. Also, please remember that as we are going into round number 1, you're going to want to have that car number and your dial-in clearly on the left side of your vehicle so that our wonderful, fantastic, and awesome clock operator is able to see it clearly and make sure that she gets those numbers into the computer the way that you would prefer she gets them in there. If she can't see your dial-in, she'll make something up. Puts up the second perfect reaction time that we've just seen. 2 in a row. Marbeck is trip zip, goes 5:15 at 134 miles an hour. Shane Carr has a 24 thousandths of a second reaction time and then goes 4:43 at $1:59. Down the racetrack. Again, we are continuing on with our Super Pro time run. Got everybody an opportunity at a time hit here this morning. Round number 1 of Pro has been called into the staging lanes. Pro will be racing for $7,500 here today at the Southwest Showdown. But yeah, as we do make our way through, Chris Whitfield going to be coming up on the right side of the race. 31 green and it goes 4:15 an hour into 70 miles an hour. Left lane is 15 green and it goes 4:73 at 145 miles an hour. But it is going to be a good day. The weather is beautiful out there, and if you have not yet stopped by the Nitro Club to grab your event t-shirt, it's like really nice t-shirt weather out there. Maybe a little bit chilly, maybe a little bit crisp. But it's good for a brand new t-shirt. They've also got the sweatshirts available, which later on in the day, when the sun goes down, So I was saying a little bit later on in the day when the sun starts to go down, you are going to want that brand new Southwest Showdown sweatshirt. But life is good. On the tree at 150 miles an hour. Left lane's going to be double or two and runs 468. So it's good pro bracket, double entries, you are in lanes 3 and 4. Single entries, you are in lanes 5 and 6. That's going to bring up David Meyer and Paul Lorton. Lorton in La Vega. David Meyer and his dragster. Meyer out of Sheridan, California. Rolling in to get things said and done. Again, we've still got a handful of our super pro dragsters that are going to be taking care of business in their time run. We've got pro rolling in. Side of the racetrack. David Meyer was double that in reaction time with a 24th out light, and then goes 482 at 143 miles an hour. Backing up from the burnout, Greg Christensen and Victoria Christensen. Father-daughter combo here coming in out of Strasburg, Colorado. I'm wondering if they put a little side bet on this. Why would you not, right? Best reaction time wins the bet. I don't know what the bet would be, but you might as well have it. Natalie, I don't know that they offer the online sweatshirt orders. It is something that you probably think about doing. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Actually, not just racers. Victoria's 22 green wins the reaction time challenge. With that, Greg goes 34 green. Greg's going to go 460. Victoria goes 469. Everybody on property right now, reach into your pocket and grab your cell phone or your purse, wherever it is that you keep your cell phone. If you are missing yours, we've had one that got turned in up here in the tower. So if you have lost a cell phone, we have had a lost and found return up here in the tower, and we'd love to get your cell phone back to you. So if you've got your food, or if you've got your phone, help you out with that. Jason Dawson's 003 red out of the right side and goes 468 at 147. Left lane is 18 green. And are we legit like down to our last time run car? I don't know if there's anything left back in the lanes, but we are getting close. Again, round number 1, pro, should be sitting in the staging lanes. Double entries are in 3 and 4. Single entries are in 5 and 6. We're going to send one more down the racetrack in time runs. And we'll go 431 at 164 miles an hour. So, that should wrap things up. Once again, while it is quiet, everybody grab your phone. If you're the one that can't find your phone, we may have it up here in the tower. It was, we found a phone that has been returned. I believe it was found on the ground out there somewhere, but if you are missing your cell phone, come on up here and see us in the announcer booth. We will be happy to get it reunited with its proper owner. So we've got Pro rolling into the staging lanes for round number 1. It is a Hughes Performance Saturday here at Tucson Dragway, all part of the Southwest Showdown with West Coast of Bracket Races. We are live on Bang Shift. Thank you very much to the folks at Hawley. Thank you to the folks at Optima Batteries for sponsoring that live feed. And as we get ready to go, if you are chilling in the grandstands, or if you're chilling back in the pit area and are feeling a little bit hungry, the track concession stand is open. If you're looking for some great burgers or hot dogs, or I guess they've got some spectacular bacon-wrapped burrito that may need to try a little bit later on. The Tapas Tacos truck is available at the concession stand. They're going to have Tapas Tacos available. They've got coffee and ice cream back there at Coffee to Cone, so if you want a little hand warmer, nice little cup of coffee may be nice. They've also got, and I tried this morning, stopped by and grabbed, I don't know if I was like the first one or what, but the fresh squeezed lemonade. They put it in this nice little cup with a lid on it and everything. Grab a lemon, squeeze it fresh right there. You can have it standard, or you can have it fruit infused, like with strawberry or mango or whatever. That stuff is delicious. Of course, the kettle cone folks are here. So whatever it is that you are feeling snacky about, this would be the time to swing in and grab that. I understand we're going to try the Tapas Tacos for lunch today, so I'm looking forward to that. Of course, I'm always looking forward to lunch, whatever it is, but whatever it is, we'll take it. Pro is getting ready to roll in here. Again, if you are one of our Pro cars and are double entered, you should be in lanes 3 and 4 right now. If you're single entered, you should be in 5 and 6. Again, racers, remember, when you come up into the staging lanes, if you are double entered, you should roll up first with your no X number in 3 and 4. When you come back for your second run, you should put the X on the car and should make your way into lanes 5 and 6 with everybody else. So round number 1, we are about to go racing for real. The last couple of days have been challenging as far as the weather is concerned. Today we couldn't ask for anything better. Slight little breeze out there. It's a little bit cool, but it is sunny, clear, and we've got our first pair of cars that are going to try to turn on a wind light. Jeff Edwards, Monty Jeff was dialed 645. Monty's dialed 597. The wind light's going to turn on for Monty Beagle. And how about Monty? Going to go 16 total to start things off in round number 1. Monty, 008 and dead on 8. Excuse me, 18th thou above. I got to look at the screen right. So 597 on a 596. Monty Beagle gets the win light by 15 thousandths of a second. Jeff Edwards was 051 on the tree in his little Chevy 2 and could not seal the deal. Joe Kidd now and Dennis Paz. So Dennis in the El Camino. Joe Kidd in the pickup truck. Kidd's down 633. Dennis is down 693. Joe Kidd going to try to run him down, and Joe gets the win light. 43 green for Joe Kidd. That was 5 thousandths of a second slower than Dennis Paz, who had the 038 reaction time. Dennis gets to the stripe first by 11 thousandths of a second and ends up breaking out by 3 thousandths of a second. 692 on the 693 for Dennis, no good. Joe Kidd, 633 on a 633. 43 and dead on 3 to be 46 total for Joe Kidd out of that right lane. That's going to bring up the parasitic Psycho, the Mustang, down the Ford is dialed 726. The Psycho was dialed 850, and apparently a little parasitic psychosis is going to win today. 860 on an 850 for the Mustang after the 032 reaction time. Ruben Wilson was 46 green, so a little behind at the hit, and then goes 739 on a 726. The pickup truck going to have to figure a few things out before it rolls back for round number next, as Richard Llewellyn and Jeremy Plyer. Llewellyn in the Chevy 2 out of Yucca Valley, California. 673 the dial out of the right side, going to be leaving first. Jeremy Plyer in the left lane. Dialed in at 592. Finish line. Advantage goes to Llewellyn. Win light's going to go that way as well. 673 on a 673. 19 and dead on 6 for Llewellyn. to be 25 total. Jeremy Plyer was 77 on the tree and had no opportunity to get out of that one with a win light, as Llewellyn will lock it down, as John Cazzetti and Paul Coleman. Coleman in the 67 Chevelle, dialed in at 607. John Cazzetti in the Land Shark. Candy Graham. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Coleman trying to hold off the charge, but the win light will belong to Cazzetti. 573 on a 572. He's 37 green and 15 thousandths of a second above his predicted dial. Paul Coleman was 81 green and had no opportunity at it, as he is 200ths of a second above the dial. 609 on the 607 for Coleman. So the Land Shark will advance out of round number one, as Howard DeVore is going to roll up in the car, the little Nova that says the dog on the side of it. It's a 683 dial for Howard DeVore. Over on the right side, you got that beautiful little green Mopar dialed in at 784. And the dog is forced to sit on the porch. Runs 680 on a 683. The Mopar 782 on a 784 after no 20 reaction time, and that'll work to get a win light and a trip into round number two. There's Austin Downing and Andy Kadar going to come up next. In the dragster. 006 and 627 on the 630 for Austin Downing. Downing moves into round number two as Tim O'More and Denny Valvo. It's Valvo, not Valvoline, but Valvo. 72 Chevelle, Dart powered, dialed in at 620 on the right side. Tim O'More, the 88 Camaro, running out of Tucson. Making it a home race here at the Southwest Showdown. Again on a Hughes Performance Saturday. Special thanks goes to Holly and to Optima Batteries for keeping that live. Very special. Studio apartment. Red light start for Valvo by 29 thousandths of a second. The Chevelle hands the win light over to the Camaro, as Tim O'More is 27 green and runs 609 on a 627 dial. Life is good. Life is good. You know why life is good? Because we've got Kevin Smaney in his pickup truck. We got Chris Bells in his Camaro. We've got sunshiny skies. We've got a little bit of a breeze. We've got great food on property. We've got Bank Shift Live, and we are racing for real here on a Hughes Performance Saturday, running for $7,500 here in Pro, and on top of all of that, we got chat pictures. Kevin Smania is going to go red by 28 thousandths of a second, run 640 on a 640. Chris Bell's 50 green, and then ends up fourth thou under with the win light already on his side of the racetrack. Who could ask for more, right? Sunshine, cool temperatures, race cars on track, live feed is going, people watching from all over it. You can't ask for much more than that. You just can't. I mean, you could, but why would you want to? CWO for Larry Cannon. Cannon left side. Arizona's down 616, and CWO will put up 20 total with a true margin of victory of 44 ten thousandths of a second. CW was 17 green. Larry Cannon was 13 thousandths of a second behind that with an 030 light, as Cannon tried to chase down Hofer but just couldn't catch him. CW, by 4 thousandths of a second, gets to the finish line first and runs dead on 3, 742 on a 742, as Caitlin Tripp in the 65 Satellite, dialed in at 613 out of Colorado, rolls up into the stage position. Daniel Schweitzer in the 21 Ford F-150. Dialed in at 864. Head start goes to Ford. Advantage to Caitlin Tripp. Win light goes to Caitlin. 613 on a 613. Woo! 34 green, dead on 8 for Caitlin Tripp. Daniel Schweitzer was 57 green and got to the stripe by a chunk too much. 853 on an 864. Okay, maybe it has a big chunk too much, but it was still a chunk. I mean, technically define chunk. Wasn't that the name of one of the kids on, like, the Goonies? Was it Chunk? That kid was cool. Darren Taylor and Carlos Lopez. Gets the head start over Darren Taylor. Taylor wheels him in, tracks him down, and gets to the finish line first by 600ths of a second to be dead on 8. 36 green and 556 on a 556 for Darren Taylor. We'll light up that McTool side of the scoreboard. Carlos Lopez was 95 green, also runs dead on the dial, 782 on a 782 for the Pinto, but will not result in a win line as Mark Johnson big old head start, 63 Huh? They're going to take a close look at that one, I promise you. I think Carlos may have accidentally thought he was running quarter mile and put a quarter mile dial on it instead of an eighth mile dial. I'm not sure what happened, but that didn't work. Oh, it didn't work. 771 on a 767 for Mark Johns after the 026 reaction time. Mo Money, I believe you, the Tacos El Gordo delivery to Oregon would probably be a challenge, because I don't even know if they've got the Tacos El Gordo down here in Tucson. We're going to have tapas tacos for lunch today. I'm looking forward to that. Sean Brewster and Sasha Hofer. Sasha's dialed 747. Brewster in the wicked little Fiat, dialed in at 608. Head start will go to Hofer. Sasha has been on it, like on it. Sasha is 007 on the tree, but 3 hun off the dial, and comes up 2.5 thousandths of a second short on the win. Sean Brewster looked like he was in big trouble. Had given up 31 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time. Had the 038 reaction time. And saves the day by going 608 on a 608. Runs 608.5. The Fiat moves into round number 2 as Russ Hines and Vic Sandoval. Russ left side, Vic right side. Vic about 14 thousandths of a second. Russ Hines. Oh, red and dead on. Red and dead on. That's no good. That's painful. That's like tear-worthy. Russ, 14 dead 4, but 14 red. Vic Sandoval, 61 green, goes 601 on a 603, gets to come back into round number 2. It's called Tapas Tacos, Mo. And absolutely, Bart, I would like to welcome our friends from Finland, from Denmark, from Canada, and South Africa. It is a true international affair in the chat bleachers. It's an international affair here at this racetrack as well. Kyle Fritz out of Cottonwood, Arizona, dialed in at 673. Luis Ortiz out of Tucson, dialed in at 634. We have got racers on property from Mexico, from Canada, and from all over the U.S. We got East Coast racers rolling in here. We got West Coast racers rolling in here, from north to south, coast to coast. Luis Ortiz will bump Kyle Fritz out of the game in round number 1. Ortiz, 009, dead on 9. 18 total. Kyle Fritz was 20 thousandths of a second behind the green light and had no chance to light up that scoreboard as Luis, by 25 thousandths of a second, gets the win light as Jeff Safranek and Tim Arnswald. Wow. Mr. Northrop coming in here. I met a guy from your hometown who's here racing. Got to talk to him on the starting line last night. It was pretty fun. Jeff Safranek, 11 green, and goes 7:16 on a 7:12 dial for a margin of 33 10 thousandths of a second down at the finish line. Tim Arnswald, 7:51 on a 7:50 after the 047 reaction time. So Safranek gets the win light as Dale Schweitzer and Scott Taylor will be our next two. Scott dialed 684. Dale dialed 648. So the Mustang versus the Chevelle. Montana versus Arizona. Heck yeah, tacos, tacos, tacos. Goes red. Runs 648 on a 648. More of the red and dead on. Scott Taylor, 30 green, 685 on a 684. Will earn him a win light. As we get Tony Marconi and Chris Citro. This could be like a regular Saturday afternoon, Saturday night matchup here at Tucson Dragway. Tony Marconi had a surprise Arizona with that 76 Plymouth Arrow and the El Bandito stickers all over the side of it now. I know. I asked Tony, I think the El Bandito stuff, it says it's really, really smooth. So with what combination would be really good with tacos? I'll toss that out into the chat bleachers and let them figure it out. Chris Citro rolling up on the left side. 656 the dial for Citro in the black Mustang. 604 the dial for Tony Marconi. But yeah, chat bleachers. What is the perfect beverage to pair with tacos? What are you supposed to eat with fish, or what are you supposed to eat with pork, or what goes with tacos? Everybody knows the answer. Tony Marconi and Chris Citro were identical in reaction time. Both of them 028 on the tree. Chris goes dead on 7. Tony goes dead on 5. And if you're Chris Citro right now, you're thinking, really? Come on. What do I got to do? Both drivers 28 green. One's dead 7, one's dead 5. Tony Marconi wins it by 2 thousandths of a second. Wow. Style 708 in the Plymouth, and Walt 11 dead 5 for Joe to be 16 total. Harrison was 25 green and had nothing he could do to change the outcome. I'll give you a hint. Out there in the chat bleachers, what pairs well with tacos? Yeah, empanadas could, but I'm thinking more of a beverage, right? More of a beverage. In my mind, there are 2 acceptable answers. One starts with a B and one starts with a T. Just saying. Luis Valenzuela and Chuck Hawk Jr. Chuck's got the white Mustang. Luis has got the black, green, and purple Camaro. And it's going to be a 702 on the 695 for Chuck Hawk. Still gets there. First by 6.5 hundredths of a second to be 7 hundredths a second above the dial. and get the win light. Luis was 74 green. Chuck was 19 green. That's Tana Taylor and Jose Luis Garcia. So if you were watching yesterday, you got to see this Demon Charger and run 641 at 104 miles an hour. Tana Taylor gets the win light on a double breakout. Carlito, you're on point. Tana Taylor, 665 was the dial. 13 green, take 16th thou at the stripe to break out and win it on the double breakout. 663 on the 665, 13th thou under. Jose Luis and the Demon Charger. Ends up breaking out by a little bit more. And bowing out. Colby, you got a good answer there. Margaritas does pair well with tacos. Carlito, ice cold beer does pair well with tacos. And the Carnival, worldwide, beer and tequila pairs well with tacos. You are correct. All of those things pair well with tacos. Sugar-free ginger ale barn, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, really? Really? How about Ryan Gleghorn and Chris Fuller? Chris Fuller's green, 26 on the tree. And then goes 589 on a 591. Gleghorn dialed 813, ends up 009 red, and goes 818 down the racetrack as Ace Gillette. I want that to be my first name. Ace. All right, maybe not. Because he's already got it. He probably lives up to the moniker of Ace. I don't. Henry Larson and Ace Gillette. The Mustang taking on the Chevelle. Down to the finish line we go, and the win light's going to turn on for Henry. The racer out of Highlands, California, in the Mustang. 46 green to Gillette's 67 thousandths of a second reaction time. Ace is going to run 6.666 on a 650 dial. Henry goes 746 on a 736 to pick up the win light as Baron Barler and Dean Cummings. I don't know that I've ever tried pairing champagne with tacos, if that's what we're talking about, a little bubbly. Baron's dialed 664 on the right side. Dean Cummings is dialed 595 in the left side. Glendale versus Peoria. I said Peoria. I said Peoria. Dean should be able to stick this one to the floor, and does. 595 on a 595. Dean trusts his dial a lot. Dean was 38 green. Barron was 7/100ths of a second behind with a reaction time that started with a 1. And ends up running 662 on a 664. So Dean takes that 7/100ths of a second advantage in reaction time, runs down there to get to the stripe first by 4/100ths of a second, and goes dead on 7 to get the win light over Barron as Rob Strong and Matt Hawk. Strong in the Firebird, Matt in the Maverick. Rob Strong, 46 green, and then goes 689 on a 694 with a win light on. Matt Hawk continues the red and dead on trend, and Matt Hawk makes it like dead on 2. 008 red, dead on 2 for Matt Hawk. No good here in round number 1. Oh. Rob Strong moves on as Jennifer Kidd, Tyler Sally gonna be next. Man, it's good. Tyler's dial 734. the 72 body Dart on the right side. Jennifer in the dragster, dialed in at 541. By 62 thousandths of a second. Tyler Sally, 29 green. 737 on a 734 will work for the 72 Dart to come back in round number 2. Jennifer was 62 red. It goes 537 on the 531. That'll bring up the Joyride and the Money Pit. The Joyride for Miss Joy Cazzetti. 77 wagon. That's one of those cars that's really cool to go and look at up close because you can see kind of the faux wood paneling on the side of the Vega wagon. Atop of that are a bunch of little tikis that are all worked into the graphic on the side. So if you're going to have a Joy wagon, you got to have tikis. You got to have tikis. 595 is the dial for Joy. Cal Gordon in the Money Pit Mustang, dialed in at 640. And I'll bet Cal absolutely loved it. You're going to be Cal Norton. Double breakout affair. Joy Cazzetti will win it, and Joy dodges a massive bullet. Cal Gordon is going to be kicking himself for what just happened on the racetrack. Joy Cazzetti, reaction time started with a 4. Cal Gordon was 0.46 on the tree. Cal steamrolls the finish line, getting there by half a second and breaks out to go 622 on a 640. Joy ended up following him through, breaks out by 34 thousandths of a second, and ends up with a win light of Stephanie Paz and Nico Engler will be next. Nico dialed 671. Stephanie dialed 697. Minnesota, 672 on a 671. Nico is your winner. 14 thousandths of a second was the reaction time for Nico. Runs 672 on a 671 to be 19 thousandths of a second above the dial and behind at the finish line to win it. Stephanie Paz was 29 green. Gets there first by 8 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. They'll bring out the Camaro. Excuse me, the Corvette. Little red Corvette. Like the Prince song. Going up against Beagle's 33 Ford Coupe. Monty out of Alberta, 596 dial. The Corvette dialed in at 812. Thousandths of a second. Is Monty going to keep the trend alive? Not quite. 597 on a 596. Close. There's 002 red. Corvette 822 on an 812 after an 014 reaction time, and the Little Red Ride will get to come back in round at number 2. In the El Camino, 644 and a 644. How about 25 dead 2 for Aaron? That'll work. The Psychotic Parasite. I know it's the Parasitic Psycho, but it's a Parasitic Psycho. There is actually a definite difference, right, between a Parasitic Psycho and a Psychotic Parasite. They're different. But the Psycho was 68 green, goes 850 on an 852, so gets through in one entry, but will not get through in the other. It's Kayla Menzel and John Cazzetti. John in the second entry. The Land Shark made it first, or made it through in the first entry, trying to do the same thing against Caleb, who coming all the way down out of Edmonton. time, the win line will belong to Caleb. 45 and dead on 2. Ends up 47 thou total in his trip down the racetrack. John gets to the stripe first by 24 thousandths of a second and needed to get there by 14 thousandths of a second or less as he breaks out by 10 thousandths of a second. So Caleb moves on as Jeff Rates and Chris Vels. Camaro versus Mustang. Ford versus Chevy. You gotta like it. Jeff's dialed in at 690. Chris is dialed in 55 hundredths of a second quicker than that with a 645. Advantage goes to Jeff Rates. Win light goes to Chris Vels. Oh, Jeff was 009. Chris was 38 thousandths of a second slower than that with an 047 reaction time. Runs one above the dial, 646 on a 645, gets there second, and wins. Not exactly the combination that normally wins a drag race, but hey, leave second, get there second, turn on your win light. So Jeff Rates 009 goes 687 on the 690. As Caitlin Tripp rolls up into Quick Trip, and Manny Blea rolls up in the Mustang. Manny's down 728 out of the right side. Caitlin's dialed at 613. It's going to go to Caitlin Tripp, 614 on a 613 after the 013 reaction time. Manny 727 on a 728. Hey, racers, your attention please. Super Pro Door Car. Super Pro Door Car. Your attention please. It's your turn to make your way to the staging lane. Super Pro Door Car, round number 1. Super Pro entries to lanes 3 and 4. Single entries to lanes 7 and 8. Double entered door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Single entered Super Pro door cars to lanes 7 and 8, please. Once again, Super Pro door car, it's your turn. Double entered Super Pro door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Single entered Super Pro door cars to lanes 7 and 8 as Ron Rios gets the win light over Mike Stewart in a double breakout. Rios was 25 green and goes 656 on a 660. Mike was 574 on a 580. That's going to bring up David Herman and Sarah Kidd. Told you, we had bikes racing here this weekend. Not a normal occurrence. Bikes racing here this weekend. We're going to have at least one in the second round. David Herman, 104 on the tree, runs 645 on a 650 dial, and will advance. Sarah Kidd on a 660 dial goes 664, but had turned on the red light by 9 thousandths of a second. 009 red for Sarah. David Herman gets the win light. Sarah's she'll be back. Trust me, she'll be back. Very talented, Sarah Kidd. Then all right for James Gonzalez. James down 657. In the black on red Camaro. Wall. James Gonzalez, 49 green, goes 657 on a 657 to be 53 thou total. Denal was 31 green and ends up 300ths of a second above the dial, 703 on a 703. No good. Excuse me, 703 on a 700. Austin Downing in a dragster. Rolls up next, dialed in at 628. thousandths of a second. Wind light goes to the little green Dodge, 62 green and 780 on a 783. Getting into some of our double-entered pro cars with C.W. Hofer and Paul Lorton. Lorton's Vega, down 650. C.W. gets the head start with a 742. Advantage on the starting line. It goes to Paul Lorton, and Paul Lorton does what he needs to do to get the win light over C.W. Hofer. Hofer was 41 green and runs 740 on a 742. He's 13th thou under. Wasn't going to get there, couldn't get there. As Paul Lorton, 17 green, dead on 8. To get the win light. Sasha got mad. Sasha's going to win it on a double breakout. Colin was 45 green. That was 44 thousandths of a second slow compared to Sasha, who was 001 on the tree. Colin goes 671 on a 673. Ends up 14th thou under the dial. Sasha goes 746 on a 748 and ends up 13th thou under the dial. Comes down to a 1,000th of a second difference in the margin of victory. Win light goes to Sasha as Tim Arnswald is going to take on this guy. 627 down, Tim Arnswald with a 751. Win light's going to, Tim's going to be mad, like mad. Takes 78 thou at the stripe, goes 747 on a 751, and breaks out for the loss. Valvo had a 118 reaction time, runs one above, gets the win light, but Tim's going to be, he can be upset. Go get some lemonade. That'll make you feel better. Trust me. Fresh squeezed lemonade makes you feel better. It does. The Kalispell, Montana-based Chevelle Mark is the bag of donuts and won't get out of the round. Oh my. Oh my. The tail end of this pro round number 1 has not been nice. Darren Taylor was 21 green. The Kalispell, Montana-based Chevelle was 21 thousandths of a second better than that in reaction time. Had a perfect bulb, takes 43 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second. Oops. Oops. That's not good. I'll bring up C.W. Hofer and Henry Roberson. Roberson down 742, right side, or left side, excuse me. 14th thou the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Henry by 3 thousandths of a second. Henry 744 on a 742, and if memory serves correct, Henry gets through the round with both entries intact. CW 824 on an 820. As we'll bring up Tana Taylor. And I believe Luis Valenzuela. It's going to belong to Luis 561 on a 560. Tana had a 150 reaction time. Runs 10 thou under the dial to be 664 on a 665. And no good. Valenzuela 45 green, 19 thou above. Whoa, Bart. You just said like a magic word for me in the chat bleachers. It popped up and I saw it. Who's moving to Thailand? I want to move to Thailand. Whoever it is, we are, like, we need to switch spots. Wes Millward is just fighting with that bike. That thing has just been giving him headache after headache after headache. As far as how it leaves the starting line, he's going to have to get that thing figured out. He's like going to have to get that thing figured out. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks. I looked up and I saw the gray car. It was actually, I'm sorry. Thanks, CW. Saw the gray car. It was Gleghorn. I just glanced at it. My fault. Appreciate the correction. Russ Hines and Luis Ortiz. Luis, 633 dial. Russ Hines, 687 dial. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I understand that, man. I do. Thanks, you. Appreciate that. Against Russ Hines. Win line going to belong to Luis Ortiz, 12 green and 3 above, 636 on a 633. Russ was 71 green, goes 689 on a 687. And it sounds like, I'm just kind of looking at like from our vantage point, if that wraps up pro at round number 1. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, that's classic. So we have got our Super Pro door cars back in the staging lanes. We'll get our double-entered cars rolling out this direction, then we'll roll into our single-entered cars while our doubles make their way back into the staging lanes. But it is a great day. Again, we had all kinds of great snacks on property because it's now 11:30. I don't know what time you guys consider lunchtime, but for me it's pretty much officially any time after I finish eating breakfast is now lunchtime. I know, we're doing tapas tacos today, which are available over at the concession stand. We were already talking about what beverage pairs best with tacos. Well, since we're racing, we have to, this fresh made lemonade is really good. There's the ice cream, the coffee to cones has got coffee back there. I'm not a coffee connoisseur, or connoisseur, that's the word I was looking for. But from what everybody's told me who are kind of coffee snobs, they said that this place has got really good coffee. So we've got that. So you got fresh squeezed lemonade, coffee, ice cream, kettle corn, the tacos at the concession stand. Chad's making his way into his studio apartment. Super Pro's getting ready to roll in. We got folks from South Africa, Denmark, Finland, all watching online. It's going to be awesome. And Super Pro door car is going to start with a door truck. I love this. Ooh. That'd be good. Style starts off with a win light for the truck by 6 thousandths of a second. Rodney, 27 green. And 656 on a 655. Dave Johnson was 65 green. Runs 546 on a 548 dial. Win light goes to the truck. We've got Dennis Paz, we got Hector Hernandez, Hernandez in the Mustang, Paz in the El Camino. I will absolutely let you guys know how the tacos taste. Mustang get down to the finish line, and the win line belong to Hector Hernandez. Hernandez, 2 above the dial, 6:11 on a 6:09 after a 0:05 reaction time to get the win light by 29 thousandths of a second. Dennis Paz was 17 green and ended up running 4 off of the dial. 696 on a 692 for Dennis. No good down at the finish line, so the Mustang of Hector will come back as Faustino Zaragoza in the Vega on the right side rolls up, dialed in at 658. Carlos Lopez dialed in at 782. The Pinto gets the head start over the Vega. Just like this. 61 thousandths of a second. Separate the two in reaction time. The win light goes to Faustino. Faustino was 004. Carlos was 065. Carlos was 6 hun off the dial to be 788 on a 782. Faustino was 0.04 of a second, 47 thousandths of a second to be exact, off the dial, to run 662 on a 658 dial after the 004 reaction time. Win light to Faustino. As the Vega will be back, Gabe Hernandez and Joe Cox. Cox in the Plymouth 707 is the dial. Big head start over Gabriel Hernandez, who is coming in out of Hermosillo down in Sonora. That's one of the, again, we talked about it earlier. 30 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light belongs to Joe Cox. Joe, 20 green and 21 foul above the dial to be 41 total. Get the win light by 4 thousandths of a second. Gabe Hernandez was 50 green, could not run down the Plymouth of Joe Cox. Run 622 on a 623, just wasn't going to get there. So Joe gets the win light as Tim Wirtz and Brian Thomas are going to be our next two in the Super Pro door car category. Tim in the topless Corvette that was made famous last year when it was shared on social media, when everybody rolled in here Friday morning and that Corvette had about 4 inches of snow perfectly aligning with the curves of the body. It was the greatest picture ever. 521 the dial for Tim. Brian Thomas down there. 44,000 was the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Tim Wirtz as he's going to go 522 on a 521. Wirtz by 19 thousandths of a second arrives at the finish line first to light up the scoreboard on that max side. He was 24 green and 13 thou above. Brian Thomas was 68 green and then runs 628 on a 630. No good. No good. I know I missed it a little while ago, but I'm gonna go back through the comments here real quick. I know somebody wanted to send out some love to Team Albuquerque, right? Wanted to wish all the Albuquerque racers that were here the best of luck. Hernandez, 14 now, the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Hernandez. Alex Sandlin was 604 on a 602 after a 10 thou reaction time to be 24 total. Excuse me, 34 total. That's what I said. Anyway, that's what I said. That's what I meant. Gabe Hernandez was 24 in the tree and runs 5 thou above as Jeff Safranek and Hank Bramoff. Hank Bramoff, Jeff Safranek, Yaroslav in the Vega. 008, 25 thou above the dial, gets a win light for Hank. Jeff Safranek was 004, take 33 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. No good for Jeff as Ken Sweo will roll up next against the pickup truck. Was in big trouble. And I'm going to clarify what I said something earlier, like barn find pickup truck, you know, like that cool patina old race car that you find in the back of the barn, versus a bar find at 2 a.m. in the morning. They are two totally different things. One of them you want to take home, the other one you regret. Two totally different things. Ken Sweo 008 goes 606 on a 604. To get the win light is Andrew Jaramillo and Rodney Snyder. In the Scotty Muffler car. Dialed in at 584. Jaramillo dialed in at 584. I didn't put two and two together there, Barn. I guess you are permanently a Barn fighter. Racetrack belongs to Jaramillo. He's going to turn on the scoreboard, running 587 on a 584. 007 to tighten up the stripe to 5 thousandths of a second. Snyder was 55 green and just couldn't reel him in. Jaramillo's headed into round at number 2 as Bill Bollock and Jose Luis Garcia. Garcia in the orange Camaro, Bill Bollock in the blacked out Camaro. I didn't think window tinting that dark was legal in Arizona. Yes, I know it's a racetrack and it's not a street legal car, but I'm just saying. Jose 007, 527 on a 526. Getting the job done. Bill Bollock was 003 red, and again, 003 red and dead on. This time he's within 8 thousandths of a second. We've had red and dead on 2, red and dead on 8, red and dead on 4, red and dead on 5. I just wouldn't want to deal with that. Patrick is 006 on the tree, leaves second, and still wins the race. 627 on a 624 for Patrick. At 4 thousandths of a second, the wind light turns on the left side. Easter had a 001 reaction time and ends up 44 thou above the dial and 48 10,000ths of a second behind at the stripe to watch the other lane scoreboard light up. Ouch. Ouch. All right. Vago Motorsports, yeah, big shout out to Team Mexico, who are up here racing this weekend. Before, during the time run, did it again here. Tony Marconi, 003, realizing that Ryan Wilson is out of the throttle, gets out of the gas, coasts through to a 612 at just 98 miles an hour. Ryan Wilson, after an 062 reaction time, the car moved over to the right big time, had to get out of the throttle, and will end up ending his day like that, or ending at least round number 1 like that. You don't want to end round number 1 like that, but he did. So we still got a whole bunch of door cars lined up back in the staging lanes as part of our Super Pro program. Remember, racers, buybacks are available today. So if round number 1 and perfect on the tree and 13th thou above the dial. He had lots of room. Lots of room. But a perfect reaction time. 13th thou above for Sugihara gets him the win. As John McDaniel in the Chevy Lumina and Nathan Bradford in at the Camaro. Bradford right side, dialed in at 609. McDaniel left side, dialed in at 592. Mo Money, that's nice of you. Sending a shout out to the Vegas McDaniel, going to get to the win light first, or get to the finish line first to pick up the win light. 605 on a double breakout. Bradford, 605 on that 609. Gets to the win light. Josh McDaniel was 587 on 592. As Mr. Mo, gonna send a shout out to Hicks, Persimone, Craig, Thompson. Wishing the Vegas folks a good outing here in Tucson. We got Scott Taylor, we got Arthur Blea rolling up here. In just a minute, I'm going to step away and make a little phone call to wish my son the best of luck at his hockey tournament that'll be kicking off in a couple hours. Figure out what the Tucson drag strip has, how his car handles at the Tucson drag strip. I was saying that buybacks. As Arthur Blea breaks out 651 on a 657. Scott Taylor 60 green goes 686 on a 682. So buybacks today available. $80 in Pro, $120 in Super Pro. Those will be payable in cash in the staging lanes when we call you back for the buyback round. That's not now. That's still a ways away. But just kind of giving you the heads up that buybacks are payable in cash. In the staging lanes when you are called for the buyback round. Not now, but when, but then. That's right. Chance Parker, John Tripp. Thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Parker. 14 green and 1 thou under the dial getting there second. John Tripp, 10 thou green and 5 thou under the dial, getting there first. So with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Gleghorn, who's, again, magically figured out Tucson. He's going to be calling some laps here for a little while, and I'll take over again when it's time for us to switch. They're going to make it, like, really technical as far as the schedule's concerned.
Yeah, we have direct time breaks for announcer
Clocking in and clocking out and everything.
Yeah, there's a. I haven't punched a clock in like 6 years, Nate. I don't even know how to do that anymore.
We do it now. Yeah, there's a chess clock up here.
Left side, 619 the dial. No name on them just yet. Right side, Rick Morrison, 692. Give the win light to the left side. 20 and a hunt under gets the win. Mercy missed it and put it a lot under. Left side moves on. Lynn Adams in the left, out 602, can down Darren Taylor. Taylor out 557. Slow out there from the time run. My stuff moved a little bit more than I thought, but that's okay. We can make it work. Eric Daniels on the left, and Vega out 670. They got Tom Shola. Shola had a good year, Arizona. They make tires there? Maybe?
All of them.
Shola out 643. 36 and a lot over the dial. Pretty sure that thing's supposed to 60 foot more than 158. So problems for the Daniels Vega. Hopefully they get it squared away before they come back around. Karen Snyder left side. Corvette roastered out at 540. Take on Errol Zavala. Zavala in the Mustang dialed at 635. Snyder will move on. Missed it just a tad and puts it 3 foul under. Karen Snyder moves on. In the S10, dialed 658, take on Brad Pierce. Pierce in the Corvette, dialed 650. I believe Brad is still in the shootout from last night as well, so he'll have a extended day. And the wind light 4 and 1 above gets there first. 17 foul. Skyler missed it and put it 11 foul under. Danny Nolan left side, Carlsbad, New Mexico for the Mustang, dialed 617. Take on Kelly Harper. Harper in the Camaro, dialed 598. Shout out to my man, KB, Kevin Brannon, tuning in. Shout out to the big blocks. Got a couple of them here. Good to hear from you, KB. I'm sure the Rabbit will have another great year this year, as he usually does. So, Harper will advance. Tony Pescaria, left side, out 609. Going to take on Robert Hall. Hall out 581. And a hun under. Robert Hall will advance. Greg Braun on the left side, the Bob Glidden tribute card, out 549. Take on Sammy Franco III. The Camaro dialed 563. Franco 13, take 29 to be 5 foul under. Had to take 24 or less. Greg Braun going to keep moving on. Mark Lalonde, Cottonwood, Arizona, down to 549. Taking on the best name in drag racing, Blue Hayball, down 609 in the truck. I'm used to seeing Blue in a variety of very, very nice dragsters. Back in the day, I remember TNT was his brand. Saw him in Texas a lot, picking up cars, testing them at our local tracks. In the S10 this weekend. Light shines for Mark. 17 into the dog, gets the man Blue. 22, take 24. Puts him 7 thou under. Mark will move on. Left side, no name just yet. Dialed 677, take on Caleb Menzel. Menzel out of Edmonton, Alberta in the Dart. Dialed 627. Turns on the wind light, left side 20, take 18. Puts him 9 thou under, had to take 9 thou or less. Menzel moves on. Curtis Insolita left side, the Roadrunner. Out of Flagstaff, down 592. Take on Mike McBriar out of Goodyear, the Corvette. Dialed 670. Miss Sally just brought lunch in. 10 thou separate them. Wind light will go to Mike. 13, take 5. 23 thou under. Tinsolita. 23 thou under. No good. Mike McBriar will move on. Curtis will have to buy back. Try to win this $20,000 payday. Larry Cannon left side out of Tucson. The Chevelle dialed 615. Take on Rob Strong out of California. The Firebird dialed 688. I've noticed in my short time out here, a lot of hot rods with exhaust all the way out the back. I dig it. Big fan. I've got it as well. There's going to be some people that hear that and take a hacksaw to their top. 25. Dead 4. Rob Strong. Moving on. Larry Pittenger left side out of Glendale, Arizona. Camaro starting his burnout now, down 641, take on Don Toya. Toya, Don's Rod Shop entry at the Tucson, down 535. Little confirmation of some dial-ins. Should be good to go now. Garrison to the left, out 558. Take on Bill Kidd. Kidd out 669. was close to 30. And he's 7th foul under. Phil Garrison will move on. Attention to the pits. I need dragsters. Dragsters need you to the lanes. Dragsters need you to the lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Once again, dragsters, round number 1, need you to the lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Once again, I do need dragsters for round number 1. Tim Wertz 19, take 15 to be 1 above, left side 13 and 3 over, no good. Joe Kidd left side, reigning track champ here at Tucson Dragway in Pro. He's dialed 633. Right side, no name just yet, dialed 580. And 4th foul under. Next pair, Chris Fuller out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Ran him my first entry. Nice lap, Chris. Style 590. Right side, dialed 514. And 24th foul under. Kyle Fritz left side, dialed 675. Right side, dialed 563. Fritz pulled around this morning for the time run, and his car looked like he just drove through the ocean. Water was everywhere. Had to loan him something to wipe that thing down with. It was bad. It was dripping water. Come on, Kyle. We can do better than this. Right here. He will get one. 21 and 5 above as right side had problems. Once again, dragsters, you have been called. All dragsters, you have been called for round number 1. All dragsters, you have been called for round 1. Doubles to 3 and 4, singles to 5 and 6. Chuck Hawk left side. About 504. I believe he's the reigning Division 7 Super Pro champion, if memory serves me correct. Take on Faustino Zaragoza. Also out of Tucson, dialed 658. Actually met Chuck Thursday night. Remember him traveling DRR series stuff back in the mid-2000s. Chuck came to Texas quite a few times. Chuck gets the win, 5 and 3 above. Turns on the win light. Zaragoza 12, take 26 to be a foul under. Chuck Hawk, moving on. Justin Beaver left side, not Bieber.
Not the singer.
Not the same people. Out of Colorado, the Chevy 2 dialed at 686. They got Nathan Bradford. Out of Kalispell, Montana. That is what MT stands for, right? Montana? How do you know people live there? Bradford gets win 39, dead 8 gets their 10th foul. Beaver 18 and 3 above. No good. Drake Herman in the left out of Phoenix. The Vega dialed at 699, take on Darren Taylor. Taylor back around, dialed 558. And Taylor's like triple entered today. About 6 to be exact. But Darren Taylor will move on. Hector Hernandez Jr. left side. Dialed 609, take on Chris Vales. Vales out 646. Gets the win. Vales 33 and 9 foul under was locked out. Hernandez moves on. Left side out 622. Right side out 647. Still getting some tech cards rolling in for some of these double enter guys. So we're rolling through round number 1 here on Hughes Saturday. Southwest Showdown. Right lane 24 and 5 foul under will advance. Left side at a low Luz, New Mexico. Maybe that's what it looks like. La Luz, maybe. He's hoping he doesn't La Luz. It's a nice Chevy 2. Dialed 661. Take a Rodney Ward. Ward dialed at 656 in the C10, not the S10, the C10. Goes to Rodney, 19-3 above. Get the win. McDaniel, late and 2 above. Ken Sueyo left side, out 603. Right side, out 562. 18, one above, gets the win. Right side 31, 4 over, no good. Scott Taylor, left side, dialed 682, take on Bill Bollock. Bollock in the Camaro, dialed 592. Bollock's Camaro looks mean. Saw it roll through the water box. I like it. Give it to Bollock. 5 dead, 8. Lays down 13 total. Gets their first 11th foul. Taylor 18 dead, 6 no good. Bollock will move on. Jet Taylor. $469 for Jeff. Car in the right lane. It's one I'm pretty fond of. We used to call it the Dragon. It used to be painted, had a big dragon, went down side of it. Bill Kidd owned it one time. My late friend Larry Reed owned it for a long time. Got a lot of memories of that hot rod. I think Cortland Carter had it at one time. Brian Hughes had it one time. It's been around. She's got some laps on her. But seemed to always be good to whoever owned it. And it picks up another win line, 25 and one above for Taylor. Gets a man trick 17-34 to be 4 foul under. Couple of guys that drove the exact same distance. Greg Hicks left side, the new to him hot rod, out at 484. Blown LS 4-link dragster for Hicks. He told me it'd go 450. He's down 484. Fun fact, it won't go 450. KJ Nassau right side. Also out of Vegas, down 492. These guys have met. Sure race a lot at Vegas. I think they had a points race day, if I remember right. Our buddy Dean staying home because, well, he's a points racer now. Gets a win light, 42, one above, stops. To get the win, KJ 26 gets fed 39 to be 4 foul under. Greg Hicks, I believe it's the first win light he's picked up in this new thing. Sammy Franco, the 4th. There's 4 of them. I called the 3rd earlier, and I thought that's where it stopped, but apparently there is 4 of them. Dialed 570, take on Paul Dowdy, dialed 490. 34 thou under. It's Jerry Hall. Rolls up left side. West Pueblo, New Mexico. There's a Pueblo West. That's what it says on the screen. Down 526. Take on Kyoki Desa. The brand new Miller Hot Rod down 450. So, Kyoki will be back round 2. Michael Collins left side. Collins out of Gilroy, California, dialed 485. Take on Josh Herman. Also out of Pueblo West, Colorado, dialed 448. Herman's a bad cat. He can make some good laps. I believe he won what's supposed to be the last ever national event at Bandamere. Puts it dead on one. Collins 25, take 39 to be 16 thou under. Herman moves on. Dustin Works left side. The new to him hot rod out 448. Take on Jeremy Soares. Soares, Terrace, British Columbia. In the 01 Cameron. My dog. Love me a good Cameron dragster. Down 485. Growing up, that's all I wanted. I wanted a full-length Cameron car when I was a young boy. Never did get one. Had a hardtail car that got back half by Cameron, so it was close enough. Brand new American hot rod for Works. Very, very sharp. Very, very sharp. Light Works 18 and 17 thou under gets the win. Soares 5 takes 16 to be 2 hun under. Dustin Works moves on. Shane Thompson left side. Silver State Refrigeration. The 23 Race Tech about 480. Take on Kevin Johnson. Johnson dialed 464. Turns on the Winlight Thompson, 31 and a lot under. I don't know if they were working on this thing and it just finally sped up and did what it's supposed to do, but we're a lot under. Johnson will move on. Shane Molinari left side, out 448, take on Neil Prestmo. Neil, my pit mate, about 476. 8 over. He might have had some issues there. Left side now 548, no name just yet. Take on Marco Pervalaris. Marco down to 463. Hadn't got to talk to Marco yet this weekend. Anyone that's ever met him, I think you can back me up on this. Probably the nicest guy in drag racing. The kindest individual you'll meet. Very, very sharp. And pretty talented as well. Left side out 428. Gonna take on Emmett McKillop. Linwood, Washington out 527. Melton, 17 foul red and 2 above. I'm gonna hop off to grab some lunch. Nate, gonna take you through the rest of these dragsters.
Absolutely. I just took care of a little business with some of those tapas tacos that are available over at the concession stand. Definitely worth the investment. Those were good. You never go wrong with tacos, and those were absolutely, they delivered. Amber Escobedo and Matt Larson. Larson over on the left side. He's dialed in at 470. Amber's dialed in at 5 flat as the Super Pro Dragsters. Amber with the advantage. 009 on the tree and gets there first by 20 thousandths of a second to break out by 1 thousandth of a second. Puts a 4.999 up on the board on a 5-0 dial. And that was crazy. Matt Larson, 27 green, goes dead on 1 to be 28 total on his lap here in round number 1. Getting really close to wrap it up round number 1. I know there have been several questions from racers about buybacks. Buybacks are available today. They will be in the staging lanes, so you don't have to go anywhere beforehand. Just bring your cash with you to the staging lanes if you need to take advantage of the buyback round. Again, it is $80 in Pro, $120 in Super Pro is the buyback today. So again, buybacks will be handled in the staging lanes when we call you. So when you come up for the buyback round, bring your cash in hand. We'll take care of it back there. As our next two, Kendra Larson, 453. Left side, 7 fouls separate him in reaction time. Winlight's going to go to Kendra. 23 green, and on a double breakout, Kendra goes 452 on a 453 to be under by 5 thousandths of a second. Dragster over on the left side was 16 green and under by 13 thousandths of a second. So Kendra gets to light up the scoreboard as Jim Calloway already back from the burnout, Jeff Serra. Rolling back behind the wheel of one of Shane Thompson's cars, that Silver State Refrigeration ride over on the right side. Out of Pennsylvania, talking about the fact that we had racers in here from Canada, from Mexico, and from all over the U.S. East Coast, West Coast, North, South, all represented here at the Southwest Showdown, running for 20 grand today. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. So Jim Calloway, 511 is the dial. Jeff Serra, 470 is the dial. Both drivers were 11 on the tree. Jeff's going to go 11 dead 5. Jim Calloway's going to go 11 and under by 17 thousandths of a second, taking 22 thou at the stripe. So Serra picking up the win light here in round number 1 on what he hopes will be a $20,000 payday. Brad Hawk and Vic Blea. Victor over on the right side. 539 is the dial for the dragster out of Albuquerque, and I know that several folks in the chat bleachers all wishing Team Albuquerque a good trip to Tucson. 479, the dial for Brad Hawk, driving the family dragster out of the left lane this time. So Vic's in and set. Brad's in and set. This pair, at least for now, and we'll go 481 on the 479 after the 007 reaction time. Hawk picking up the win light here in round number 1. Victor Blea was 54 on the tree, taking 17 10,000ths at the stripe to be 537 on the 539. So Hawk gets behind down there at the finish line, gets himself a win light over Vic Blea as Riley Learcamp and Tim O'More. Tim O keeping himself busy, campaigning both the Camaro and the dragster here at what is a home race for him. 502 is the dial out of the left lane for Tim O'More. 467 going to be the dial out of the right side for Riley Learcamp. Once again, racers on the buyback. It will be taken care of in the staging lanes. So you don't need to go to the trailer, you don't need to go to the Nitro Club, you don't need to go anywhere. When we call buybacks, 19 now separate them in reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Tim O'More, a double breakout. Riley was 006. Tim was 25 green. Tim gets there second to be 501 on a 502, under by 9 thousandths of a second. Riley take 21 thou at the stripe to be under by 11 thousandths of a second, and Tim O'More will roll his way into round number 2 in the dragster. Riley is going to have to roll his way into the buyback round when the time comes. So the machine, David Meyer, rolling up left side with a 483 dial. And I believe that says Sasha Cerny on the side of the dragster over on the right side with a 510 dial. For the machine, Meyer 007, 12 thou above, gets him a win light. To be 19 thou total, taking 12 at 10 thousandths at the stripe. To get the nod over Sasha Cerny as Shane Carr and Mark Lalonde. Lalonde out of Cottonwood, Arizona, 501 the dial on the left side. Got that Levi's blue jeans, 501 dial. And Shane Carr coming in out of Killeen, or Killen? Is it Killen?
Yeah.
Killen, Alabama. It is Alabama. It's an A-L, even though it says A-Z on the screen. You're killing me. So with a 445 for Shane. One of them was 16 green, the other one was perfect. And Shane Carr is not going to let a perfect reaction time slip through his fingers at all, y'all. Trip zip for Shane Carr, 446 on a 445, 13 total for Shane, taking an 18th thou stripe to get the win light. Mark Lalonde goes 502 on the 501 after an 016 reaction time. 16 and 15 thou above for Lalonde is no good. Shane Carr, perfect, and 13 thou above. We'll get him a nice little win light here in round number 1 as Terry Markley in the Shorty Dragster out of Benson, Arizona. Small block Chevrolet, 302 between the frame rails. Franco, a 5:17.6 on a 5:18, under by 4 thousandths of a second, will be the winner. Terry Markley was under by 20 thousandths of a second, goes 5:59 on a 5:61. And we'll have to take advantage of the buyback opportunity. Hey, racers, again, especially our Super Pro dragsters, if you have already made your first run and are waiting around to come back for your second run, don't wait. We do need you to make your way back into the staging lanes. If you are double entered for that second hit, need you to make your way back into the staging lanes fairly quickly, please. So again, if you are one of our double entered Super Pro dragsters and have not yet made your way back to the staging lanes for your second entry, we need to make sure that you do so now, please. Mark Barnhart, Kurt Reif, maybe it's Riffy. 519 was the dial, 20 on the tree, and dead 7 to be 27 total. Mark Barnhart was 009, 4 above the dial, to lose by 22 thousandths of a second. So Judge Shoup now rolling back. Of a second. Right lane's early by 2 thousandths of a second, and 551 on a 550 will seal the deal for the right lane. Judge Shoup, 004 red, goes 473 on a 475. But in what was a true start affair, right lane gets the win light as Victoria Christensen and Leroy Duran. Going to be our next two. Once again, Super Pro Dragster, Super Pro Dragster. If you are double entered and have not yet made your way back into the staging lanes for your second entry, we need you to head that way now, please. Again, Super Pro Dragster. If you are double entered and have not yet made your way back to the staging lanes for your second entry, we need you there now, please. Leroy is dialed 506 out of the left side. Victoria is dialed 470 out of the right lane. On the tree, take 3 thou at the stripe to be dead on 0. 5060 on a 506 gets the win light for Yo Leroy. Victoria Christensen falls short in round number 1 and will have to find her way to the buyback round for an opportunity at that $20,000 as Jose Luis Garcia Cano. I'll say that again. Jose Luis Garcia Cano. Right side of the racetrack, taking on Val Torres Jr. Val, a former winner in the shootouts a couple of years ago. Not a true start, not truly a true start. Jose was leaving first with a 504 dial and his 10th thou red. Val was leaving second with the 466 dial and was just 2 thou early. As Jose will finish the run with a 505, but the win light was already on for Torres. And Val will move into round number 2 as Tina Arend and Alonso Sanchez. Sanchez, the dragster for Team Mexico. I know we got a lot of folks listening in on that Bang Shift live feed, brought to you by the folks at Holly and Optima Batteries. Watching from down in Mexico, cheering on Alonso at this point in time, and Tina Arend out of Pueblo West, Colorado. I still got a lot of that nice little spicy hot sauce tingle in the lips, and it's, I don't know, almost feel like I just finished at the dentist. 477 the dial for Tina, 487 the dial for La Mexico. 489 or 487 for Alonso was 12 green, gets himself a win light. Tina ends up with a 475 on that 477 dial after she left early by 4 thousandths of a second. So Ryan Stifler and Lane Ingo. Ryan left side, 477. Going to be the dial in the dragster. Lane right side, dialed in 200ths of a second quicker than that with a 475. Stifler's 10 green and 475 and 477. So a green light start wins it for Ryan Stifler. Lane Ingo, after being 6th thou red, goes 476 on the 475. So Stifler will move on. We'll bring up Pat Marvick. In his little shorty dragster. Marbeck is dialed 516. Out of Bismarck, North Dakota. So coming in out of Bismarck, North Dakota, and is the last year's Super Pro track champion here at Tucson Dragway. At 516 and 516 is 7 now total. Left lane was 2 thou red, goes 467 on the 466. As Travis Keys will come rolling back to the line after the burnout in the 565 cubic inch. Undercover chassis burnout. 477 the dial on the left side. Or right side, excuse me. 455. That's all the action time with a scoop rock as the throttle gets knocked down at the top of the racetrack. 457 on a 455 left side after the 002 reaction time. Travis Keys was to 024 and then goes 478 down the racetrack. To fall short in this pair, G-Money Gabe Torres going up against Andy Morris. This will be a fun matchup here in round number 1. Morris out of Washington, 486 dial in the right. Torres out of California, 468 dial in the left. Going to win that pair. 34 green and 18th thou above. 469 on a 468 for Gabe Torres. Andy Morris was 19 green to be at the stripe first by 34 thousandths of a second and to break out by 1 thousandth of a second. 485 on a 486. No good. Nope. Nope. Jaden Nava, Tyler Murrup.
This is a baseball announcer.
So Murrup with that 475 down. 8 thousandths was the difference. Jaden's 004. Tyler's 12 on the tree, and Murrup on a double breakout will advance. He was 8 thou under the dial. Jaden was 9 thou under the dial, taking 9 thou at the stripe. So Tyler gets the opportunity to return as Orlando Galvez and JR Learcamp. JR, 476, still way back here behind the starting line, and Orlando Galvez. And then nostalgic throwback, front engine dragster. .566, Orlando leaving first by 9/10 of a second. Was 16 thousandths of a second early. JR was 9 thousandths of a second early. True Start would not have reversed that, but it did keep track of the more offensive red light. JR was less offensive than Orlando was. So Galvez checks out, or Learcamp moves on as Jason Pad and Daryl Contreras. Daryl in the right. Melanchard, big block Chevy powered. Dragster with a dial of 490. Jason in that Automax, Sunset powered, Mullis built ride. Coming in at a Chestermere, Alberta, dialed in at 463. 2700. Jason 008 and 466 on a 463. 008, 3 above. Gets to the stripe first by 8 thousandths of a second for the Albertan for Daryl Contreras. 33 thousandths of a second behind the green light. And then goes 491 on a 490. So Pad moves on to round number 2 as Dave Moser, Don Toya. Moser for the folks at Moser Enterprises, based down there in Escondido, California. Dialed in at 491, and Don, the hot rod shop guy from right here in Tucson. Dialed in at 482. Don's in and set, Dave's in and set. Moser 13 green at 489 on a 491 dial. The wind light was already on his side of the racetrack, just legs it through to be 489 on that 491. Don Toya, Lego 4 thousandths of a second early, and then runs 484 on a 482. So Don will pay for the red light when the buyback round takes place. But Kevin Burnett, Tristan Craig. Kevin with that Hemi-powered, like new Hemi-powered, dragster on the right side. 433. Not the quickest dial that we've seen. I believe the quickest dial we saw was like, what, 428? One of Molinari's cars that Jansen Melton's driving here today, coming in out of Tennessee. But Tristan Craig's dialed in at 518. Kevin's dialed in at 433. going to be 8 thou total. Kevin Burnett was 12 green, runs 441 on that 433 dial. Tristan Craig was 8 thou above the dial with a trip zip perfect reaction time. Throws 3 donuts up on the board, 518 on the 518. Tristan, by 89 thousandths of a second, lights up the scoreboard, moves to round number 2. As the guy that is sometimes known as Hollywood, at one point was known as Simba, at other times lives up to his nickname of Hef. He rolls up left side, Greg Hicks, in that Phantom Bill car, dialed 486. Greg Christensen, the TNT dragster, out of Colorado, dials in 461. I know they're both Greg. 492 on a 486 for Hicks after an 012 reaction time. Greg Christensen goes 462 on the 461, but Christensen was 160 on the tree and is unable to recover from the faux pas that happened at this end of the racetrack. So it's going to be a win light for Hicks as Anna Contreras will bring the yellow dragster. Some kind of a sunset orange fading into yellow type deal. Up to the starting line, dialed in at 498, Nick Downing. That Fender Janser car rolling up over on the right side. Out of Phoenix, dialed in at 481. So Anna, who jumped into that 64 car shootout yesterday, kind of a last minute entry, did have a perfect reaction time yesterday during some time runs, but as we got through a couple of rounds of the $20,000 to win shootout, she's got the advantage coming off of the tree here and is going to get it done. 006, 14 thou above, ends up 20 total to be at the finish line first by 5 thousandths of a second. Nick Downing was 27 green and locked out versus that 20 pack over on the left side. So Anna will get the win light as Dustin Wirtz and Mitch Marcy. Mitch 485 dial on the right side. Dustin, the dragster out of Idaho, dialed in at 445. Too quick on the racetrack, and either way it wasn't going to work out. Mitch on a 485 dial, 104 on the tree. Put him behind big time as Dustin Wirtz, 16 green and 448 on a 445. So Savannah Kid has got the dragster over on the left side. Paul Lorton's got the dragster on the right side. Paul's dialed 484. Savannah's dialed 514. And once again, Super Pro dragsters, if you are doubled and have not yet made it back for your second run, we do need you back, please. So again, Super Pro dragsters, if you're doubled and haven't made it back for your second run, need to make sure that you get back there now, please. It was a 3 thousandths of a second separation in reaction time, and the win light's going to go to Lorton. 11 dead 6 is 17 thou total. Savannah had the better reaction time. Was 008 on the tree. Took 29 thou at the stripe to break out by 20 thousandths of a second. Lorton will get the win light there. As we bring up the Hawk machine. The dragster base here in Tucson, and Alexis Thompson. Another one of the Silver State rides. Alexis, dialed in at 459. The Hawk ride dialed in at 480. Was the separation and reaction time. The win light's going to belong to Hawk. 15 green, 3 above, gets a win light. Alexis Thompson was 39 green and 46 thou above the dial. To come up behind at the finish line is Ryan O'Connor and Jeff Serra. Serra rolling up in the second entry. Dialed in at 470. Ryan O'Connor has got the 458 dial. And we're going to continue to roll through the Dragstas. Dragstas. In trouble when they let go. Ryan was 007, Jeff was 23 green. Jeff Serra's going to go dead on 0. 4700, getting there second by 200ths of a second, and lights up the board to get the win light as he sneaks out of round number 1. In that second entry, Ryan O'Connor, after being 007, took 20 thou at the stripe to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. Ends up running 457 on a 458. So hands it back over to Serra. It looked like Serra dumped him down there at the finish line as Jerry Hall and Neil Upchurch. Neil Upchurch way early when he let go of the button. Car leaves 0.3 of a second before it should have, and hands the win light back over to Bubba. There's Darren O'Connor now and Kevin Johnson. Still trying to figure, I'm going to have to look it up. I'm guessing it's Ponoka. P-O-N-O-K-A up in Alberta. Going up against Kevin Johnson out of Draper, Utah. Separated in reaction time, and the win light will belong to Johnson. 004 and 11 thou above is 15 total in his lap. Out of that Mac lane here at Tucson Dragway. Darren O'Connor was 39 green, dead 3. To be 42 thou total and no good. Paul Dowdy now coming up left side. Second entry, dialed in at 490, and Chris Whitfield in the Go Fast car. Rolling up with a 470 dial. The computer will calculate the 0.2 of advantage on the starting line, and it's going to be Dowdy on the scoreboard on a double breakout. Dowdy was down 490. Goes 3 thou under. Whitfield was down 470 and ends up 8 thou under with that 469 on a 470. Whitfield was 31 green. Dowdy was better with the 009 bulb. We'll bring up Chase Learcamp and Jason Dawson. Dawson is dialed 469. Learcamp is dialed 464. 1, dead on 4 for Chase Learcamp. Oh. Learcamp is 5 thou total to Jason Dawson's 12 thou reaction time. Dawson ends up 12 in the tree and 21 thou above. To be 33 total, Chase Learcamp, 5 thou total, gets the win light by 28 thousandths of a second. Und wins Marco Peravalaris. 464 is the dial.
You guys all right up there? Yeah, we're good.
Left lane's dialed in at 492. Of a second was the difference in reaction time. Marco gets a win light. Peravalaris was 16 green, dead on 9, to be 25 thou total. Left lane was 30 green and 11 thou above, to be 41 thou total. Marco moves on as Josh Herman is going to take on Leroy Duran. Leroy, who lit up the scoreboard impressively in his first run, if I remember right, was like 8 total. Trip zip dead 8, if I'm remembering correctly. I may not be, but if I'm remembering right. 449 the dial on the left side. I don't think Leroy had the box set up right. Other side of the decimal. Josh Herman, 43 green, 449 on a 448. And that's like, whoops. Oops. I believe it's David Meyer and Shane Carr. This is going to be a fun one. Meyer, 483 is the dial. Sugar, dialed in at 445. Red. Meyer gets the win light. 11 green, 482 on a 483. Shane, 11 red, and then 446 on a 445. So Meyer moves past Shane Carr here in round number 1. We'll bring up Megan Molinari. And Mark Barnhart. Barnhart dialed 472. Megan dialed in at 430. Time. Double breakout was the story at the finish line. Win light belongs to Megan. Megan, 25 green, 428 on a 430. Under by 17 thousandths of a second. Mark Barnhart was 10 green. So Barnhart, 469 on a 472, loses on the double breakout to Molinari as Elliot Franco Sr. Elliott dialed in at 516. Alonso over the right side, dialed in at 489. So as Val Torres Jr. and Pat Marbeck roll up here, we are getting ready for our buyback round in Pro. Again, Pro buyback, you will pay in the staging lanes. Bring your $80 with you. Again, Pro buyback, bring your $80 with you, and we will get you headed into the staging lanes. Double buybacks in Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Single buybacks in Pro to lanes 7 and 8. And Torres, both 007. Win light's going to go to Val Torres, 007 and 467. On a 466.
Okay, well, why don't we just go ahead and start the back-to-back, but if we need to pace it down until we get to
So win light goes to Torres over Pat Marbeck. Trevor Larson and Ryan Stifler. Stifler left side, down 474. Larson down 472. Once again, Pro buybacks. Pro buybacks. Single buybacks in Pro. Double buybacks in Pro. Need you to 3 and 4, please. Double buybacks Pro, 3 and 4. Single buybacks 7 and 8. Trevor Larson, 43 green and 26 thou above. Ryan Stifler, 45 green and 17 thou above. Stifler gets the win light by 7 thousandths of a second as Andy Morris and Victoria Christensen. Victoria left side, dialed 471. Andy Morris right side, dialed 484. Time. Victoria is going to get a win light here, 67 green, and then dead on 4 for Victoria. Andy Morris was 71 green. Take 6 thou at the stripe to be under by 6 thousandths of a second. GR Learcamp, Dave Mazier. Next pair. So once again on the Pro buyback, single buybacks to lane number 7 and 8. Bring your buyback cash with you. Double buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Bring your buyback cash with you. In reaction time. Dave Mazier was 16 green, goes 489 on a 491 and had no hop, no hope, no chance, no shot. JR Learcamp 003 dead on 3 is 6 total. So Learcamp with a 6 total lap will get the win light. Didn't we start off like Super Pro Dragster with kind of like a Vegas matchup? Maybe like 2 pair in or so. We're going to be a couple of pair away from being the end, and we're going to have a Vegas type deal. Tristan Craig and Alexis Thompson. Alexis dialed 461. Tristan dialed 591. Alexis rolls up, finds the pre-stage bulbs. Tristan finds the pre-stage bulbs. Advantage at this end of the racetrack to Alexis Thompson. 007, 12 thou above the dial. Lights up the scoreboard on that right side. For Alexis, Tristan Craig, 25 green, take 23 thou at the stripe, and runs 516 on a 519. Win light to Thompson. We'll bring up Paul Lorton. And Rick Marcy. Marcy dialed in at 480. Lorton dialed in at 484. Paul Lorton. 10 thou margin of victory goes to Paul Lorton. Lorton 21 green and 14 thou above. Ends up 35 total. Rick Marcy was 34 green. Needed to be 480 with a 1 to have a hope of turning on the scoreboard, and ends up 481 with a 1 to come up 10 thou short. We'll bring up Chad Axford, your reigning Division 7 champ, and Tyler Murrup. Axford with a 416 down. We're talking about, what, 428 was like the quickest that we've seen already? 416 and going to take the cake on that one. Tyler Murrup dialed in at 472 for the race out of Sandy, Utah. Greg's in and staged. Excuse me. Chad's in and staged. 3,000ths of a second. And Chad Axford goes 415 at 171 miles an hour. Slouch. Why can't you find anything quicker than that? 56 green and 415 down the racetrack. That is, shall we say, moving. No, I see it says Doc. So we'll say Doc. And Mitch Marcy. Marcy 483 down right side. Doc down 477 left side. Marcy's coming back with a win light. He's 17 green, goes 482 on a 483 to be 5 thou under. Doc is 7 thou under, 476 on a 477. He was 005, but the win light belongs to Mitch as we bring up Jason Pat and Anna Contreras. Contreras over on the right side, Pat on the left. Pat dialed 465, Anna dialed 499. 172 on a 465. Anna was not 008. Anna was 168 and goes 501 on a 499. So Jason Pad picks up the win light as we are going to bring out Neil Upchurch. Upchurch dialed in with a 537. Left lane dialed in at 456. Win light is going to belong to the left lane. 457 on a 456 after the 022 reaction time. Neil Upchurch, 27 green, goes 533.3 on a 537, gets their first 45 hundredths of a second and breaks out. So we are going to bring out Greg Christensen and Chris Whitfield's second entry. Whitfield down 469. Christensen down 462. Greg is red by 20 thousandths of a second. Whitfield 13 green. And 471 on the 469. Christensen falls to the red light start. We're going to wrap things up with a shorty dragster to be done. Hey racers, your attention please, your attention please. Once again, buybacks for pro, buybacks for pro. You should be in the staging lanes. Again, if you are double buyback, you would be in lanes 3 and 4. Single buyback, you would be in lanes 7 and 8. You should bring your cash with you to the staging lanes. On a 474 dial, 35 green and 474 with a 3 to be 38 thou total. That's going to wrap up, I believe, round number 1. We're going to get our pro buyback round underway. Super Pro, you just kind of hang tight. Door cars, you'll be first. Dragsters, you'll be second. Just like we did. But we have a racer in need, Sid Summers. Sid Summers needs a distributor cam plug and sensor for a big block Chevy EFI system. I came up here and said, I need some help. We need a racer to help. A racer. Need that distributor cam plug and sensor for a big block Chevy EFI system. Sid Summers needs that. He's pitted back in the F4 section of the pits here in Tucson. So if you happen to have a distributor cam plug and sensor for the big block Chevrolet EFI system, he would really, really appreciate that. And for those of you who are not racing, not in competition, not driving, the beer garden is open. If you would like to, it is 5 o'clock somewhere. It's after 1 o'clock here. And if you would like to swing by and grab yourself a frosty, ice-cold beverage, the beer garden is open. It's located down at the end of the pits that is closest to the tower. I wish it were a little closer to the tower. But for those of us that are, still working and racing and all that kind of stuff, sitting in the grandstands, you want to grab yourself a nice, frosty, cold one, the beer garden's open. $5.99 on a $5.97 after the 018 reaction time gets Monty Beagle back into the game. He makes his buyback, his reinvestment worth it. Dennis Paz was 18 green as well, take 39 thou at the stripe to be 691 on the 693. Paz is under by 11 thousandths of a second, taking 39 thou at the stripe, no good. So Monty will get the win light as John Cazzetti and Tim Arnswald. 67 Camaro out of California, starting. Tim apparently has been what's the word I'm looking for? He's been poked to the point where he's like, dude, his last trip down the racetrack was not nice. Not nice. This time he's 001 and goes 751 on a 749. So Tim's happy about that. John Cozzetti was 005 red, dead on 2. The red and dead on parade continues here at this strip, or excuse me, at Tucson Dragway. 005 and then dead on 2, and the 005 was red. Sasha Hofer, Austin Downing. Downing in the dragster, dialed in at 627. Sasha in the Firebird, dialed in at 746. Once again, buybacks for Pro. 007 red. No. Win light to Austin Downing. Downing 630 on a 627 after the 062 green light. Sasha's going to look at that and go, come on. 007 and one above. 747 on a 746, and oh my goodness. I'll tell you what, Carlos Lopez came about as close to rolling a Pinto in the water box as you could. That thing came out of that burnout hard. Like, hard. Ace Gillette. That man. Dialed in at 660 in the Chevelle. Dialed in at 784 in the Pinto. Win light's going to belong to Ace Gillette. If I had the name Ace Gillette, I'd have to have some kind of sound clip where every time the door opened and I walked into a room, it would just go, Ace Gillette. 684 on a 660. Gillette gets the win light over Carlos as Paul Coleman going to be taking on Ryan Gleghorn. Gleghorn dialed in at 823, trying to make his $80 investment. Dialed in at 612, and oh no. Wow.
We may have a little bit of an issue. There was 2 cars being staged. One of the Tucson staff went up and was trying to park themselves the right way. Back in while they were fully staged, cars switched, and
So Paul Coleman, after a 5:04 reaction time, goes 612 on a 612. We're going to go with Russ Hines, and I believe Scott Taylor. Taylor with a 682 dial. Hines with a 689 dial. $5 difference in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Taylor. 685 on the 682 for Taylor after the 027 reaction time. Hines was 32 green. Wes Miller, we're trying to get a handle on the bike. He's going to get a win line, get back into the game as Manny Blea goes red by 26 thousandths of a second. Blea will 727 on a 727. The red and dead on show continues. 26 red, dead on at 2. Wes Millward, 89 green, 626 on a 591. Edwards in the Nova, the Chevy 2 Nova, DeVore in the 69 Nova. Wind light will belong to Howard. DeVore was 42 on the tree. Jeff Edwards was 8 thou behind with a 50 light. As Howard DeVore by 8 thousandths of a second goes 42 and dead on 2 to be 44 total. Jeff Edwards was 50 green and no good. As that'll bring up C.W. Hofer and Jeremy Plyler. Plyler, the Nova left side. C.W., the Firebird right side. 745 is the dial for C.W. 592 is the dial for 6 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Winner's going to be Plyler, dead on 5. 10, dead to 5, 15 total. C.W. Hofer was 16 green. Take 19 thou at the stripe. But really didn't have much that he could do with that. Whoa! Yeah. They're definitely going to want that back. Definitely going to want that back. As Chris Citro and Dan Schweitzer. Schweitzer. Hey, your attention in the pits, please. Your attention in the pits. Terry Markley. Terry Markley, come up to the tower and see us, please. Terry Markley, come on up here to the tower, please. Terry Markley, come on up here to the tower and see us, please. I've got something that you will want back. So Terry Markley, come on back. Poised in the Nova, 674 on a 671 after a 156 reaction time is no good. The Psycho. What do you like, win one, lose one? Is back in both. Jose Garcia breaks out, 638 on a 641. Kevin Smaney in the truck, 40 green, and 642 on a 640. Hey, your attention in the pits, please. Your attention in the pits, please. Super Pro door car buybacks. Super Pro door car buybacks. We're going to invite you into the staging lanes. Double buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Single buybacks to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro door car buybacks. Double buybacks to 3 and 4, single buybacks to 5 and 6, please, as Kyle Fritz and Baron Barler. Baron dialed 663, Chevelle out of the right lane. Kyle dialed 676, Firebird out of the left lane. Kyle's going to get the win, 676.7 on a 676. 005, dead on 7 for Kyle over Baron Barler. It's Denny Volvo, Cal Gordon. Gordon left side, Volvo right side. 6:23. This end of the racetrack will not light up the scoreboard at that end of the racetrack. I mean, it was like 17 green for Cal to a 43 green for Valvo. Valvo goes 6:27 on a 6:18. Cal Gordon 6:42 on a 6:23, no good. Let's roll with Dale Schweitzer and Sarah Kidd. Sarah rolling up on the right side, dialed in at 6:67, driving. Dad Joe's gone. 37 red for Sarah Kidd, goes dead on, 6:67 on a 6:67. That's like the story of the weekend. Red and dead on. Dale Schweitzer 107. Oh, Sarah's gonna look at that and go, really? Really? And then 6:50 on a 6:49. So Larry Cannon, Jennifer Kidd. Cannon in the Chevelle, Kidd in the Dragster. And again, let's get our Super Pro door car buybacks into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door car buybacks. Again, if you are buying back twice, we'll get you into lanes 3 and 4. If you're buying back single buyback, make your way to 5 and 6, please. Going to go to Larry Cannon. 81 green, 28 thou above for Larry. Jennifer was 110 on the tree. And then goes 539 on the 537. So pro buyback round is underway. As we are looking at, on a Hughes Performance Saturday, Carlos Ortiz ends up climbing back out, or like returning from the dead. Mark Johns was 008, takes 79 thou at the stripe, goes 767 on a 772 dial. Carlos is handed a victory. Back over to him at the finish line, goes 664 on a 663 after the 029 light. I'll bring up Curtis and Matt. This is one of those like regular affairs. Down here at Tucson, Curtis out of Flagstaff in the Roadrunner. Left side dialed 591. Matt out of Tucson in the Maverick. Right side dialed 742. Leaves early by 33 thousandths of a second. Curtis sends a lead of 593 on 591 after the 027 light. So it's Stephanie Paz and Mike Stewart. Hey, one last time, racers. Again, we've got a racer in need. If we have not fulfilled the need for Sid Summers yet. Needs a distributor cam plug and sensor for that big block Chevrolet EFI system. He is pitted at like F4. He like knows on the grid where he's pitted at. But if we haven't got him squared away yet, let's make sure that we take care of Sid. Racer in need needs that distributor cam plug and sensor. Please, Mike Stewart. Red light matches the red car by 17 thousandths of a second. He goes 608 on the 574. Stephanie Paz was 65 green and 697 on a 695. That's going to bring up the GTO. Mr. Kadar and Jeff Rates in the Mustang out of Peyton, Colorado. 688 the dial over on the right side. $760. Dial on the left side. $691 on a 688 Jeff. 31 the green is good. 766 on a 760 after the 018 reaction time for the GTO is not good. Get into that good versus not good. We got Tana Taylor. We got Tim Arnswald. We're getting down to the end of our pro buyback session. Super Pro Door Car buybacks. Once again, you should be back in the staging range, please. $38 the difference is Tim Arnswald. It dips the nose down at the finish line and saves the breakout and goes 751 on a 750. 43 green, 18th thou above. Tim Arnswald gets the win light over Tana Taylor. Taylor, 005 was the reaction time. He's handed 62 thou at the stripe to be 665 on a 666 and under by 6 thousandths of a second. So we're going to have Russ Hines and Ryan Gleghorn. 823 dial in over on the right side for Gleggy. Russ Hines was one away on the tree in 690 on a 688, so while it is quiet, we're getting ready to roll into our Super Pro Door Car buyback. Once again, Sid Summers, racer in need back there at F4, needs a little help with his EFI system if you can help out with that. We have also want to send a reminder out to our racers, well, not the racers that are still in competition, but to our race fans who are hanging out with us today. The beer garden is open here at Tucson. I mean, the little spectator section back there is great. You got the beer garden that's now open. You've got the coffee to cones, if you want coffee or ice cream. You've got the tapas tacos available at the concession stand. You got kettle corn. You got fresh squeezed ice cream. Or fresh squeezed lemonade. I'm thinking of ice cream because I've had the tacos. They were good. I've had the lemonade. It was good. I'm munching on the kettle corn up here. It's good. I think the only two places that I have not yet taken advantage of is one that I just said, the ice cream and the beer garden. And I will rectify both of those very soon. Like very soon. So I think Danelle Rife going to be our final car in the pro buyback go-round. We'll end up getting the solo with the 703. So 707 on the 703 for Denal after the 066 reaction time. I see here, whether it be about 1:30 or so. And just a reminder to take advantage of all that they have to offer here at Tucson. Again, apparel sales for the West Coast bracket races, the Southwest Showdown, available in the Nitro Club here. Make sure you get by, and I know they are running low on sizes, so if you haven't yet gotten yours, please make sure you get by there and get that checked out. And today, focused on our $20,000 to win and $7,500 to win in Pro Hughes Performance Saturday. Once we get through this, we'll kind of keep an eye on things, and we've got a couple of shootouts to finish up from yesterday. That West Coast bracket race, $20,000 to win shootout. I believe we are 2 or 3 rounds into that. The 32 car Pro Shootout, a couple of rounds into that. We'll finish those up tonight. But we're getting into Super Pro buybacks. We're starting things off with Gabriel Hernandez, the pickup truck out of Mexico, and Arthur Blea, the El Camino, out of New Mexico. So a 652 to a 622, 0.3 of a second head start going to belong to the green El Camino. Going to belong to Gabe Hernandez. 633 on the 622. Hernandez 21 green. And we'll roll back into round number 2. Arthur Blea 656 on the 652. He's 400 above the dial after a 195 reaction time. That won't work as Rick Feaster and Eric Daniels. Feaster in the Nova, Daniels in the Vega. Daniels is dialed at 670. Feaster is dialed at 563. Issues for Eric Daniels. Daniels, the car just gived up. He said, nope, 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 nope. I quit. 37 green and then 836 on a 670 dial. Rick Feaster was 006. Gets out of the throttle as he goes flying by Eric Daniels to be 577. Down the racetrack, as we'll bring up Brian Thomas and Scott Taylor. Thomas is 157. Thomas goes 632 on a 630. Taylor is 686 on a 684. And that'll work out as Skylar Baryshko and Faustina Zaragoza are going to roll up here. And again, it looks like we have should be all of our door car buybacks for Super Pro back in the staging lanes. We are ready for our Super Pro dragster buybacks. Again, if you are doubled up Super Pro dragster buyback, we'll get you to lanes 3 and 4. Single buybacks, Super Pro dragster to lanes 7 and 8, please. Single buybacks, Super Pro dragster to lanes 7 and 8, please. Left pretty close, got to the stripe pretty close, and it's going to be a Skylar Baryshko win light. Skylar 45 green. 26 thou above, or 28 thou above for Barichko. Will get him a victory by 22 thousandths of a second. Faustino was 39 green and 56 thou above the dial to come up pretty short down at the big end. Still on the starting line, David Johnson going to get the win light. 5:49 on a 5:45 after the 0:43 reaction time, but Camaro rolls up to get staged and just kept rolling. And rolls some more. Until when the green light dropped, let's just say he was on the wrong side of the starting line. So Cesar Bustamante rolling up in the Camaro on the right side, down 564. All right. Apparently we had to thump the mic on the counter again real quick. A 688 on a 686 won't get the job done. Blue A ball 21 green and 612 on a 609, 3 above the dial. Holding 72 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time over Marcy, who was 93 green, and then goes 688 on a 686 is John McDaniel and John Tripp. Tripp out of Golden, Colorado. Speaking of like beer gardens, gotta love the Golden, Colorado. I know they're not there anymore, but I'm just saying. 67 dart, quick trip on the side of it, down it at 593. John McDaniel of Alamogordo, New Mexico. Of a second in between them in reaction time. Tripp is going to go aboard. 20 green, dead on 4 is 24 total. John McDaniel ends up with a 49 thou reaction time, and then goes 589 on a 588 is Bill Bollock and Danny Nolan. Danny, the yellow Mustang, 617 thou. Bill Bollock and the like ultra blacked out 67. So Danny Nolan just like didn't even wait for the tree to drop. He just decided it was time to go. I don't know if you heard the announcement that the beer garden was open or what, but as soon as he staged it up, he just took off. It just RUNNOFT, run off. Win light's going to go to Bollock, 591 on a 593 is Jeff Safranek and Rodney Snyder going to be up next. That's crazy. Mustang versus Camaro. Green. 23,000 difference in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Snyder. How about this? Rodney Snyder, 63 green, 23 thou above. Jeff Safranek 40 green and 46 thou above. He's 86 total. Rodney Snyder is 86 total. And if I could show you the screen up here, true margin of victory is 0, 0, 0, 0. Well, good news is, beer garden's open. Imagine in a buyback round, you come up and your true margin of victory or true margin of loss is nothing. Nothing. Justin Beaver is going to lose to Ariel Zavala. Zavala 008 on the tree. Justin was 003. Justin takes 58 thou at the stripe to break out by 21 thou. Ariel 636 on a 634, but I'm still thinking about that previous reference. It was like nothing. Zeros. That's just mean. Camaro was 006 on the tree and 566 on a 561. To pick up the win. 686 on a 675 over on the left side. We got Alex Sandin out of the right lane, dialed in at 602. And the topless Corvette dialed in at 523. Still making our way through our Oh, Alex. 004, the reaction time for Sandin is 611 on a 602. Just couldn't quite run the number that he had anticipated or expected. Is 23 one above. Out of the left lane to be 33 thou total and get the win light is Tony Pescaria and Billy McDaniel. Billy in the Chevy 2, dialed 661. Tony Pescaria dialed one bowl, but quicker than that. The 60, 11, the 67 Camaro. Win light's going to go to Billy McDaniel, 56 green and 664 on a 661. Pescaria was 31 green and then goes 619 on a 611. So they'll bring up Hank Bramoff, Curtis Zinzalita. Again, continuing to roll our way through Super Pro Door Car buybacks. So I'll get with Chad and have him change the little footer thing. It's not quite round 2 yet. We're in the buyback round. Just saying. So if you are, looking a little confused. Donald was 16 green. Curtis was 14 green. So just a little 2 thou split between them as Curtis goes dead on 4. Hank is dead on 4. I mean, Grandma's got to be looking at that going, come on. Come on. Both drivers dead on 4. 2 thou split in reaction time. 2 thou margin of victory down at the finish line. We've got now Drake Herman and Dennis Fox. Down 693. Goes 694 after the 033 reaction time. Drake Herman was 14 green, goes 697. On a 699, that'll bring up Larry Pittenger and Carlos Lopez. The Pinto. Going up against the Camaro, Pittenger down 662 in his Camaro, Lopez down 780 in his Pinto. Carlos Lopez gets the win light, 39 green. Larry was late with an 067 light, goes 659 on the 662, so Lopez in the Pinto will get to come back as we are going to bring up the Kidmobile. It is the Nova over on the right side, and Larry Cannon in the Chevelle here on the left side. 617 the dial for Cannon, 670 the dial for Kid. At 617 and was 17 thou total. Kid was 23 green and goes 669 on the 670 as we bring out Gabe Hernandez and Cesar Bustamante. Bustamante dialed in at 564. Gabe on the left side dialed in at 621. Christensen. Christensen was 30 green. Darren O'Connor was 23 green. So 7th the difference in reaction time. Christensen 463 on a 463. 30 dead one is 31 total, and 23 dead one is 24 total. 24 is smaller than 31. Winner, it's Darren O'Connor. Judge Shoup, KJ Desa. KJ, that LOT Racing Oils ride out of Las Vegas, Nevada, over on the right side, 491. The number for the man in the yellow dragster, and Judge Shoup, the Land Shark ride. Coming in out of Gypsum, Colorado. 474. 15,000 the difference in reaction time. Judd's going to go 479 on a 474. He's 5 above the dial to be no good. KJ, 27 green and 492 on a 492 to get the win light as Tyler Murrup and Andy Morris. Morris in the undercover car. 484 is the dial on the right side of the racetrack. He'll be getting a head start over Tyler Murrup. The Casey Lane built car. 582 cubic inches worth of sunset power for the Sandy-based driver. With a 900ths of a second split as far as the dial-ins are concerned. Andy's already back from the burnout, got the pre-stage bulbs lit. Tyler scoots forward ever so gently and lights up his pre-stage bulb as well. Was in control at the hit at the 027 reaction time. Takes 24 thousandths of a second at the stripe to go 476 on a 475. 13th thou above after the 27 thou reaction time to be 40 thou total. Andy Morris was 53 green. Nothing he was really going to be able to do as he gets locked out in that trip down the racetrack. On a 478. Comes down to a 27 ten-thousandths of a second margin of victory. Travis, 28 green and 41 on the 478, gets to the win light. Left lane was 007 on the tree. But then goes 497 on a 492 to be 52 thousandths of a second above the dial, and bow out is Mark Lalonde and Mark Barnhart. Mark versus Mark. We're in Spanish, isn't Y like and? Like Mark E. Mark? So it's Marky Mark. In the funky bunch. Mark with a 469 dial. That's Barnhart. That's right side. That's the purple car. Lalonde with a 502 dial. That's left side. That's the yellow car. Lalonde is pulling off his neck collar. Looks like he may have got the car into the stage position and it died. It quit. And that's terrible. We don't like when that happens. We absolutely 100% do not like when a race ends because of mechanical issues. This is not cool. Well, so we have another lost and found item that has been returned. Let's see here. We had somebody turn in a phone earlier. We got that back to their owner. We had somebody turn in a wallet earlier. We got that back to their owner. Apparently somebody left a set of keys in the ladies' restroom. So they left a set of keys in the women's restroom, and we want to make sure that they get back to their owner. So if you happen to have misplaced your keys, and I can't even really tell what it's for, but it's a set of keys that were supposed to be left in the women's restroom. We'll get you taken care of. Alexis Thompson, Orlando Galvez. Galvez, the front engine dragster. Thompson in the purple car. Alexis gets the win light over Orlando Galvez. Michael Collins and Elliot Franco, Sr. One of them was perfect and will throw it away. Elliot Franco will rethink the purpose of life. Trip Zip take 0.3 of a second at the finish line to break out by 7 thousandths of a second. That is one of those where you will go back, relive that moment, and spend hours and hours in deep thought, calculating what is the purpose of life. Oh, that was terrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible to see that happen. I'm so sorry. Tina was down 533. Tina was down 475. Tina's going to go dead of a second and go dead on 4. Neil Upchurch was red by 7 thousandths of a second and goes dead on 5. Neil Upchurch will return. Tina Arend will find her way to the beer garden. Is Amber Escobedo? And Sugar Shane Carr. It is a very, very deep subject, Mr. Pro Street. I mean, if you were, perfect, under by 7 thousandths of a second, taking 0.3. Amber gets the advantage on the starting line against Shane Carr. Was 001 to Shane's 011 light. Shane goes 11 dead 8 to be 19 thou total, getting an 8 thou stripe for the win. Amber Escobedo, after being 001 on the tree, is 26 thou over the dial. And comes up a little bit short against Sugar as Jim Calloway and Trevor Larson. And again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The reason I do not get behind the wheel of a race car is because in situations like that, let's say I got a 7-hour drive, 6.5-hour drive to get home from here. I would leave Sunday night. I was supposed to be asleep, plus the 8 hours the next day I was supposed to be working, and probably the next 8 hours and the next 8 days. I just couldn't do it. It would be horrible. Trevor Larson wins. Jim Calloway was 001 red. Again, another one of those that would haunt my dreams. 511 on a 510 for Jim Calloway. Trevor Larson, 19 green, dead 6. That's 25 total to get the win light is Terry Markley and Daryl Contreras. Battle of the shorty dragsters. Daryl with a 491 dial. Terry with a 559 dial. 009 and 558 on a 559 for Terry Markley. Daryl Contreras 493 on a 491. We got a couple of pair of cars left here, and with that, Miss Tana Taylor and Mr. Monty Beagle. We had talked to you two about coming up here into the tower for a moment or so before we get into round number 2. But if we could have Tana Taylor and Monty Beagle. Hey, listen up, Tana and Monty, with what you're going to be helping us out with. When we call our pro cars in for round number 2, you can just like park your cars in the lanes and then come up here and visit us. But Tana and Monty, just heads up, closed caption message. We are getting close to the end of the buyback round. Going to be about ready for round number 2. True start. No, it wasn't really a true start, but it was a double red light. 004 red for Riley, 006 red left lane. As Riley goes 467 on the 466. We'll see. We'll bring out Jeremy Soares and Sammy Franco the 4th. Los Lunas, New Mexico home base for Sammy's car, which is for sale. So if you were interested in a very thin, very aerodynamic dragster, Sammy's got one for sale. He'll hook you up with 383 small block Chevrolet. On board with Sammy. Things are not good for Jeremy. Sammy recognized it, had the 023 reaction time, and goes 570 on a 567. Jeremy Soares had a 765 reaction time and goes 841 down the racetrack as he's kind of limped his way towards the finish line. It'll bring up Lane Ingo and Shane Thompson. Left lane Lane. Right lane Shane. That's what it's going to be. So left lane Lane 476, right lane Shane 464. We have a handful of dragsters. We got a 5-thou separation between them on the starting line. Shane Thompson, 22 green, and goes 466 on the 461. Lane Ingo was 27 green and goes 477 on the 476. Comes down to a 4/10,000ths of a second margin of victory. Advantage win light goes to Shane Thompson. Shane with a 33 pack. Lane with a 33 pack. So Shane's 33, Lane's 33, and it's 4/10,000ths of a second win light goes to Shane Thompson. Bring up Pat Marley. He goes 5:13.3 on a 5:14. After the red light start in the left lane turned on Pat Marbach's win light. Marbach 003, under by 7/1000ths of a second for the win. 001 red out of the left lane finishes the day as we'll bring out that 426 cubic inch, Hemi-powered dragster of Kevin Burnett. M&M chassis racing out of Parker, Colorado with a 433 dial, and Victoria Christensen also racing out of Colorado. The Strasbourg-based car, American-built, 632 cubic inches, dialed in at 471. Getting there first by 39 thousandths of a second to break out by 2 thousandths of a second. Kevin Burnett goes 436 on the 433. And we'll light up that left lane scoreboard to move into round number 2 and reinvigorate the chance at $20,000 to win here today as Don Toya's dialed in at 479 on the left side. The Don's Hot Rod Shop. That's like the speed shop right here in Tucson. And Jason Dawson, the mechanic by trade up there out of Las Vegas, dialed in at 471. 800ths of a second will be calculated by the timing system before we turn them loose. Jason was hurting. 59 thou, the difference in reaction time. Don was 002. Jason was not 00. As Jason goes 467. Don Toya goes 480. So Chris Whitfield, Savannah Kid. Savannah dialed in at 511. Whitfield dialed in at 472. Six thousandths was the difference in reaction time. Wind line's going to go to Whitfield, 17 green. And 474 on a 472. Savannah was 009 and goes 514 on the 511. And as our next pair back up from the burnout, your attention in the pits, please. Maybe we'll need to start doing like the, back in the day. Actually, not even back in the day, the DMB. Boom. Now serving Pro, round number 2. Pro, round number 2. Pro bracket, round number 2. It's time to start making your way into the staging lanes. Double entered cars. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. Pro bracket, double entered cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro bracket single entered cars for round number 2 to lanes 5 and 6, please. So pro double entered cars 3 and 4. Pro single entered cars. And Neil Presimoni. Neil gets the win light, 15 green, 483 on the 476. Dave Mazier was 009, taking a 10th at the stripe, and then goes 488 on the 490. So Tristan Craig going up against Nick Downing. Downing has a 480 dial. Tristan Craig dialed in at 518. Going to wrap things up here in Super Pro and the buyback round in general. Pro round number 2 has been called into the staging lanes. Pro round number 2 has been called into the staging lanes. We'll get them back in, get everybody ready to go. Nick's in and set. Tristan Craig. Almost. Tristan gets the win line. 15 green to Nick Downing's 18 green. So it was a 3-thou split between them in reaction time. 519 on a 518 to a 581 or 481 on a 480. So Tristan 15 green, an 18 thou above, gets the win light by 4 thousandths of a second over Nick Downing. Sasha Cerny going to be going up against Anna Contreras. Anna dialed in at 499. Sasha dialed in at 506. Anna goes red by 17 thousandths of a second. Hands a win light over to Sasha Cerny. Sasha had a 2:15 reaction time and goes dead on 0. 506 on a 506. That's Jose Luis Garcia and Rick Marcy. Rick out of Farmington, New Mexico, the blue dragster, left side, dialed 481. Head start goes to reaction time. Win light belongs to Marcy. Both of them on the breakout. Run too quick. Rick Marcy gets to the finish line by 19 thousandths of a second to break out by 7 thousandths of a second. Jose breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second. Win light belongs to Marcy as Victor Blea and Mitch Marcy. So we get the Marcys back to back. Mitch down in at 43. Is going to pull his thumb off the trigger. 4 thousandths of a second too soon. 004. Again, we've talked about red and dead on. We've seen a couple of red and dead on 2s. Vic Blea just added a red and dead on 1. I mean, Mitch wasn't going to make it easy. Marcy was 008, dead on 5. But man, oh man. 008, dead 5, nice lap. Vic 004, red, dead on 1. So we're in a red and dead on club. Vic Blea right now gets to be like president of Camp Commiseration. Against Greg Christensen. Christensen 45 green. And then goes 465. 463. Andy Morris 006. 486 on a 484 is Neil Upchurch, Mark Barnhart. Making their way. Back from the burnout. Barnhart has a 470 dial. Upchurch has a 533 dial. gets a win light over Neil Upchurch, who was 58 green, and then 536 on the 533. So let's get pro round number two. We should have you back in the staging lanes. Double entered cars to 3 and 4. Single entered cars to 7 and 8. We've got Tana Taylor up here looking for Monty Beagle to join us up here in the tower, as well as we are just about ready to start pro round number 2. Again, Super Pro dragsters are getting squared away. Megan Molinari over on the right side of the racetrack. 429 is the dial. There's a dragster on the left side, down in at 494. Basically, we've got like a dyslexia moment. Megan was 013. Dragster left side was 031. So we had a 0, a 3, and a 1, just in different orders. Megan 13 green, 430 on the 429. One above the dial gets the win light. Gets to jump back into the game to race for $20,000 here in Super Pro today. I'll bring up Shane Molinari, I believe. With that 449 dial. I didn't know if it was Shane or Jansen who was driving his other car, and Ryan O'Connor. O'Connor with a 457 dial. Second. Molinari is going to go 4500 on a 459 after an 039 reaction time. So O'Connor joins the club of red and dead on. Vic Blair was red, dead on 1. Ryan O'Connor is red and dead on 1. Oops. That's terrible. So we are at that point where we're getting our pro round number 2 competitors back into the staging lanes. We're going to do a quick bit of touch-up down on the racetrack, so we've got a couple of moments to get that all squared away. Once again, Monty Beagle, if you're out there, we need, if you got your car, we need it in the staging lanes, and we're inviting you to come up and join us in the tower, please, Monty Beagle. Again, racers, it is a Hughes Performance Saturday. We're racing for $20,000 in Super Pro, $7,500 to win in Pro. We've been through round number 1. We've been through our buyback round. We are rolling into round number 2, and again, with it being 2:30, we talked earlier that, what was it? Shortly after lunch, or shortly after breakfast, it's always lunchtime. They've got those tapas tacos, which we had up here in the tower. They are absolutely spectacular. Something that you definitely need to have. They got the kettle corn back there, the fresh squeezed lemonade, coffee and ice cream, and coffee to cones. You got the apparel that's being sold in the Nitro Club. It's just turned out to be a beautiful day. The wind has died down. The sun is shining, and we are racing for big money here at Tucson Dragway. Again, it is the Southwest Showdown. Brought to you by the folks at West Coast Bracket Racing. And while they do a little cleanup on the racetrack, we'll be getting after it here momentarily. All right, so race fans, while we've got a little track prep going on right now, We are joined up here in the tower by a couple of our racers that run regularly with us here at the West Coast Bracket Races at the Southwest Showdown here in Tucson. And before we get started with round number 2, we'd like to take a moment. We're going to have our invocation and our national anthem. So while they are doing track prep, we've got the remainder of our pro cars rolling back in here. And as we do get things started, we're going to ask Monty Beagle to come over here. Monty, coming down out of High River, Alberta, has joined us here and is going to provide our invocation. So ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are in the grandstands, if we could ask that you please remove your caps for today's invocation from Monty Beagle.
Thank you, Nate. Well, first of all, we just want to lift up the Forsyth family, Father, that you would just be with them today and calm all their fears and just put a peace in their soul. God, that they just don't understand. And God, just thank you for this race day and all that they provide. And Lord, it is truly a blessing to be here today with our families and friends and to have the opportunity to race and compete. Thank you for this privilege, and we acknowledge that all things come from you and by your grace. So Father, we ask for your hand, a favor on this race weekend to protect from harm or injury the staff, the safety personnel, the fans, and of course all the racers and their families. Also help us to be people that look out for each other in their time of need and to be good sportsmen, win or lose, for we know that this pleases you. And guide each of us today and draw us to yourself. And we ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Monty. We appreciate you coming up here and providing today's invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, racers and family, as you all know, the whole reason that we get to be out here racing on a weekend like this is because we live in this fantastic country where our freedoms afford us the possibility to do that. I know we are in an election year. I know that several of us are going to have various different opinions about how we think that should go, whether it's political, whether it's social status, whatever the case may be. The great thing about racing is the fact that when we come through that gate, regardless of where we come from, who we are, where we were born, whether it's Canada, whether it's Mexico, whether it's here in the United States, we are all part of one gigantic racing family. And it is because of the freedoms that were fought and died for that we enjoy in this country that give us the opportunity to be out here as a racing family, to spend this time together, and to enjoy one another's company. So at this time, at this weekend, as we always do, we put our personal thoughts aside, so to speak, come together as one big family and enjoy the weekend together. The best way for us to remember those freedoms that we have is to listen to our national anthem and understand that those men and women, both past and current, have fought for those freedoms to give us the right to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise and remove your caps as Miss Tana Taylor provides our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets would go, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the
Thank you very much, Tana. We appreciate that, and may that also remind us again that we are here. God bless the men and women, both past and present, that have protected our country and allow us to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just a couple of minutes away. Round number 2 of a Pro will be coming up next.
Roll round number 2 has been paired up back in the staging lane, so they get the signal that the track is now ready. We've got round number 2 coming up in Pro on a Hughes Performance Saturday. And Tucson Dragway hosts to this year 2024. Southwest Showdown brought to you by the folks at West Coast Bracket Races. Big thanks to Hughes Performance Saturday. Hughes Performance and Moser Engineering, each of our day sponsors. that we had earlier in the week. Well, we had to make some adjustments to the schedule. And that stuff that rolled through here on Thursday that kind of slowed things down in the test and tune and the shootouts. And that stuff lingering around yesterday morning. So we've doubled up. Friday's race is now on top of Sunday's race, doubling up all of that money there, which we contested tomorrow on that Moser Engineering Sunday. Today is all about the Hughes Performance, $20,000 to win in Super Pro, $7,500 to win in Pro. We're going to continue to roll our way through until we crown our winners into those categories, and when it is appropriate, we will resume activities from yesterday's 64 car, $20,000 to win shootout in the Super Pro category, and a 32 car shootout, $5,000 to win. Activity from last night. Right
Now, round number 2 is rolling in. The pressure begins to build just a little bit. As we've been through round number 1, we've been through the buyback round, and now, in order to stay in the game, you have to light up the scoreboard on your side to move into the next go-round. So with Pro round number 2 coming up, we are going to get things underway very shortly. Again, I want to thank the folks at Holley and Optima Batteries for sponsoring today's live feed. Chad has been up there atop his perch in the newly renovated scissor lift. Essentially kind of a studio apartment up there for Chad. So Chad bringing it to you live on the Bang Shift live feed worldwide. And I want to thank all of those who have joined in on the Bang Shift live feed and the chat bleachers watching along with us. I'm showing just shy of 450 people are watching in. Well, we only got 132 likes. You got to hit that little thumbs up button. Give them a like. Bring those numbers up. Make that thing happen. Monty Beagle, who gave us our invocation just moments ago, sits behind the wheel of that silver and black 33 Ford Coupe. 427 cubic inches worth of big block Chevrolet, dialed in at 5.98 seconds on the National Collision Center side of the racetrack, and Ace Gillette. I'm telling you, you gotta have your own soundboard if your name's Ace Gillette. Open the doors at Ace Gillette, entering the room. 660 inches worth of big block Chevrolet, battling it out against the little 33 Ford Coupe, and the win light will belong to Monty. Monty was 21 thousandths of a second behind the green light when it took off, and goes 6:00 on the 598 to pick up the win light here in round number 2. Ace Gillette had an 0.67 reaction time. So was 46 thousandths of a second behind at the hit, and runs 6.75 on a 660 dial to come up short against Monty Beagle. Beagle moving it around at number 3 as Chris Fuller rolls up in the 92 Chevy Camaro out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. 593 the dial in the left lane. For Chris Fuller. It is a double breakout. Both drivers running quicker than their dial. Chris was 32 on the tree. The Mopar was 37 on the tree, so a 5 thousandths of a second difference in reaction time. As the Mopar will run 781 to be 35 thou under the dial, getting there first by 6 thousandths of a second. Chris Fuller runs 590 on the 593 bow to be 24 thousandths of a second under and get the win light. As now Scott Taylor and Jeff Rates in the Mustang out of Peyton, Colorado, down 688 out of the right side. Scott Taylor down 688 in reaction time, and it is going to be Jeff Rates. He was 009, breaks out at the finish line, running 687 on a 688. Gets to the finish line first by 39 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Scott Taylor for the win. 31 green and 685 on a 684, 14 thousandths of a second above the dial. Turns on the win light on that National Collision side of the racetrack. Stephanie Paz now in the El Camino, and Joe Cox in the Plymouth. Joe's dialed 708 will get the head start in this matchup, as Stephanie Paz is dialed in at 697. Joe has got the pre-stage bulbs lit on his side of the racetrack. Stephanie rolls forward and puts those front tires into the beams in the left lane. Peoria, Arizona versus Lauderdale, California. Reaction time was just 6/1000ths of a second. Win light will belong to Stephanie. Stephanie, 18 green and 17/1000ths of a second above the dial. Gets the win light. Joe Cox was 12/1000ths of a second behind the green light. And then ends up with a 7:13 on the 7:08 dial to be 500ths of a second above and 34/1000ths of a second behind at the hit. Caitlin Tripp, Aaron McMahon. Caitlin, 65 500 cubic inch Mopar powered satellite. Dialed in at 6:15. Aaron McMahon going to get the head start in his 70-bodied El Camino out of Vail, Arizona. Trip is in control of this one as Aaron McMahon is in big-time trouble. Wow. Aaron McMahon with a 105 reaction time goes 6:39 on a 6:43, while Caitlin in the opposite lane is 004 on the tree and dead on 0 to be 4 thou total in pro round number 2. The quick trip makes it a 4-pack and moves into round number 4 as Nick Engler and Chuck Hoff Jr. will go head-to-head. Engler in the Vega out of Beaver, Minnesota, down 647. Chuck right here in Tucson, down 696. 7/1000ths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Nick Engler, 12 green and 11 thou above dial to be 33 total. Get the win line by 7/1000ths of a second over Chuck Hawk. Hawk was 19 green and 11 thou above to be 30 thou total. Win light goes to Engler. And the Vega will be back in round number 3 as Paul Coleman and Tony Marconi will square up on the starting line. Marconi in the 76 topless Plymouth Arrow. He's got a 6.04 second dial in, shown on the bottom side of that max scoreboard in the right lane. And Paul Coleman out of Rio Rico, Arizona, in the 67 Showdown. Of a second, the difference in reaction time on this one. Marconi is 11 total. 003 and dead on 8 for Tony Marconi. He's going to light up that right side scoreboard. Marconi gets the win light. Paul Coleman was 56 green, was able to get to the stripe first by 6/1000ths of a second, but it wasn't going to matter. 56 green reaction time gets locked out by the 11 pack over the right side as Marconi advances with now Chris Vels and Daniel Schweitzer. Schweitzer in the F-150 pickup truck, dialed in at 867. Chris Vels in the 67 Chevy Camaro, dialed in at 646. Red light start. And this one is over. Schweitzer red by 19/1000ths of a second. Vels takes a 57 thou reaction time, goes dead on 9, and moves into round number 3. So Vels picking up a victory here and will advance as Tim Arnswald and Curtis Zinzalita. Zinzalita, the Roadrunner. Meep, meep. That is a big old, bad old car. Love that purple paint on the side of it with Plymouth written in it. 594 is the dial, and Tim Arnswald in the Camaro. They got the same numbers in their reaction time, just put them in a different order, and Tim Arnswald is able to hold on for a win. Curtis was better at this end of the racetrack with the 0:35 reaction time. Arnswald was 0:53 leaving the starting line. Arnswald is going to run 7:51 on a 7:51, 53 and dead on 4 to be 57 thou total. Zinzalita was 35 green, got to the finish line first by 28/1000ths of a second and breaks out to hand the victory back over to the Silver Planet Racing team of Tim Arnswald. The Parasitic Psycho. 8:53 is the dial. Edmonton, up in Alberta, win light will belong to the Psycho. 8:55 on an 8:53. He was 99 on the tree, and it comes down to just shy of 0.04 of a second at the finish line. Menzel, 42 green, and couldn't quite run the number that he had predicted it would run. 6:36 on a 6:28 dial. Calum pays the price and exits the competition here in round number 2. Left the line 1,000th of a second too soon, hands the win light over to Volvo. The 72 Copper Chevelle was 30 thousandths of a second behind the green light and goes 6:25 on the 6:21. So the Chevelle will return for round number 3 as Austin Downing in the dragster going to be taking on Kevin Smania in that 95-bodied S10 pickup truck. The S10 is sporting 423 cubic inches worth of small block Chevy and has a 6.42 second dial-in up on the scoreboard. That's going to give him 0.12 of a second head start over Austin Downing in the dragster with a 6:30 dial in the left lane as we are staged, set, ready, go. 6 thousandths the difference in reaction time. And on a double breakout, Austin Downing will win it in the dragster. Downing, 43 thousandths of a second behind the green light. Smania, 49 thousandths of a second behind the green light. So a 6 thou split. Austin goes 6:28.4 to be 16 thou under the dial. Kevin Smania runs 6:37 on a 6:42 to be 42 thousandths of a second under the dial, and it's going to be Jeff Safranek and Darren Taylor up next. Darren, that beautiful blue Firebird coming in out of Rigby, Idaho, and Jeff Safranek, the 65 Mustang. It is a no-go for Safranek. Darren Taylor is 36 green and 557 on a 556. Safranek doing kind of that red light parade down to the top end of the racetrack. As Taylor gets to come back for round number 3. After the 0:36 reaction time, it runs 5:57 on a 5:56. That's going to bring up Henry in the Mustang. Mr. Roberson coming in out of Highlands, California. 302 small block Ford. The power combination dialed in at 734 out of the right lane. Dean Cummings, that National Collision side of the racetrack. He has got the 69 Nova. 502 cubic inches. Dialed in at 593. Head start to the Mustang. Back into that Nova as he tucks in the power and tries to run down the Mustang. He'll get it done. 6:03 on the 593 for Dean Cummings after the 0:29 reaction time. Henry was 41 green and then ends up with a 7:53 on the 7:34 dial. Win light to the Nova. He'll be back in round number 3 as Luis Ortiz and the Plymouth Valiant. 6.34 seconds is what Luis thinks it's going to take him to travel the 660 feet to the finish line against John Cazzetti and the Land Shark, Candy Graham. Candy Graham. So John Cazzetti and the Land Shark, staged up, set, ready, and waiting. Luis, 634. Luis gets the win light, 632 on the 634. He's the winner. Hey, Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Door Car, your attention please. Super Pro Door Car, round number 2. Super Pro Door Car, round number 2. We'll take our double-entered Super Pro door cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. Double-entered Super Pro door cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. Single-entered Super Pro door cars to lanes 7 and 8. So single entry Super Pro door cars to lanes 7 and 8. Double entered Super Pro door cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. Round number 2 going to be underway for Super Pro. Again, single entered Super Pro door cars. Double entered door cars to out of competition by way of a 13 thousandths of a second red light. 013 red and goes 595 on a 593. Richard Llewellyn in that, I don't know if that thing's like lavender, whatever it is, it's a pretty little car. 674 on a 674 after a 137 reaction time. So Richard Llewellyn dodging a little bit of a bullet there by way of the red light at a Joey Cazzetti. He runs dead on 2, but had a 137 reaction time. And as we said, won't necessarily say he advanced, but he survives. Jeremy Plyler and Tyler Sally. Tyler, 72 body dart out of El Mirage, Arizona with a 738 dial in that Mac Tools lane, and Jeremy Plyler, the orange 72 Nova, down at 592. Charge in the Nova as they get to the finish line. Win light belongs to Plyler. Plyler was celebrating kind of his birthday weekend here. Had his birthday yesterday, trying to keep that string of win lights going. I mean, in the pro category, $7,500, that would be kind of a really nice birthday present, wouldn't it? Like, happy birthday, here's $7,500. He's 13 green, goes 598 on a 592, and gets the win light by 6 thousandths of a second. Tyler Sally was 47 green, and then goes 741 on the 738 to watch the scoreboard light up in the other lane. You don't like when that happens. Here's the GTO, the GOAT. 1970 GTO dialed in a 765 on the right side, and then the 1937 bodied Fiat Topolino on the left side. The Fiat of Sean Brewster dialed in at 608. The Topolino's in trouble. Goes 609 on a 608. The GTO goes 768 on a 765. The GTO was 61 green and 33 thousandths of a second above the dial. And to be 94 thou total and still get the win light, as Sean Brewster just missed it at this end of the racetrack, had that 106 reaction time and proved it to be extremely costly. As we'll ring up Mr. Gleghorn, my other half of the announcing staff up here at the Southwest Showdown, going up against Tim O'Moore. Gleghorn dialed in at 821, Tim O dialed in at 611. 63 green and goes 611 on a 611. Oh! Ryan Gleghorn is the new president of Camp Commiseration. We talked about being red and dead on. We've had 2 drivers that were red and dead on 1, a couple that were red and dead on 2, several red and dead on 5s and stuff. Ryan Gleghorn is 38 red and goes 821-0 on an 821 dial. He is your new club president and will be like the first man at the beer garden. Oh my goodness. Tim O'Moore gets a win light as Joe Kidd and C.W. Hofer are going to line up side by side. Kidd in the pickup truck down 633. Hofer in the Firebird down in at 742. Real quiet in the chat bleachers lately. I'm not sure. C.W. Oh man. Joe Kidd is 006. C.W. is 001. Joe Kidd is 16th thou above the dial. C.W. is 12th thou above the dial. Fantastic side-by-side drag race. C.W. Hofer is going to come out on top by 9 thousandths of a second. But man, 006, Joe Kidd's like, 006, 16th thou above, I'll take it. Unless, you know, the guy next to me is 001 and 12th thou above. Kyle Fritz, Tana Taylor. Tana, who just gave us that beautiful rendition of the national anthem. Down at 665, Kyle Fritz down at at 675, and Kyle, that's no way to treat the person that sang the national anthem. Kyle's 11 green and dead on 4 to be 15 total, taking a 3-thou margin of victory down at the finish line. Tana Taylor was 22 green and could not finish it out down at the stripe. It was Dale Schweitzer and Denal Reif. I'm going to have to refresh. I'm just going to refresh this whole thing. Denal's in trouble as Dale gets the better reaction time, but Denal is able to crawl, climb, scratch his way back into the game. Like Burley. On a double breakout, Denal 706 on the 708. He's under by 18 thousandths. Dale is 22 green and then goes under by 24 thousandths of a second. I'll bring up James Gonzalez in the 77 Vega wagon. Motorcycle goes red by 26 thousandths of a second. James Gonzalez was red by 1,000th of a second. We got our True Start affair that will hand the win light over to Gonzalez. Wes goes 691 on a 599 Dow, was 26 Dow red. James ends up running 655.0 on a 6. How about this? James Gonzalez was just 1,000th of a second away from a perfect pass. Dialed 655, run 665. Howard DeVore, 002 red, goes 682 on a 681. Russ Hines is 688 on a 689 after he was 82 thou green to get the win light. And that's going to bring up Luis Valenzuela in the Camaro over on the right side and Mark Johns in the Mustang on the left. I don't know, where are all my chat bleacher people at? It's 3 o'clock here, 6 o'clock on the East Coast. Maybe it's dinner time. Dinner time on the East Coast. I'm not sure. 768 for Mark, 557 5,000ths of a second. 555 on a 557 for Luis Consuela after the 077 reaction time. As Mark will bow out. Once again, Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Car, round number 2. If you are double entered, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. Double entered, 3 and 4. Single entered Super Pro Door Cars. I think we've called you to 7 and 8, right? Make sure that you made your way in there as we are starting to get back around in our double entered Pro Cars. And Monty Beagle is one of those double entered Pro Cars. He was the first pair out in round number 2, has made his way back and is now matched up with David Herman on that 2005 Suzuki. And Monty, 3 dead on zeros of this go round in Pro. Monty Beagle, 37 green, dead on 0. Then we'll move into round number 3. David Herman, 643 was the dial, was 65 green, and then goes 641 on a 643. It's going to bring up Scott Taylor's Chevelle out of Montana, Victor Sandoval's Chevelle out of Arizona. Sandoval's dialed in at 602. Scott's dialed in at 684. Head start to the left lane. Taylor's going to hand the win. Oh, hey, red, and guess what? Yep. 684 on a 684. Red by 0.003 of a second and dead on 5. Sandoval, 034 green, goes 604 on the 602. We'll bring out the little red Corvette that's missing a quarter panel, front fender, and the Psycho. Princess or the Psycho? Win light goes to the Psycho. This is just getting crazy. No pun intended. 46 green and then 854 on an 856 for the Mustang. Corvette was 94 green and 818 on an 822. Win light to the Psycho. There's Austin Downing and Rob Strong. Downing's Dragster, Strong's Firebird. Downing racing out of Tempe, Arizona. Strong racing out of Hemet, California. So a 688 down for the door car on the right side. A 629 down for the Dragster in the left lane. In reaction time, Austin Downing 009 and 633 on the 629 to get the win light. Rob Strong 32 green and then goes 693 on a 688. So the Dragster dispatches the door car here in that pairing. We'll bring out Chris Bell's Camaro and Carlos Ortiz's Nova. 664 dial on the right side, 383 cubic inches, powering the decision to make the 6.64 second prediction, and 646 is in trouble in this matchup as Carlos Ortiz is 21 on the tree, and Ortiz takes what was a victory, wraps it up, and hands it back over to Chris Vels. Ortiz was 21 green. That had given him 55 thousandths of a second advantage over Chris Vels, but Ortiz takes 72 thousandths at the stripe to break out by 13 thousandths of a second, and Vels will go dead on 4 in the Camaro to get the win. So Mr. Tripp going to roll up in the 65 Satellite. The Dodge. 780 on a 781. 59 green. I would love to go get the Chat Beatrice some corn dogs. I don't think that's something they offer on this property. They offer bacon-wrapped burritos. They offer amazing, what they call tapas tacos, which were second to none. Second to none. Arnswald is not. Gordon's going to go not only 004, he's going to go dead on 5. To be 9 thou total. Arnswald was 37 green, and that just wasn't going to work out. Ends up breaking out by a thou. There's Luis Ortiz, Darren Taylor. I believe we're going to be down to kind of our final few left in Pro round number 2, which means we should have all of our Super Pro door cars back in the staging lanes. 633 is the down for Luis. 558 is the down for Darren. Is the reaction time for Darren. By 10 thousandths of a second. It's game over for Darren Taylor. He runs 562 on a 568. Luis, 38 green, and then 632 on a 633, and I believe that's going to either wrap up or get us really close to wrapping up Pro round number 2. Again, $7,500 to win here on a Hughes Performance Saturday. Yeah. burgers, tacos, fries. We've had the burgers. We've had the chicken finger sandwiches, which were good. Today's tacos were, I want to go find out like what was the brand of tortilla that they used on those, because those were like the perfect thickness. So if this is going to be like the consummate pair in our pro round number 2, this is well worth the rate. 747 is the dial-in showing up on the right side of the racetrack. 748 is the dial-up showing on the left side of the racetrack. Might as well be heads up. Henry Roberson normally races up in the Sacramento area, lines up on the left side, and Sasha Hofer lines up on the right. Henry is just tickling those stage balls to get in and set up. Chance at it as we get down towards the finish line. It's going to be Sasha Hofer picking up the win light by 8 thousandths of a second. Sasha was 12 green. Henry was just barely behind that with an 11th deficit. Goes 749 on a 748. Sasha goes 748 on a 747. Both of them are one above the dial, and it comes down to an 8 thousandths margin of victory for a win light for Sasha Hofer. So I guess we've got a racer in need. We've got an announcer in need of a break. We've got Ryan Gleghorn that's come up here, and hey, things, well, I'll let him tell you about what he thinks.
Yeah.
But I am going to go check in on my little man who is getting ready to play his first game of a 4-game tournament down in San Diego, where they're going to be playing some sled hockey. So I'm going to go check in on him, give him a little pep talk before he takes to the ice. Ryan Gleghorn is going to take over on the mic.
Thank you, Nate. Do have a parts call, have a racer in need. Randy Smith is in need of a 175 Jessel shaft rocker for a Dart Pro 1 head. So once again, T&D rocker. 175 T&D shaft rocker, Dart Pro 1 head. You have one. Either bring it to Tyler, if you know Randy Smith, bring it to him. Once again, 175 shaft rocker, T&D preferred, for a Dart Pro 1 head. If you have one, bring it to the announcer's booth. Or if you know Randy, take it to him. So we roll through round number 2. We are now in the top bulb side. This is Super Pro door car, round number 2. Ken Swayo left side, dialed 604. To tell him did his pause. Pause dialed 693. Turns out. As a win light goes to Ken Swayo, 058 dead 1, gets there for a foul, pause 47, and one above, no good. Ken Swayo moves on. Andrew Armilio, La Cruces, New Mexico, down 584 in the dark. Take on Tim Works. Works out 523 in the Roadster. Lays down 16 total, gets there first 33 foul. Andrew missed it 44, puts it dead 5. Hector Hernandez left side, dialed 610, take on Joe Cox. Joe in the Plymouth, dialed 708. gets there, 3 foul. Hernandez, 24. One above, one, no good. Joe Cox moves on. Patrick Reif left side, the Chevy 2, dialed 626 out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Nathan Bradford, Kalispell, Montana, dialed 609 in the 79 Camaro. One light right, 12 and 2 above, turns on one light right for 28, take 11. To be 5 foul under, had to take 6 foul or less. Patrick Reif will move on. Gabriel Hernandez left side, out at 647. Take on Faustino Zaragoza, about 659. Hernandez turns it a foul red. Gives a win to Zaragoza, who's 24 and one above. Bill Bollock left side, dialed 592. Take on Dave Johnston, dialed 545. With one, misses 052, puts it one above. Garrison 18, take 49 to be 1 foul under. Rodney Snyder moves on. Rodney Ward in the left, out 655, take on Jose Luis Garcia, out 526. Ward 27 and one above. No good. Chance Parker on the left, out 624. Right side, out 564. Goes to Parker after right side turns it red, 622 off the 624. Billy McDaniel down at 662, take on Scott Taylor down at 684.
Looks good. You look so sharp and dressed right now. You look
McDaniel gets the win. 46 dead 5 gets the win. Taylor also 46. And 2 above, no good. Left side out 618 down. Rick Feaster out 558. Feaster 3 foul red. Left side 29 dead 1 will advance. Skylar Baracco left side, about 658, can take on Tom Scola, or Shola. Yeah, we'll go with that. Shola in the Mustang, down 643. Win light goes to Tom, 39. And a foul under. Skylar, 48, take 13 to be 23 foul under. At this time, I will take dragsters. Dragsters will take you to the lanes. Dragsters will take you to the lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Single entries to 5 and 6. Greg Braun is 9 foul. Red gives a win to Blue Hay Ball, 34. Arizona, dialed 549. Take on John Tripp. Tripp dialed 591. Tripp with the win, 11 dead 9, turns on the win line. Mark 042 dead 9, no good. Lynn Adams in the left, dialed 602, take on Rick Sugihara, dialed 661. Rick leaves way early. So when I go to Adams, 055, 25 foul under. Sean Winger left side, out 522. Right side, out 634. Goes right side, 062 and 6 over. Gets a win, Winger 20. Takes a lot to be 2 thou under. Right side will move on. Karen Snyder dialed at 541 in the left, take on Kelly Harper. Harper dialed 591 in the right. Goes to Harper, 68 and 3 above. Gets the win, Snyder. It's 4 thou under. 60 has won more than double O this round. Curtis Insolito left side, out 593. Take on Robert Hall. Hall out 582. This is nuts. Larry Cannon in the left out 618, take on Errol Zavala. Out 636. Cannon 5 and a lot of very late and 4 above. Marconi 7 and 2 above gets the win, left side 29 and 1 above no good. Take on Kayla Menzel, about 629. Joe Kidd, 14, 2 above. It's there 27 foul. Menzel, 45 and 1 above, no good. Kyle Fritz left side, dialed 675. Take on Brad Pierce. Pierce dialed 649. Fritz 18, 1 above, gets the win. Pierce 49, dead 8, no good. Rob Strong in the left, dialed 688. Take on Mike McBriar, dialed 669. Give it to Mike. 10 into the lines, win. Strong 23, take 40 to be 29 foul under. Mike moves on. Hector Hernandez Jr. dialed 610, take on Don Toya, dialed 535. Win line goes Toya 13, dead 4. Hernandez 28, takes 16 to be 27 foul under. Hank Promoff dialed 580 in the left. Right side dialed 603. Correction. Ken Swale on the left, dialed 603. Hank Promoff in the right, dialed 580. Sueyo 24, dead 2, gets her 3 foul. Promoff 15 and 1 above, stays 3 foul behind. Gabriel Hernandez, left side. Hernandez out 647. Darren Taylor on the right, about 562. Lays down 9 total. Great lap from Hernandez. 8 take 5. Puts him 4 foul under. Had to take 1 foul or less. He could not do it. Darren Taylor, 9 total, moves on. Rodney Ward dialed 656. Take on Tim Wirtz, dialed 523. Gets there 30, right side, 16 and a tenth above. Bollitt gets the win. See our first dragster. We are crossover pair here. Greg Hicks, dial 482 in the left. Take on Nathan Bradford. Bradford dial 608. Over. Bradford will get the win, but we will be down for the time being. So Greg getting out of the car. We'll get him off the racetrack and we'll get back into round number 2. out 465. Take on Travis Keys. Keys out 479. Seven total. Gets the win. Pad 9 dead 1. Lays down 10 total. No good. Travis Keys will move on. Darren O'Connor left side out 478. Can take on Jeff Sarah. Jeffrey out 472. Give to O'Connor, 15 dead 3, lays down 18 total. Sarah, 16 takes 6 to be 4, thou under, and O'Connor will advance. Jerry Hall out 523, take on KJ Desaad out 491. One above 6 gets there a foul. KJ, let go 000. Puts it 3 above to stay a foul behind, and Jerry Hall will advance. Sammy Franco the 4th, left side. Dial 569, take on Ryan Stifler. Stifler dial 475. Franco with 6 thou red. Stifler misses it, 054, and puts it 1 above. Paul Lorton dial 484, can turn Rick Marcy dial 480. Lorton 11, take 4 to be 4 above. Marcy 29 and 2 over, no good. Left side dial 458. Right side Mitch Marcy. Marcy dial 484. Marcy 32 and one above, no good. Tyler Meyer dialed 476, take on Keoki this side. Keoki dialed 451. Keoki 14 red, Tyler is 22 red. Keoki will advance. Kurt Wright, dialed 520, get take on Shane Carr. Sugar dial 448. Destin Works, stop 445, take on Andy Morris, stop 484. Morris 25 dead 6, get their 7th thou. Works 16 and 2 above, no good. Andy Morris moves on. Ana Luca Contreras dialed 499 in the left. Take on Riley Learcamp. Learcamp dialed 467. Contreras late. Get on. Chad Axford left side. The Pro Charge entry out at 415. Take on Emmett McKillop. Dialed 528. over a second difference in the dial ends on the dragster side. Don't see that very often. Charge entry. Gets our first 11th thou. Emmett 24. Dead 2, no good. Axford will move on. Neil Pressman on left side, dialed 480. Take on J.R. Learcamp, dialed 478. Issues, so JR move on, 009 and 3 above. We'll see if Neil can get it off the racetrack. Looks like he will. Next pair, Val Torres Jr. Left side, dial 466. Take on Victoria Christensen. Victoria dialed 471. Gets their first 3 thou. Christensen 24, 2 above and 3 thou behind. Difference at the start line was the difference at the finish line. Torres will advance. Elliot Franco Sr. left out 511. Take on Marco Peravalaris. Marco out 465. Take 8 to be 4 above. Franco 42 and 1 above, no good. Jansen Melton out 428, took on Terry Markley. Markley out 559. Shane Thompson left side, dial 466. Take on Kevin Johnson, dial 465. Give to Shane 23, take 9 to be 1 above. Johnson 36 and 1 over, no good. Brad Hawk left side, dialed 480. Take on Neil Upchurch, dialed 533. Take 4 to be 5 above. Upchurch 15 and 4 over, no good. Michael Collins out 481, take on Pat Marbeck. Marbeck out 513. Take a lot to be 2 above. Collins 55 and 3 above, no good. Pat Marbeck moves on. Shane Molinari down 450, take on Kendra Larson down 453. Dead on 9. Molinari 23 and 1 above, no good. Kendra Larson moves on. Tim O'More left side, dial 502. Take on Mark Barnhart. Barnhart dial 471. David Meyer left side, dial 484. Take on Dave Mazier. Mazier dial 489. Dave Moser. We'll move on. Leroy Duran, dialed 506. Take on Paul Dowdy, dialed 490. No good. Dowdy moves on. Tristan Craig left side, dialed 518. Right side dialed 550. Tristan 39 and one above gets there 34th thou right side 51 and 4 over, no good. Kevin Burnett down 436. Take on Matt Larson. Larson down 471. To be 16 foul under. This time I'll take pro round 3. Pro round 3 will take util lanes. Pro round 3 take util lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 7 and 8. Pro round 3 needs util lanes. Pro round 3 needs util lanes. Heavyweight matchup. Here in round number 2, Chris Whitfield left side, dialed 472. Take on Jeff Sarah. Jeffrey dialed 470. on Toya down 479. Could take on Lexus Thompson down 462. Toya 6th aisle red. Thompson gets away with 140 and 2 above. Taylor, 29, take 11 to be 2 thou under, had to take 9 or less. Gabe Torres moves on. Jason Pad, left side, out 465, take on Alonzo Sanchez. Sanchez down 488. Take 26 to be dead 8. Sanchez 44, 4 thou under, no good. Jerry Hall out 524, take on Paul Lorton. Lorton out at 485. Take 9 to be dead on 0. Lorton 16 and 1 above, no good. Dustin Works out 449 on the left. Right side, Ryan Stifler out 475. Take 19 to be 4 thou under. Stifler moves on. Jared Littercamp left side out 477, take on Josh Herman down 450. Lear Camp 4th thou red, Herman 13 and 12th thou under. Chad Axford left side out 452 in the non-pro charged hot rod. Take it on Shane Carr, sugared out 448. There 22 thou. Axford 11 and 2 above, no good. Shane will advance. Brad Hawk out 481, take on Marco Peravalaris out 465. Marco 16, dead at 4. Turns on the wind light. Hawk 12, take 12 to be 4th thou under. Marco moves on. Chase Lear camped out 464, take on Pat Marbeck. Marbeck out 514. Camp 4 and 11th thou under gets a win at perfect take 11 to be 18th thou under. Lear Camp will advance. Val Torres down 466. They got Mark Barnhart down 471. Gets the win. Barnhart 18, take 12 to be 13 thou under. Torres will advance. Greg Hicks down 486. He thinks he has it fixed. Probably doesn't. And Mitch Marcy down 484. Hicks 18, stops to be 3 above, gets the win. Marcy 15, get fed 46 to be 6 thou under. Hicks moves on. 476. Left side, right side out 466. Tyler with the win, 16, take 24 to be a foul under right side. 54 still had a chance, but put it 15 foul under, following through. Tyler moves on. Shane Molinari now 451. Get there on Alexis Thompson now 463. Inline Alexis 50 and one above gets the win. Shane 33, take 31 to be 2 foul under. Alexis Thompson will still have 2 entries rolling into round number 3. Take on, I believe it's Alonzo Sanchez now 487. Duffy this sound any better? Yes? No? Maybe? Larson 19. 2 above. I think we might be waiting on a
It takes a tap, and all of a sudden it
pair 2. Pro round 3, you should be in the lanes. Pro round number 3, if you're not there, you should be there. Chris Whitfield left side, dial 471. Take on Paul Dowdy. Dowdy dial 490. Take 3 to be 1 above Whitfield. 24, 1 above, and 3 foul behind Paul Dowdy. We moving in to round 3. And the by cart, Tristan Craig. 12 total on the bike. And I'll wrap up round 2 Super Pro, round 3 Pro, getting ready to roll around. Here we go, Pro, round number 3 coming at you. Monty Beagle on the left out 598. I think that's Jeff Ford on the right out 780. Beagle 007 and 4 over gets the win right side late and 2 above. Scott Taylor left side out 684, take on Nick Englert out 647. Take 9 to be 5 over. Taylor missed it and puts it dead on. And 3 above gets the win. Richard Llewellyn missed it and under. Caitlin Tripp out 612. Take on Tony Marconi out 604. on. Austin Downing out 625 in the left. Take on Victor Sandoval out 602. And 4 above gets the win. Sandoval 20. Take a lot to be 200 under. Kyle Fritz dialed 676, take on Luis Ortiz dialed 633. Super Pro door car. We'll take you lanes for round number 3. Super Pro door car, take you to lanes for round number 3. Super Pro door car, take you to lanes for round number 3. Left side 37 and 4 above. Jeremy Plyler, left side out 592, take on Danny Valvo out 621. To be 3 above, Jeremy late, and 4 over. Stephanie Paz dialed 699, take on Denal Rife, dialed 706. Stephanie Paz 26 and 4 above gets the win. Rife 55 take 20 to be 2 thou under. Tim O'More out 613 in the left. Louis Venezuela in the right out at 555. Wouldn't takes a ton to be one above. Lewis very late and under. Dean Cummings out at 595, take on C.W. Hoford out 740. Chris Fuller out 591, take on James Gonzalez out 655. Monty Beagle down 598, take on Darren Taylor down 558. Dead 6. Left side down 646, take on Wes Hines out 689. One light left side 22 and 3 above. Hines was 50, take 20 to be 9 now under. Austin Downing left side out 632, take on Jeff Serra. Jeffrey, running heavy as he calls it, about 650. Downing 24, 2 above, gets the win. Sarah 24 and 3 above, no good. Austin Downing moves on. About 854, take on Luis Ortiz out 635. Winlight Ortiz 45, and one above gets there 26 thou. Left side 45, 3 over. No good. In the back car, Sasha Hofer. Sasha will run it through. 747 off to 746, and that wraps up round 3 of pro. And with that, Nate Hershey going to jump back on the microphone. And I'm going to go rethink my life choices.
How long is that going to take?
I do it every day.
So if you do it every day and you still haven't quite been able to figure it out?
I'm a bad decision maker.
All right. I like that. I like that. So pro round number 3 is complete. We got Super Pro Door Car round number 3 getting paired up back in the staging lanes. We'll be getting after it here momentarily. Again. Did that alarm and warning just come from your phone?
No.
No. Well, I thought when you said you were going to rethink your life choices, it was going to warn you that you were actually thinking.
Yeah.
Like warning. We have overloaded the brain cells. So Super Pro Door Car, Ken Suio and Faustino Zaragoza. Faustino in the Vega, Ken Suio in the Capri. The dial-ins are up on the board. 604 is the number for Suio. 659 is what Faustino has predicted that his Vega will be able to do the 660-foot racetrack in. So again, round number 3 underway. Going to cut the field in half yet again. So the pre-stage, now stage bulbs lit. Super Pro Door Car for Ken Suio. And the Mercury Capri will continue the trend. 001 red goes dead on 3 at 113 miles an hour. Hands the win light over to Faustino Zaragoza. As the red light blared on the left side of the Christmas tree. Faustino, 28 green and 662. On a 659 is Rodney Snyder. In the topless Camaro. Out of Colorado is going to roll up that one at 513. The advantage at this end of the racetrack. Quickly closing in is Rodney Snyder. Snyder is going to run dead on 3 and will not be enough to get the job done. Snyder ends up 39 in total. 36 green, dead on 3. And comes up 18 thousandths of a second short against Patrick, who is 17 green and dead on 4. So Rife will take the Chevy 2 into round at number 4. As we're going to get after it yet again with Dave Johnson in the 96 bodied Beretta. 546. Dial in over on the right side and a 618 number. Going to show up on the scoreboard. Lenovo on the left side. 618, 2 on a 618. 31 and dead on 2 is 33 total. Dave Johnson was 30 on the tree. Had 3 thou to work with. And ended up going dead on 5. So needed to take 3, or needed to get dead on 3, ended up dead on 5 to come up 2 thou short for Dave Johnson. Lenovo, 33 total, picks up the win light, moves into the next round. The Super Pro Door Car is Billy McDaniel and John Tripp. Trip 67 Dart, 500 cubic inches worth of Hemi. This is a cool car, dialed in at 5 at 94. And Billy McDaniel, out of Laluz. It says L-A-L-U-Z. Is that like a legit real town in New Mexico? L-A space L-U-Z. Let's just say Billy McDaniel was a little snoozing, unfortunately. 665 on a 662 with a reaction time that started with a 2. John Tripp is 008 and then goes 609 on the 594, well out of the throttle. Tightening up the stripes, still getting there first by over a tenth of a second. And we'll light up the scoreboard on that right side as Joe Cox and Bill Bollock are going to be up next. Joe in the Plymouth on the Mac Tools lane. And Bill Bollock. So Bollock with that 591 dial, Joe with a 710 dial. Plymouth gets to lead first. Like 2 thousandths of a second at this end of the racetrack. Bollock 008, one above. Gets the win light. Joe Cox 10 green. And then goes 707 on the 710. Racers, your attention in the pits, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster. We'll take you back into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster doubles to 3 and 4. Single entries to 7 and 8. Super Pro Dragster. Come on back. Doubles to lanes 3 and 4. Singles to 7 and 8. The S10 and the C10 are both 002. Rodney 002 green, 657 on a 655. We'll keep the C10 rolling forward. Chance Parker's 002 was red. And that'll end up costing him big time as he runs 621 on a 624. So the 002 red light drops Chance Parker here in this one. Rodney Ward continues to roll through. And once again, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster for round number, 3. We're back at 3. That's where we're at. Blue A-Ball gets the win light over Lynn Adams. Lynn red by 6 thousandths of a second. Runs 597 on a 5.99. Blue A-Ball 23 green. And then goes 609 on a 610. So again, Super Pro Dragster, you have been invited to join us back in the staging lane. Super Pro Dragster, doubles to 3 and 4, singles to 7 and 8. We'll leave it at that for now as Joe Kidd and Nathan Bradford. Bradford is dialed at 607. And his triple nickel. 3 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. And Joe Kidd is going to be 16 at dead 6. To get a 9th stripe down at the finish line. So 22 total for Joe Kidd. Nathan Bradford was 13 green and 18 thou above. To bow out here in this go-around, Larry Cannon, the purple Chevelle out of Tucson, and Tom Schroeder. 36 thousandths the difference in reaction time. Win light belongs to Larry Cannon. He's 3 above, 620 on a 6 at 17. 003 the reaction time for Larry Cannon. Gets to the finish line first by 15 thousandths of a second. Tom Scola had the 039 reaction time, so it was 36 thousandths of a second in arrears. Leaving the starting line, and then goes 643 on a 642, just one above, but could not compensate for that 300ths of a second advantage that he had handed over to Larry Cannon. As Sammy Franco III, Camaro out of the right side with a 562 dial, and Kyle Fritz, the Pontiac Firebird, with a 675 dial. Head start goes to Fritz. Franco with the chaser. finish line first by 48 thou and will break out by 1/1000th of a second. Got their first 48 thou, needed to get their first 47 thou or less. It was a 674.9 on a 675. Kyle had a ton of room and will end up joining his compadres in camp commiseration. To think about how we make up for the error in his ways later on, Sammy Franco was 36 green and goes 563 on the 562. To get the win light is Don Toya, Robert Hall. Hall in the sweet 62 Chevy 2. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. You gotta like it. You gotta like it. And Don Toya. Toya in the little topless roadster. 536 is the dial for Don. Starting line and gets right up, closest to the center line that we have seen this weekend. With Robert Hall, he was 49 green, darts over towards the middle of the racetrack. Don Toya was 001, goes 549 on a 536, win light to Toya. But Robert Hall was right up on that white line running down in between the lanes. Was able to hold on to it and get it straightened out. That was a wild little ride. Basically, he wrecked without touching anything. Oh my goodness. Oh, you can bring some tacos up here. That man has got like, you heard about double fisting? 67 red and hands the win light over to Mike McBrayer. Talk about the difference of like winning a round and surviving a round. McBrayer survived. 671 on a 670, had a 147 reaction time, and was gifted a win light by Tim Wirtz with that 067 reaction time on the red side. Tony Marconi, Kelly Harper. Kelly's got the 593 for the Harper Valley PTA Camaro, and Tony Marconi 604 in the Aero. That's a ton of tacos. Pre-stage bulbs are lit on both sides of the track as Kelly Harper is going to go in first. Tony's in and swings it back in and ends up running 605 on a 604. First time we've seen anybody kind of go out to the left side of the track here at Tucson, but Tony did, swung it out, and then like a fighter plane just swung back in to take the advantage at the finish line. Kelly Harper ends up getting there at first, 32 thousandths of a second, and breaks out by 3 thousandths to hand the win light back over to the El Bandito Aero. We'll bring up Alan Valvo and Luis Garcia. But Alan is 002 dead on 9 to be 11th out total for the Chevelle. Luis was 008 red, and Valvo with that 002 and dead on 9 puts up an 11 pack. That's good. That's good. So as we get to kind of a transition period, we're going to go out and take a close little look at the racing service. Wind's starting to kick up a little bit more. And as the wind is starting to kick up a little bit more, we've got our Super Pro dragsters rolling back into the staging lanes for their next go-round. And throughout the day, we've had a lot of folks in the chat bleachers who are watching along with the live feed, thanks to Holly and thanks to Optima Batteries, on that Bang Shift feed here on a Hughes Performance Saturday. A lot of folks on the chat bleachers that have been participating in the chat room have said, hey, send a shout out to so-and-so, send a shout out to this person, send a shout out to this team. Well, I'm going to send a shout out to everybody in the chat bleachers, because you guys are awesome. It's always a lot of fun when we've got all of those folks in here. Now, the only issue that I see right now with what's going on in the chat bleachers is we've got over 400 people watching along and have got only 164 likes. Everybody go back to their basic math skills, and 164 is much, much smaller than 408. So for everybody that is watching along on the live feed, we're all going to do this together. Find the little thumbs up button under Bang Shift Video, and if it's not currently solid white, you need to press it. Like if it's just an outline, that means you haven't liked it yet. So you need to press it so that you fill it in, and that number 164 begins to climb. It needs to be bigger than 164. Matter of fact, I'm going to put that challenge out to everybody in the chat bleachers, that by the time we finish with round number 3 here of Super Pro Dragster, that number should be well over 250. It should be over 280. Let's say it should be over 280. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. So I'll walk you through that step one more time. Look at your screen where it says Bang Shift Video under the live feed. You'll see 2 little thumbs up. One thumb up, one thumb down. You press the thumb up so that the white outline totally fills in and is totally white. You guys are getting it. We've climbed from 165 to 181 already. Need to keep it going. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going full steam. So we've got a couple of our double up door cars still in competition. Ken Swio. Going to be bringing the sweet little Mercury. The Scotty Muffler car of Rodney Snyder. Rolling up on the right side. 512 is the dial for the topless Camaro. And 605 is the dial for the full-bodied Mercury. Who was the Ken Swito gets the advantage on the starting line, and will get it on a double breakout. Win light to Swio. He was 005 green, and then 7 thou under, taking a 20 thou stripe. Snyder was 31 green, and ends up 13 thou under, out of the right lane. See, Chris? Too sweet to be sour, too nice to be mean. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, full steam. Jerry Hall and Paul Lord. Paul's dragster over the right side as we make the switch from door cars into the long ones. Jerry Hall dialed in at 524 with that 555 a cubic inch. Big block Chevrolet out of Pueblo, West Colorado. 524 versus the 485. Paul was 003 on the tree and left second. Jerry Hall was 001 on the tree and gets to the finish line first by 6 thousandths of a second. Alvin, you wrong. Because I'm watching it on YouTube, and that's absolutely got the option of giving it the thumbs up. Try again. try again. 001, 525 on a 524 for Jerry Hall. Paul Lorton was 003 and 2 above to be 487 on a 485, bowing out here in this go-round of Super Pro Dragster as Chase Learcamp and Alexis Thompson are going to pair up now. Alexis, 463 dial. Chase Learcamp, 463 dial. Heads up or even dial. Thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time, and the win light will belong to Miss Thompson. Alexis is 007 and goes 464 on the 463. So 007 and 14th thou above gets the win light for Thompson. Chase Learcamp was 15 green and 34th thou above the dial. To come up 38 thousandths of a second short down at the finish line. Now Tristan Craig and Shane Thompson. Again, talking about your average Saturday night, Saturday afternoon, up in Las Vegas. Shane in the blue car, Tristan in the black car. Shane's dialed 466, Tristan is dialed 516, and Tristan, who is coming back off of that bye run in the last round of Super Pro Dragsters, where he put up a trip zip, perfect reaction time. This time goes to Shane Thompson. Win light will belong to Tristan Craig by 3 thousandths of a second. Shane Thompson was 24 green. Tristan Craig was 7 thousandths of a second behind that with the 031 as Tristan goes 4 above to be 520 on the 516 and get a win light by 36 thousandths of a second. Shane Thompson, after the 024 reaction time, runs 471 on a 466. And Shane's round ends in slight disappointment as Tyler Murrup and Ryan Stifler. Murrup in the orange ride on the left side. 477 is the dial for the Utah-based dragster. Ryan Stifler is dialed in at 476 for the Colorado-based Mullis ride. 582 Big Buck Chevrolet. That's what Ryan Stifler's working with. And will convert it into a win light. 27 green for Tyler Murrup. Had a 29th thou advantage leaving at this end of the racetrack. Ends up getting there by 16 thousandths of a second. 57 green was Ryan Stifler. And couldn't turn on a win light down at the big end as Val Torres Jr. and Travis Keys. Keys on the right side, down 480. Torres on the left side out of Chino, California. Rolling up with a 466 dial. Hey, racers, your attention please. Racers, your attention please. Just a reminder that today the Sunoco fuel shed is going to be closing at 5:30. That's about 15 minutes. You need fuel. You need to get there. Again, the Sunoco fuel shed is going to be closing at 5:30 today. Just a reminder, they're going to be wrapping up shop in about 15 minutes. So if you need fuel, you need to get there. Travis Keys, 007, 1 under, gets the win light on the double breakout. Val Torres with 16 green and 16 thousandths of a second under the dial. So Keys, 479 on a 480, wins it on the double breakout after the 007 light. Val was 16 green and 16 thou under. To bow out is Darren O'Connor and Josh Herman. Josh, 449 dial out of the right lane. Darren, a 478 dial out of the left lane. As we're looking at another one of the international incidents. Win light to the Canadian. Darren O'Connor, 21 green, dead on 9 to be 30 total. Josh Herman was 45 green and 15 thou above to be 60 total. Oh, I'm not laughing at the race, I'm laughing at Brandon Scioli. You crazy, man. You crazy. But Darren gets the win light there is Kurt Riffey and Marco Paravolaris. Marco, 464 down. Kurt dialed in with a 520. Head start goes to the Eddie's Built Dragster on the left side of the racetrack with, I don't know, the classic styles. Oh, Marco, he's on a roll. 003 and 2 above for Marco to get a win light by 15 thousandths of a second. As Marco will light up that board, Kurt Riffey was 11 green and 27 thousandths of a second above. So that 22 on a 520 dial for Kurt Riffey. We'll bring out our next two, JR at Learcam and Paul Dowdy. Dowdy with a 491 dial, JR with a 476 dial, and we're going to start rolling through these rounds. 24 green for Learcam. Learcam 478 over 476. Gets himself a Shane Carr and Jason Pad. This should be a good matchup. Jason Pad, who actually slowed down a little bit on his backup. The guy will do the burnout and then come back at 75 miles an hour. That thing's fast. Sugar Shane over to the right side. Hey, while they get themselves paired up, Shane dialed in at 448, Jason dialed in at 465. Mention the fact that the rounds are going to be happening quicker and quicker and quicker. Well, Pro, we're ready for you for round number 4. Pro bracket round number 4. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Double entries to 3 and 4. Pro, go ahead and make your way back. Pro, come on back. Double entries to 3 and 4. Jason and Shane. Finish line says it's going to be Sugar. Getting the win line. 11 dead 2. Sugar puts up 13 total. Jason Pad was 14 green and locked out of being able to advance. Ends up getting to the stripe first by a thou, breaking it out by 2 thou. Wasn't going to be able to change the outcome. Regardless, as Shane Carr is 11 and dead on 2 to get the win line as Brad Hawk and Pat Marbeck. This is one of those Saturday night in Tucson type deals. Marbeck. Advantage to Hawk, win light to Brad Hawk. Brad, 008. Take 23 thou at the stripe, goes 484 on a 481. Marbeck was 25 green and 4 above. And I think if you go back and look at all of the time tickets that Marbeck has got stacked up back there, he'd probably look at that and go, man, that was one of my worst. The guy has been on fire. He's been working it. But Brad Hawk stops the charge of Pat Marbeck here in round number 3 of Super Pro Dragsters, Tim O'More and Kendra Larson. Tim O'More, 503. Kendra dialed 454. And again, Super Pro Dragsters, we have already called Pro round number 4, which means we need our doubles. If you are still doubled in Super Pro Dragster, we need you back immediately, please. Need you back right away. Kendra's chasing him down. Finish line says, oh, more. We'll go another round more, at least. Tim was 21 on the tree. Kendra Larson was 33 thou behind with the 054 light. Kendra ends up running a 4:53.8 on a 4:54. Took 4 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. Tim O'More, 3 above after the 021 reaction time. Got down there and let Kendra take care of business at the stripe and said, yep, that turned out the way that I wanted it to. Absolutely. Turned out the way that I wanted it to. Kyoki Dasa, 452 dial out of the right side. And it is going to be a 4:57.8 on a 4:57 after a 13-thou reaction time to get it all taken care of. 5 thou the margin of victory over Kyoki Dasa, who was 30 and under by 4 thousandths of a second, trying to chase him down. And Ronnie, no, the shootouts are still yet to be finished up. We are taking care of business in the main events first. Then we're going to keep an eye on where we're at. We've still got a few rounds to go in the Pro 32 shootout, a couple rounds to go in the 20 grand to win WCBR shootout. But as of right now, it's Jeff Serra and it's Anna Contreras. And I'm just going to put, again, that challenge out to everybody that's watching along on the live feed. The number of viewers has grown, and we have broken the 200 mark on the likes. Anna was 68 green. You can't do that against Jeff Serra. Serra was 009. Take 37 down at the stripe. Ends up 4 above to be 475 on a 471. Sarah moves on. Anna bows out. It's going to bring up Alonso Sanchez and Trevor Larson. Trevor's dialed at 474. Alonso dialed in at 487. Green for Trevor. Larson gets the win light to be dead on 6. After Alonso Sanchez did himself dirty and turned on his own red light. 489 on a 487 for Alonso. That's going to bring up Kevin Burnett and Andy Morris. Burnett with the Hemi between the rails behind the cage on the dragster. Dialed in at 436, Andy Morris. Basically a bolt different with a 486 dial. Over on the right side. Andy Morris let go late. 76 green and goes 483.3 on a 486, trying to stay out front of that Hemi. Taking the stripe by 5 thousandths of a second. Kevin Burnett, 007 and 4 above the dial. 440 on the 446. To get the win light for the Hemi is, once again, Super Pro Dragster doubles. If you are still in, if you are still doubled, we need to get you back into the staging lanes quickly, please. Make sure that you don't miss out on your second entry here in round number 3. So again, Super Pro Dragsters, if you are still doubled in round number 3, we need you to get back here as soon as possible so that you do not miss out on that second entry. We're holding up here just for a moment. It's going to be Chad Axford and Terry Markley. Markley with a 558 dial. Chad Axford. And the Pro Charged car dialed it now at 414. 414. Running at like 170 plus miles an hour. Advantage to Chad Axford, win light to Axford. Terry is 2 above, Axford is 2 above. Then it comes down to a 7th thou win light for Chad. Chad 002, 24th thou above, gets himself a win light. Terry was 13 green and exactly 20 thousandths of a second above. To be 13, excuse me, to be 33 total. Chad was 26 total, moves on as Greg Hicks and Dave Mazier will be our next two. All right. Chad Bleachers, you're coming along. It's up to 210. That's what I see as the likes on mine. If somebody's got a higher number on their screen, let me know. Because mine may not be like staying quite as good. We got 420 people in the room. We should easily get to that 280 mark. Everybody just got to reach up and hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. We got to get to 280. That's what we got to do. Dave and Greg. Hicks dialed 488. Mazier dialed 488. Both are in. Both are set. Reaction time. And the win light will go to Greg Hicks. Hicks 490 on a 488. We'll get him to the finish line first by 12 thousandths of a second. Dave Mazier was 004. And then runs 492 on the 488. Mazier 4 above, Hicks 2 above. Win light to Greg Hicks. Mazier was 6 out quicker on the let go. Hicks was 12 thousandths of a second quicker to the finish line. I'll get the win light as Gabe Torres is going to take on Alexis Thompson. Alexis trying to stay alive in 2. Torres has got a 468 on his side of the racetrack. Alexis has got a 462 on her side of the racetrack. Alexis keeps on moving. 16 green, 14 thou above for Alexis Thompson, gets her win by 19 thousandths of a second. Ends up 30 total. Gabe Torres was 27 green and 22 thou above to be 49 thou total. Alexis Thompson gets that win light as Ryan Stifler and Jerry Hall. So you got Jerry Hall, Ryan Stifler on the line, Val Torres Jr., Marco Peravalaris in his second entry, trying to stay in 2. Back here in the water box. And again, for our Super Pro dragsters, we are rapidly running out of cars. So if you are double entered and have not yet made your way back to the staging lanes, the difference in reaction time, Jerry Hall is, Stifler is 15 on the tree and 15 thou above. Jerry Hall is 1 thou on the tree and 1 thou above to be 2 thou total. So Jerry Hall puts up a 2-pack, getting there first by 28 thousandths of a second to take care of business against Ryan Stifler. As Val Torres Jr. and Marco Peravalaris. Marco, who is kind of back at kind of his first big race in a while. Obviously has not lost a step. Val Torres, tough competitor over on the left side. 464 to a 464. Dial him in, run him out. Reaction time. Win light goes to Marco. Marco is 10 dead 7 to be 17 thou total, taking a 15 thou stripe. Val Torres is 009 on the tree and 2 above to run 466 on that 464. But Marco stays alive. Val was one of those things where between the two of them, I mean, they were like dead on leaving the starting line. Marco ran the number. Val was a couple over, and Val will pay the price for that. So Josh Herman and Tristan Craig. Craig dialed in at 518. Josh dialed in at 449. Josh on the right side. Tristan on the left side. All right, guys. Chat bleachers, we're getting close. Well, way closer than we were. We got 220 out there that have hit the like button. The goal was to try and get to 280 before we finish. Tristan is green. Tristan's moving on. Josh is not. Tristan, 26 green to Josh Herman's 061. That was kind of the story of what happened. Tristan let go all right. Josh let go a little bit late. Tristan goes 1 above. Josh goes 2 above. And the win light belongs to Tristan Craig. Darren Taylor, the Firebird out of Rigby, Idaho, 562 is the dial. For the buzzing 598. Going up against Paul Dowdy. Dowdy in the dragster, 491. Going to be our final pair in round number 3. And the win light will belong to Dowdy. Dowdy's going to finish up his lap with a dead on 491 on a 491. After being 006 red. Darren Taylor ends up with a 560 on a 562 after being 25 thou red. So on that double red light affair, the one that got closer, or would have been lesser, on the red side, ended up being Paul Dowdy. So that wraps up round number 3 of Super Pro. We're going into round number 4 of Pro. So in round number 4 of Pro, we got Monty Beagle, we got C.W. Hofer. Monty. I mean, Monty's trying to make like his new nickname being Monty Money. 598 the dial for the little 33 coupe. Over on the left side of the racetrack, and C.W. Hofer has got a 742 dial. Head start to Hofer out of the right side like this. Monty Beagle will turn it loose, and Monty 16 thousandths of a second earlier, leaving the line than he wanted to be. Monty is 16 red, goes 600 on the 598. CW 30 green and dead on 2 to be 30 total. So CW picking up the win line, moving into round number 5 as we are now into round number 3. I don't know if Chad's listening, but I'm trying to drop like those subliminal hints. for him to change it to Pro round number 4 on the bottom rather than Super Pro round number 3. AJ Mustang getting a big head start and a big advantage in reaction time, and AJ will do it. 853 on an 850 for Crater. He was 009 on the tree. Tony Marconi was 17 thousandths of a second behind. With that 026 reaction time, and then 3 above, 607 on a 604. We'll bring out Chris Vels and Sasha Hofer. Vels dialed 646, Sasha dialed 746. 1 second head start to the Firebird on the right side. So again, for our pro cars that are doubled up, need to get you back in on Chris Vels and Sasha Hofer, 2 thousandths of a second is the difference, and it's Vels who just keeps rolling. 651 on a 646 after the 036 reaction time. Vels ends up 5 above the dial. Sasha goes 752 on a 746 to be above 6 and comes up 68 10,000ths of a second short. Vels advances as Stephanie Paz and Denny Valvo. Valvo, last time down the racetrack was 11 total. Got a 620 dial showing up for the Chevelle on the right side. It's the battle of the copper cars. Hey, listen up, Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car. We're ready for you to start making your way back. Doubles to 3 and 4 as usual. So again, Super Pro door car, round number 4. That's gonna kind of be painful. Valvo, 110 on the tree after being 11 total. Stephanie Paz, 66 green, goes 703 on the 701 as Austin Downing and Nick Engler gonna roll up now. Nick, 648 dial, Emmy Vega. Austin, 631 dial in the dragster. So once again, Super Pro door car, it's your turn to come on back. Reaction time advantage to Austin Downing, and the dragster will win the pair. Nick, 008, take 21 thou at the stripe to be 11 thou under. Austin Downing was 004 on the tree and 14 thou above to get the win light, getting there second. All right, so we've made it up to 226 likes. I'll tell you what, I will extend the deadline. We will extend the deadline before the live feed goes silent. We need to get up to at least 280 on the likes. So if you're watching, hit the like button. Kyle Fritz. Yes, thank you. I was thinking Luis separate him in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Fritz, 675 on a 675. 12 dead 8 for Kyle to be 20 total, taking 16 thou at the stripe. Luis Ortiz was 001 and ends up 35 thou above the dial to fall just short. So what is it? 5:39 is the time. 5:39. And for those of you that are sitting up in the grandstands or hanging out back in the pit area, a couple of reminders. Number one, the beer garden is open. For those that are done racing for the day, for those that are sitting in the grandstands kind of hanging out, the important information, the beer garden is open. Must have, there you go. You have taken advantage of the beer garden. I'm jealous of you. Now I'm very jealous of both of you. But at some point, I don't know, at some point I'm going to put on a hat and some dark sunglasses and a big thick coat, and I'll come hide out in the grandstand with you guys and pretend that, you know, be like, that's not me. That's not me. But yeah, that's important. Second thing, they've got some great concession stands back there. If you have not tried the tacos, they come highly recommended. The bacon wrap burrito comes highly recommended. The kettle corn, the coffee to cones, ice cream shop, the homemade lemonade, all of that. It's some pretty delicious trackside food. So you definitely want to be taking advantage of that. And I can see the breeze is starting to kick up just a little bit. If you have not yet, and I don't know how many they have left. I know that they are maybe running a little bit short because those that paid attention to the instruction earlier were able to go in and get their sweatshirts. And I got to tell you this, man. I do not know where Munson found this hat.
Munson's brother.
Munson's brother found this hat.
And tell Munson's brother recommend the super fries.
You recommend the super fries? Let me tell you something. I have not seen him out here without some sort of food in his hand, so he is a food connoisseur. But whatever hat it was that you found, I mean, what did you Google? Like old lady garden hat?
Large brim hat.
Large brim hat, was it? But
Amazon.
I mean, you look like some English old lady out in her garden pruning petunias.
The idea.
I was like, I'm out pruning petunias with this hat that, dude. That thing is 300 square feet. That is a freaking, pit shade. You could park Gleghorn's car under that hat. And hide it because it's the same color. That thing's massive. That is awesome. Oh, that's great. All right, so again, we still had some double-header cars in pro. Had to give Monty Beagle the opportunity to make his way back around after he made his first pass. But that hat is huge. So Monty rolls back up, this time on the right side, dialed in at 598, Chris Fuller. We're in Tucson, Arizona, and we are featuring a pair from High River, Alberta, and Green Bay, Wisconsin. Sorry. I know that Ryan Gleghorn wanted me to throw in there, a root for the green and yellow team out of Green Bay. I can't do that. Huh? No. Raiders are in Vegas now, but I'm sticking with the team that I've stuck with forever and ever. I got gold and black in my heart. I've been a Saints fan. I don't know why. I don't know how, but ever since I was 12 years old, that's just who I go for. And with the Green Bay being an NFC team, I'm not going to root for them to lose, but I'm also not going to, I will say Green Bay's got themselves a really nice new quarterback. That is going to prove very beneficial for them. And I will say that when the Raiders quarterback went to the Saints, I cried a little bit because he wasn't that great when he was in Vegas. But we'll see. We'll see. So as we said, We still got a couple of cars that are doubled up in pro. Austin Downing in the Dragster being one of them. Chris Vels in the Camaro being one of them. Somebody is about to lose one. Because when you got two entries, both of them are still in, and then you go match up against another one of those double-entered cars. There's a good news, bad news situation. Bad news, of course, is you're down to one. Good news is you still got one, regardless of the outcome of this race. So Chris Vels, 646 dial over on the left side. Austin Downing, 631 dial on the right side. Thousandths of a second was the difference in reaction time. Austin Downing was 77 on the tree. Chris Vels was perfect and goes 650 on a 646 to get the win line. Austin Downing ends up running dead on the number, 631 on a 631. But that'll bring out Tim O'More, who is sitting on the provisional bye, and with an odd number of cars that's out there, Tim gets to take the solo shot. I'll take the 88-bodied Camaro on a practice lap. Tim is 612 on a 610 after a 005 early leave. So we got a couple of minutes here while we do a little bit of track prep. And with a couple of minutes down for track prep, Super Pro door cars have made their way back into the staging lanes. They're getting paired up and ready to go. Super Pro Dragster, we're going to put you on standby. It's not going to be too much longer before we call you in to the staging lanes. And my man Chad is actually making another trip very gingerly down from the penthouse suite alongside of the racetrack. Is that now 12 today, Chad? Are we at a total of 12? Higher? 14? We're at 14. If you've had to come down out of that perch 14 times, you should see a doctor. So again, track prep is underway. What are we at? 237 likes in the live feed. Again, hit that button. The sun is starting to creep behind the grandstands and the tower. Starting to see some of the shadows that are stretching across the racetrack here in Tucson. Making our way into pro round number 4. Again, racers, just kind of keep in mind, particularly for those of you that are remaining with multiple entries still in the game. Not only is the turnaround time in between rounds going to get shorter and quicker, if you remain in from a doubles standpoint, the need to get those back into the staging lanes quicker will also become a factor. We certainly appreciate your cooperation. We are absolutely willing to work with you, but just kind of wanted to make sure that you kept in mind. We're getting later in the day. I know. For this week, it's kind of a new thing, right? Didn't quite get this far yesterday. Didn't quite get this far the day before, but we're here now. And it's going to be exciting to crown a couple of winners. Clear some of these trophies out of the room here and free up some space on the table. That'll be nice. A little extra space on the table is always nice. So while we wait for our Tucson Dragway crew, to finish a little touch-up on the racetrack. We'll get our Super Pro door cars up here momentarily. And I gotta tell you, I know that we've got a handful of folks that have kind of backed the trucks in down near the top end of the racetrack. We got a few folks that are sitting along here in the grandstands. And for those of you that are listening online and those of you that are back in the pit area, this week has been a lot of work for the Tucson Dragway crew between the weather that came through the last couple of days. Of course, a nice long day this morning. You got to think about how quickly and how effectively they've been running cars through, and what a great racing surface. I mean, look at all the dead-ons, the really close races that we've seen. Before we fire up those Super Pro cars, for those of you that are down there in the trucks and those of you sitting in the grandstands, do me a favor, make some noise, yell, scream, clap, cheer for the Tucson Dragway crew. Let them know how much we appreciate their hard work and how well and how, I mean, just what a fantastic job they've done this weekend. This has been awesome. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. We appreciate the hard work. So we're getting into round number 4. Super Pro door car. Rolling up and getting ready to go. Faustino Zaragoza and Bill Bollock going to be the first two to square off. Hey, racers, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster, your attention please, Super Pro Dragster. Let's get you Headed into the staging lanes. We're going to take all of our dragsters back for round number 4. Doubles to 3 and 4, singles to 5 and 6. Come on down, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster. Round number 4. Come on back. Doubles to 3 and 4, singles to 5 and 6. We have got round number 4 of Super Pro. Out of the water box and pre-staged now. Faustino dialed in at 662. Bill Bollock giving up the head start with that 590 dial as the 77 Vega. Racing out of Tucson, trying to get it done. Outside 10 thousandths of a second. The difference in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to Faustino. He gets down there, gets there second, and breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Bill Bollock, 588 on the 590, gets to the stripe first by 3,000ths of a second after the 027 reaction time and breaks out by 14,000ths of a second. Win light belongs to Faustino. What's up, Victo? Glad to hear you are listening in from up there in the Bay Area. It is always good. Always good to see all the smiling faces, or at least imagine all of the smiling faces. In the chat bleachers is John Tripp and Ken Sweo. Sweo, something about Mercury. Turns on the red light. John Tripp's totally happy about that. He's like, yeah, there is something about a Mercury. John is 002 green, 589 on a 594 to get the win light. And it looks like things are getting faster or quicker, however you want to look at it. We'll see how the rest of the Super Pro door car category pans out, but a 603 on a 604 for the Mercury to be 8th thou under, 589 on a 594 to be like way under. That's almost like 20,000 leads. Look at 608, he's dead on 5. Rodney Ward is dead on 7. And it's because of stuff like that that we've been seeing all day long that I asked for that round of applause for the Tucson Dragway crew, and I appreciate all of you that made the noise, cheered for them, because we have seen some spectacular side-by-side laps all day long. They worked hard. In the Corvette, Joe Kidd in the pickup truck. McBrayer goes 8th thou under. Joe Kidd goes 5th thou under, and Kidd will win to move on to round number 5. Joe Kidd was 40 green. Mike McBrayer was 11 green. McBrayer gets there first by 32 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second more than Joe Kidd. The pickup truck gets to come back in round number 5 as Sammy Franco and Larry Cannon. Franco's 618 for Larry, and a 618-1. He'll show up on the scoreboard for Larry Cannon. He needed all of that. Sammy Franco was 005 on the tree and 3/100ths of a second above the dial. 565 on a 562 for Sammy Franco. Larry Cannon, 37 green, dead on 1. To be 38th thou total and light up the scoreboard by 6 thousandths of a second is Patrick Reif and Don's Roadster. Don Toya's dialed 538. Patrick going to get the head start in that gold and black. 67 Chevy 2 dialed in at 626. So about a 9/10 of a second head start. 20 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time, and Patrick will keep the Nova alive. 30 green and 1/100th of a second above. 627 on a 626 for Patrick. To win it by 34 ten-thousandths of a second, Don Toya's 10 green and goes 541. On a 538, that's going to bring up our next two. And our next two are Tony Marconi in the Plymouth Arrow dialed in at 604, and the Nova sitting on the left side. Head start to the Nova. Jason all the way down to the finish line. Win line belongs to the Nova. 619 on a 618. He's one above the dial after an 018 reaction time. Comes down to a margin of 4 thousandths of a second at the stripe. Tony Marconi, 007 and 28 thou above. 606 on the 604. No good for Marconi. Oh my. So our Super Pro Dragster contestants. Have made their way back into the lanes. And this is how we're going to start it off. We're going to start it off with Tristan Craig and Shane Carr. Shane with a 448 down. Tristan Craig with a 518 down. Now we're going to start off like round number 4 of Super Pro Dragsters with 4 Vegas-based cars. 3 Vegas-based drivers, and one of these kids doing his own thing coming all the way in from Alabama. Because he can, and he does it really well. So with Sugar and Tristan, I can see Sugar's wheels moving. I didn't even look at Tristan's because I knew better. Finish line, win line belongs to Craig. Oh, look at that. 18 green for Sugar, 12 green for Tristan. 6 thou separated them in reaction time. Tristan goes dead on 5. Sugar is dead on 4. True margin of victory, 5 thousandths of a second, and Tristan Craig will move into round number 5 of Super Pro. Oof. Greg Hicks and Alexis Thompson. This one will be interesting. Alexis is dialed in at 461. Greg is dialed in at 489. So with the Silver State car over on the right side. Wind line's going to go to Alexis. I got to tell you, they were talking about it a little bit earlier up here. The thing's trailing some smoke. Alexis 007, 462 on a 461. Greg was 10 on the tree and goes 495 on a 489 to come up short. Hey, Pro Bracket, your attention please. Pro Bracket, what do we got, 9 of you left, right? Which means you're on a ladder, right?
Yep.
Which means we're going to need you up into the staging lanes now to talk about that ladder and get you all paired up. And then goes dead on 1. Ryan Gleghorn, who elected himself president of Camp Commiseration by being red and dead on 0, now has a new member of his club. There's now like 3 people that were red and dead on 1. You're the only one that's been red and dead on 0. So you're president.
El Presidente.
El Presidente. Yeah, we are kind of down by the border, so El Presidente. Jerry Hall hands the win over by being red by 2 thou and dead on 1. I'll bring up Chad Axford and Marco Paravalaris. Axford is dialed 414. Marco is dialed 463. Marco's going to leave first. Chad Axford is going to come thundering down the racetrack. And Chad Axford will pick up the win light. Chad was 002. Marco was 009. Marco takes the stripe by 16 thousandths of a second and needed to be 15 thou or less to the stripe. 462 on a 463 breaks out by 1 thou. Axford ends up running 416. Looks like he may have got down there and gived it to Marco. So 416 on the 414 dial for Axford. Marco breaks out 1 thou. Win light to Axford is Darren O'Connor. And Travis Keys are going to be our next 2. Travis out of Colorado. Darren out of Alberta. Once again, Pro. Let's get Nancy. We need our 9 back into the staging lanes, please. As Travis Keys gets the win light over Darren O'Connor. Darren goes 476 on a 478 after the 034 reaction time. Travis Keys is 20 green and 1 above to be 35 thou total, getting the win light. And bring up Tyler Murrup and Jeff Serra. So Murrup's dialed in at 477. Jeff Serra's dialed in at 470. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Murrup's going to be the first one to dive into the stage position. back and goes dead on 1. Tyler Murrup was dead on 3. Murrup 35 green, dead 3 to be 38 total. Jeff Serra was 12 green and dead 1 to be 13 total. And pick up the win light. We'll bring out J.R. Learcamp and Trevor Larson. And RTC, to answer the question, yeah, they've got 4 games scheduled this weekend down there in San Diego. They've already played one of them. The second game is going to start in about 50 minutes. So game number 2 will essentially puck drop at 6 o'clock down there in San Diego. 77. Win light turns on for Learcamp. He's 12 dead 0. That's not shabby. That's not shabby. Trevor Larson was 34 and 2 above. So once again, we should have 9 cars coming back in pro. The ladder is back there. We'll get our 9 cars back to kind of discuss amongst themselves.
Yeah, I can adjust it. I always am asking, you want me to turn the cars down a tiny bit?
The cars down where you can hear the announcer more, because
Yeah,
you couldn't hear the announcer over the
Gleggy is quiet compared to Nate.
if that makes
And I keep adding him up a little bit, but I can adjust both of them. So
Okay.
yeah, I'll make sure.
Somebody asked me,
Yeah,
So here's where we are at.
somebody asked me again,
yeah,
first time, maybe there's something to it.
yeah, oh yeah, I can adjust it. Yeah, that's no problem.
So you do all that for me?
Oh yeah.
I do not believe we have quite finished Super Pro round number 4. I think we're still waiting on a double up to make their way back. We got Pro round number 5 coming back with 9.
He'll talk to you more about what we need to do here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I should tell him to come up and see you while you're up here.
Absolutely. Yeah, tell him to come hang out. Hell yeah.
And yeah. So RTC, like I said, here in about, 6 o'clock Pacific time, I'm going to dive off and go watch a little Facebook live feed from the Vegas Golden Chariots page to see the kids play hockey, and we'll keep racing here. Once we get our double up back, we'll get Super Pro wrapped up. We should have Pro headed back to the staging lanes. If you are not there yet, we would appreciate you getting there. And with the sound of engines firing to the side of the tower, I believe we do have our double up that has made it back. Brad Hawk ended up in trouble with a 57 reaction time, ends up dead on 7, 482 on a 482, and will not light up the scoreboard. 009 and 459 on a 456 out of the left lane will get things handled as Kevin Burnett, Tim O'More. We'll take to the racetrack. Tim with a 502 down. Kevin Burnett with a 435 dial. Thou separate them in reaction time. 008 to a 006 and Tim O'More. Going to be 006 goes 504 on a 502 to get the win line. 006 and then 29 thou above for Tim O. Kevin Burnett 008 on the tree and 444 on a 435 will not equate to a win light for the Colorado-based dragster. And just working on getting back the rest of our doubles, getting our pro cars all paired up and ready to roll. Because we're down to 9 racing for $7,500 on a Hughes Performance Saturday here in the desert. $7,500 is not a bad chunk of change. So I don't know if they will have any discussions back there because they are coming back at an odd number. And there still is one double left in. And there's more to it than that. But that's at least some of the important things right now. You know what's great? We're, like earlier today, we did the national anthem and all of that kind of stuff, and you think about that song, America the Beautiful, and you hear Purple Mountains Majesties. Just take a look around. As the sun begins to drop, just take a look around at what we get to see right here. You absolutely have the Purple Mountains Majesties surrounding this place. This is awesome. So let me see. I know it's, the sun's starting to go down. It's been a little bit of a longer day, but Tristan Craig and Alexis Thompson both trying to stay alive in 2. Alexis won just a minute ago. Tristan won just a minute ago. Just like we had in Pro, somebody is about to lose one. Again, good news, bad news. Bad news is you're going to lose one. Good news is you still got one. It's not like you're facing final elimination if you don't light up the scoreboard, but it is always good to still have one in your pocket. So Tristan Craig dialed in at 517. Alexis Thompson dialed in at 460. What was it? Tristan got around Jeff Serra. Alexis got around Craig Hicks.
You got around Shane.
Sorry, he got around Shane Sugar Shane, I'm sorry. He's not going to get around Alexis. That's right, Tristan took on Sugar. He's going to run 5:15 down the racetrack after being 001 red. Alexis will come back with 2. Still alive in round number 5. Tristan Craig will come back with just 1 left in the bank. This is the final pair in Super Pro. Round number 4. Pro round number 5 is paired and waiting in the wings. So with Jerry Hall and Marco Paravalaris, trying to stay in the game, Marco dialed 463, Jerry dialed 524. Both drivers are pre-staged. Fourth out was the difference in reaction time. It comes down to a double breakout, and Marco Paravalaris will get the win light, being 9 thousandths of a second under the dial. 462 on a 463. Marco gets the win light. Jerry Hall was 16 thousandths of a second under the dial, taking the stripe by 3 thousandths of a second. Marco moves on to round number 5. So again, as we said, pro round number 5 sitting back there in the staging lanes. Chris Ray, that is by far, I just think that's hilarious. reason I'm going to say that's hilarious is because we got, you know, at least one person that works at Bakersfield on a regular basis. So he got done washing Bakersfield off everything. Oh, that's great. That is spectacular. You ready? So I think pro round number 5 is going to be rolling up. They are down to 9, racing for $7,500 here today. And we're at the point with the sun going down. You know, Munson's put on his jacket. My announcing partner, Gleghorn, has put on his jacket. I'm sitting in here feeling chilly, and I'm going to let him take over so I can go to the truck and get my jacket.
Here we go. Down to 9 in pro. The bottom bulb category, left side, AJ Crater. The Parasitic Psycho down 850, can take on Chris Vales. Vales still has 2 entries rolling. For sure has 1 entry at 5 as he is on the bye this round. He is down 645 in the right-hand side. Down the racetrack they go. Win light, give it to Crater 5. Take 49 to be 6 above. Vales missed it. Puts it 2 over. 005 for Crater. Could potentially put him on the bye at 5. Kyle Fritz left side, out 675. Take on Stephanie Paz. Paz down 698. Both drivers pretty solid up front. Win light goes to Paz, 003, 1 above 8. Lays down 21 total. Fritz, 21, take 8 to be 8 thou under. Had to take nothing and pray. Stephanie Paz. We'll move on. Left side, Austin Downing. Downing dialed 629. Take on C.W. Hofer. Hofer dialed 741. Fouls separate them. Win light. Give it to Downing. Double breakout drag race. Both drivers are under 3 thou. Go to the lower numbers. Downing under less, and we'll turn on the win light. 29 3 thou under. Hofer was 40 and 3 thou under. Downing moves on. Tim O'More left side out 613. Take on Monty Beagle. Beagle out 598. Fouls separate them. Light Beagle 30. Dead Zero gets the win. O'More 19 takes 16. To be 5 thou under. Had to take 11 or less. Could not do it. Beagle will advance. Just waiting on our buy car now. And Chris Vale's on the buy.
Yeah, I got the list right here. Paperwork from
At this time, I will take Super Pro Door Cars. Super Pro Door Cars will take you for round number 5. Super Pro Door Cars will take you for round number 5 as Chris just going to break the beams. Back on up, he will take his entry to the quarterfinals. Once again, Super Pro Door Cars, round number 5 will take you now. Super Pro Door Cars, round 5 will take you now. So once again, Super Pro Door Cars, round number 5, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro Door Cars, round 5, you should be in the lanes. Also, Shootout Racers, we are still planning on finishing you up this evening. Have handful of guys and girls that are still rolling in these main events. But if that was to change, we will let you know and get y'all start warming up and all that good stuff so we can complete those events as well. So our door car drivers getting suited up for Super Pro round number 5. So we are live on our Bang Shift live feed. Shout out to Chad hanging out in the security tower. Not just streaming, but potentially also keeping an eye on the place from his throne from up above. Big thank you to all of our sponsors here this weekend, Southwest Showdown. Obviously today is Hughes Performance Saturday. Shout out to Hughes, Kid Performance, and Moser Engineering also on board. And on the Bang Shift side of things, huge shout out to Optima Batteries and our friends over at Holly. This time we'll take dragsters. Dragsters will take util lanes. Dragsters will take util lanes for round number 5. Round 5 dragsters. We'll take you now. Round 5 dragsters. We'll take you now. Round 5 Super Pro. Coming at you. Patrick Reif left side, out 626, take on Faustino Zaragoza. The Vega out 662. It is nasty. 4th foul, separate them. Wind light. Give to Reif. Perfect. Dead 9. Turns on the wind light. Zaragoza 4 takes 6 to be a foul under. Had to take 5 or less. Reif 9 total will move on. Left side dialed 618. Right side blue Hayball. Hayball dialed 608. Foul, separate them. One line Hayball, 20 dead 3, gets there 7 foul. Left side 22 dead 8, no good. Blue moves on. Joe Kidd, John Tripp. Wind light. Give to Tripp 14 and 3 thou under. Gets there first a thou. Kidd missed it and put it 3/100ths under. John Tripp will advance. Our crossover pair, Larry Cannon left side, dial 618. You take on, I believe, our last double, Alexis Thompson, dial 458. Thompson in control of this one. Wind light. Thompson, 11, gets there a thou. to be 3 above. Cannon missed it and put it 6th thou under. Alexis will have at least 1 entry. Moving on. Got our dragster guys getting suited up back there. While it's quiet, Shootout racers, listen up. After the next round of pro, if you are still in the shootout, you may receive a time run as long as you're still not in competition. So, shootout racers, as long as you're not still in our main events, you may receive a time run if you would like. We will call you up here when we are ready, but so go ahead, get your hot rods warmed back up. Shootout, the remaining shootout racers will receive a time run after the next round of pro. So if that is you, get your stuff warmed up, get it ready. Be calling you before you know it. Left side, Tristan Craig. Now 517, take on Travis Keys. Keys in the right, dial 479. Keys is 2 thou red, Craig 26, and let's off early. At this time I will take pro quarterfinals to lanes for pairing. Pro quarterfinals will take you to the lanes for pairing. Pro quarterfinals will take you to the lanes for pairing. Left side out 455, right side Marco Pervalaris. Marco out 462. Separate them. One line Marco 17, take 17 to be 1 above, left side 26. 1 above 9, no good, Marco Pervalaris. Moving on. Timo Moore left side, dial 502. Take on Paul Dowd. Dowdy dial 490. 9 thou separate them. Wind light goes to Dowdy. 16 to above. Gets there first. 14 thou more. 7 and 4 over. No good. Dowdy will advance. J.R. Learcamp left side. Now 477. Take on Jeff Serra. Jeffrey Dowd 469. Somebody look it up. What's the distance from Olympia, Washington to Adamstown, Pennsylvania? That's literally coast to coast. Thou separate them. Windlight Sarah 13 dead 3 gets there first. 23 thou. Learcamp 25 bails out to be one above. No good. Jeff Sarah will move on. Ronnie K says 2,800 miles, 41 hours. Sounds about right.
For what?
From Olympia, Washington to Adamstown, Pennsylvania.
21 hours?
41 hours.
41 hours. Okay,
Yes.
that sounds better.
Yeah, 2,800 miles, 41 hours. That's what I'm being told.
That sounds about right.
So do believe we're just waiting on maybe a double back there.
Correct, you're waiting for the last pair. No potential buy. It is going to be a pair.
So got one pair left in Super Pro. Pro quarterfinals, you should be back there. And Shootout racers, get them warmed up. You'll be rolling out here shortly for your time run. I need Monty Beagle to the stage lanes. Monty Beagle, we need you now. Monty Beagle, need you to the lanes, please. Good point, Chad. Chad said that's if you were driving something that could drive that far without stopping for fuel. Got a good point. A little bit of time added in there.
Yeah, you figure 2,800 miles. Let's see. To a tank.
Yeah, 400 miles to a tank.
You're looking at least 8 stops to go 2,800 miles.
Yeah, that's if we're not thinking about, you know, the whole sleep situation too. Me, I need sleep.
So team drive it.
If you team drove it, I think you could do it, let's call it 43 hours.
Because it's 41 what?
It just says 41 hours. 2,800 miles, 41 hours.
8 fuel stops.
8 fuel stops.
10 minutes a stop. 15 minutes a stop.
It depends. Depends on who's with you at the stop. Some stops are 5-10 minutes. Some stops are 35.
Tower, in Pro.
Chad, if that was anyone else, I think they'd get kicked off the chat. But that and about 10 empty bottles of Gatorade, and you wouldn't even have to stop. Barn, you are correct. You can't stop at Buc-ee's. I mean, I can stop at Buc-ee's. I've got a routine going pretty well.
I'm using this one, but it won't turn on.
Chad, you're right. There's not a Buc-ee's for hours around that route.
Blue and yellow bottom.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Same, Chad. I've got my route down whenever I go in. I go in, you go directly to the bathroom, you fight your way through there, you get out, go, make myself a drink, directly grab a sandwich, out the door. I mean, we're talking... Chad, I was trying to talk here. You can do your burnout later. We're talking like 7 minutes for the Buc-ee stop. Final pair, Super Pro round 5. Chad's got the Buc-ee's cup. Chad Axford left side out at 4:15 to take on Alexis Thompson. Thompson out at 4:58.
That's a turn on?
Test.
What's the secret? There we go.
Test. Yep. Check.
What was the secret?
Check.
300 separate them. Axford in control. And only like 20 and 4 above. Alexis missed it and was 5 over. So Chad will carry the bye. And we are complete Super Pro round number 5. Pro quarterfinals getting ready to come at you. Yes. Our body car rolling out first. That's Stephanie Paz. Stephanie dialed 690.
Check.
Shootout time run, lanes 3 and 4. Shootout time run, lanes 3 and 4. We'll take you now. Shootout time run, lanes 3 and 4. We'll take you now. Stephanie makes her solo shot. 10 and 6 over.
It's not coming through here.
Will 70 will roll into the semis.
So as long as you're not...
Left side, AJ Craig.
Be okay.
Pair 6 Psycho down at 850. Take on Chris Vales. They just ran each other. Part 2 of their story. Vales down 6:47. This one might have a different ending. It does not. Crater, 58, 3 above, gets there first, 8 foul. Vales, 004, puts it 9 over to stay 8 foul behind, and Crater will be down to 3. Final pair, Austin Downing down 626, and Monty Beagle down 597. So currently, I believe Crater is holding the bye. Downing with the advantage. Downing with the win. 47 and 1 above, gets there 16 foul. Beagle missed it. Puts it dead 4. No good. Austin Downing will advance, and that will complete quarterfinals of Pro. Shootout time run, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Shootout time run, you should be in lanes 3 and 4.
Yeah, so thanks for that potential buy.
So check. Just kind of checking volume here on the wireless mic. Checking the volume, how does it sound? Have we got it kind of loud enough, or is it too loud? I think it's all right. I think it's about where it should be. Obviously wanted to make sure that we got everything kind of set up right. But that should be good. A little hot? Well, yes, thank you, Chad. I know I'm a little hot thing, but I appreciate the compliment. I'm just going to kind of adjust some volumes here right at this end, and I don't think that's really doing anything. So I know how I can adjust this. Oop, that went the wrong way. I know what else I can do. We got a nice little mixer board right here. I'll just crank that down a touch, and that should get us where we need to be. That should do it. All right, so we got those set up and ready to go. Now, while we're waiting on everybody to come back, I'm going to do a range check. So again, they've got the time runs for the shootouts headed back into the staging lanes from yesterday. We're giving our other contestants a little bit of time to check things out, and we're going to keep doing a couple of mic checks. I don't know. So far, so good. We've made a little ways away from the tower. We're just checking range, make sure that when we hand out trophies to our winners, we can hear us. We can go all the way over here by the banner. So far, yeah. Still good. I can see Chad in the trackside penthouse. And it looks like, we lost it right there. So close, but so far away. Almost. close, maybe. We are still there. I think we can do this. I think we'll be able to do this. This will be good. Chris will be happy. We're going to be able to do everything down here. That's going to work out just fine. This concludes the mic check portion of the program. So Jeremy Plyler and Richard Llewellyn getting an opportunity here at the racetrack as they have been sitting around for a little while but are still in the shootouts from yesterday. So again, once again, if you are still in the shootouts from yesterday and are not still in competition in the main event today, we are giving you an opportunity to grab a time hit right now, because once we get to that point where we've gone through another round, we're going to start filling in between the rounds of our main events with our shootouts. We've got Mark Johns at JR Learcamp up on the line right now. Learcamp is 009 red in the dragster, and then we'll take a shot at 480, 125 miles an hour. Mark Johns is 120 on the train, goes 767. at 87 miles an hour. And again, with the lights on, we are racing in the dark. Here in the desert, it's actually pretty cool. Ken Sweo, Scott Taylor, going to take their swing at things here. But again, if you are one of the racers that was still alive in the shootouts from last night and are not still in competition here today, in the main events, we had 16 left. On the Pro 32 side, Scott Taylor, 007. Ken Sweo was 13 green. As Sweo goes 601 at 114 miles an hour. Taylor goes 683 at 100 miles an hour. As we got Gabe Torres and we got Luis Valenzuela. Luis over on the right side, Gabe on the left side. Luis is 19 green, Gabe's 24 green, and Gabe's going to run 466 at 147 miles an hour. Luis will run 553 at 124 miles an hour. As Tim Wirtz and Kyle Fritz will take their swing at a time run. Tim's 31 green and runs at 522. Kyle is 007 green and runs 672. Marconi, Chuck Hawk Jr. Marconi is 20 red. Chuck is 20 green. Chuck goes 689 at 97 miles an hour. Tony goes 604 at 113 miles an hour. We got Curtis Enzalita and Henry Roberson. Henry in the Mustang. Curtis in the Roadrunner. $59 green for Henry, and then goes 740 down the racetrack. 20 green for Curtis, and goes 593 down the racetrack.
Apparently he does it because he's on the tailgate of his truck and not answering. Okay, I'm going to, I think Sasha is our last Justin Tune car up here.
And that'll bring up Dustin Wirtz
Justin Tune, time run for the shootout.
and Howard DeVore.
Hang on. What about this hot body Mustang? Okay, one question at a time. What was the question? What's the situation with these cars up here?
So Howard,
These are time run cars for the shootout.
is 77 green. Dustin is 006 red, and Dustin will go 443. Howard will go 683. And I didn't know that we would have to, but we're going to. Just kind of put a little,
Johnny Beagle is in this road for this car here. He's in the time run. Behind him, we're going to let Bob Torres' daughter, one of them, make a license run. So just...
so we got Tim O'More and Ryan O'Connor. Ryan in the dragster, Tim in the Camaro.
Copy. So one extra time pass, and then behind that is a light.
Double 09 for Ryan, 453 at 151 miles an hour on a time hit. Tim O'More, 12 green, and goes 610. Again, just looking at those that are still in the shootout, which we are going to resume here in just a little bit as we get in between rounds of our main event on a Hughes Performance Saturday. Again, it's $20,000 to win in Super Pro, $7,500 to win in Pro.
Okay, Tower.
Dale Schweitzer's 11 green in his Mustang. Gabe Hernandez is 28 green in his 98 bodied S10.
Last turn, Super Pro. First call for the 9 remaining cars in Super.
All right, Super Pro, your attention, please. Super Pro, your attention, please. We need our 9 contestants that are left. 9 of you are left in Super Pro. We need to get you headed back down into the staging lanes for your pairings, please. We got 9 left in Super Pro, and we are ready for you to make your way into the staging lanes for your pairings, please. Super Pro. Let's get you headed back into the lanes, please. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. 9 are left in Super Pro. Sasha Hofer is going to take a solo shot here. Again, just giving everybody who are still left in the shootouts an opportunity to time run before we resume those. Sasha is 30 green and then goes 730 at 89 miles an hour. Monty Beagle who went a whole bunch of rounds. In our pro category today, trying to make his trip down the racetrack worthwhile. Monty gets out there, goes about 200 feet, has to jump out of the throttle. We'll click it off and goes through to be 978. At 37 miles an hour. And while we do take care of a little something out here on the racetrack, once again, Super Pro, 9 of you remain. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes for your pairings, please. So I believe where we're at on our main event, we've got 9 left in Super Pro, 3 left in Pro. And then for the shootouts, I believe we're coming back with 16 left in the Pro 32 shootout, 8 left. In the 20K area. I may have gotten that one backwards. Let me just double check. Nope, 8 left in the 20K. And 16 left in the 5K. We got Super Pro back in the staging lanes. They're getting ready to go, and we'll get back after it as soon as they're ready. All right, Super Pro, car number 789. Super Pro, car number 789. Need you back to the lanes for your pairings, please. Once again, we need all of our 9 Super Pro cars that are still in competition back into the staging lanes, please. So I would think at this point, as we've got all 9 of our Super Pro cars back in the staging lanes, obviously they're having whatever conversations they feel like they need to have. Probably talking about what a nice day it was, how great the weather was. Talking about where they're going to head after this. You know, nothing really important about, like, how they're going to divvy up the money or anything like that. So we're going to let them continue to have whatever conversations it is that they need to have back there, and as soon as they're ready, we'll go ahead and pull them up and let them race it off to decide which 5 are going to get to come back for the next round. All right, so we've got 9 cars left in Super Pro. They've had whatever discussions it is that they need to have. Those are going to be getting suited up, those drivers, into their cars, and we will whittle the field in the $20,000 to win Saturday main event on a Hughes Performance Saturday down to 5. Pro semifinals, we got 3 of you left. Let's go ahead and get you headed back into the staging lanes as well, please. So pro semifinals, 3 of you are left. Let's get you to please start making your way back into the staging lanes as you race closer to a $7,500 payday on a Hughes Performance Saturday. So pro semis, let's get you headed back into the staging lanes. We've already got our Super Pro cars there. And when we get our pro semis, the 3 that are left, let's go ahead and also get our 20K shootout. The 8 that remain, 20K shootout. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. So the 8 that are left in the 20K, we'll get you into the staging lanes. We're going to get our pro semifinalists back into the staging lanes as well. And we'll have you guys all kind of paired up and waiting in the wings. As soon as we get done with this Super Pro round of 9. So with 9 cars left, we will be coming back at 5. And again, looking at the potentiality of a buy run with an odd number, obviously there'll be one floating out there somewhere. In the round of 9, it was Chad Axford in the Pro-Charged car who was able to secure that lone man spot and get a free ride into the quarterfinals of Super Pro for $20,000. So Axford is going to put a 413 up on the scoreboard, and Chad, who's originally out of the California area, spent a bunch of years living in Vegas, and has now moved out to Tennessee. Oh! Well, on a solo shot, Chad goes ahead and puts up a 003 reaction time. So Chad, 003 on the tree. And then goes 414 on a 413 at dial. And with us being on the ladder, we are now at the point where we are going to go ahead our door cars and dragsters, Tristan Craig and Patrick Rife. Rife, the Chevy 2, door car dialed in at 626. Tristan Craig, the dragster, dialed in at 517. .74 on the tree was Patrick Rife, and that proved to be fatal to his hopes. Tristan Craig was 11 green and goes 519 on a 517. To get the win light. 11 green and 2 above for Tristan Craig. As Marco Paravalaris and Jeff Serra. Huh. Gotta love this matchup. Serra dialed 469. Marco dialed 463. With a 6-gun split in, we go. Carefully. So California versus Pennsylvania. Finish line says Marco Paravalaris is moving on. Marco was 006. That was 12th thou better than Jeff Serra's 018 line. Serra take 2 thou in the stripe to break out by 8 thou. Marco 006 and dead on 6 to be 12 thou total. Walks Jeff Serra out. With Serra's 18 thou reaction time. Hopefully the bang on the counter fixed helicopter Nate. I'm not sure what keeps triggering that. Alexis Thompson and Blue Hayball. Blue in the truck, trying to keep the door cars in the mix. We still got one more back here, waiting for an opportunity to make the run. Alexis Thompson, 458 is the dial. And Alexis trying to get around Blue Hayball's truck. Hayball dialed 607. Win light goes to Alexis. Alexis was 004 and 1 above. Blue Hayball 11 green to take 15 thou at the stripe to break out by 10 thousandths of a second. Alexis, 459 on the 458.
Okay, Nate, run.
To be 16 thou total. So our 20K shootout cars, for the ones that are left, we just need you into the staging lanes, lanes 3 and 4, please. Again, the shootouts are random pair all the way through. So we just need to get you into the staging lanes, please. 20K shootout contestants. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Our pro semifinalists should be back there already. There's John Tripp, Paul Dowdy. Dowdy left side. 490 is the dial for Dowdy. For John Tripp, he's got a 590 dial. Again, trying to keep the door cars alive. He will. John will be the last hope for the door cars. John ends up going 591 on a 590 after the 032 reaction time. Paul Dowdy was 7 thousandths of a second better, leaving this end of the racetrack with that 480 or with that 025 light. And on a 490 dial, Paul will go 489.5 on a 490. Take 30 thou at the stripe to break out by 5 thou on the loss. So we've decided our final 5 in Super Pro. And John Tripp will be the final door car stand-in. He'll be surrounded by dragsters when they come back in the quarterfinals of Super Pro. Our Pro is semifinals. We got all 3 of them back, and we're going to determine who gets to race for the trophy and for the $7,500 here at the Southwest Showdown. Okay. Pro semifinals. Comes down to an El Camino and a Mustang. Racing out for the opportunity to come back and run for the trophy. And $7,500. A.J. Crater showed up here this morning in that parasitic psycho car is dialed in at 8:50, going up against Stephanie Paz, who will try to chase him down in the El Camino out of California. Dialed in at 6:95. 20 thousandths of a second, the difference between them in reaction time, and AJ Crater will be running for the trophy. AJ goes 8:52 on the 850, was 54 on the tree and 22 thou above the dial to be 76 total. Stephanie Paz was 74 on the tree, runs 14 thou above, and comes up a little bit short. So it will be Austin Downing in the dragster and AJ Crater in the Mustang, who will race it off for the $7,500 and what will be the first trophy handed out here at the Southwest Showdown this year. So Austin gets the solo shot. Another one of the cars that showed up this morning, coming in out of Tempe, Arizona. And we should have all 8 of our 20K shootout contestants back in the staging lanes. Austin's not messing around, man. 002 on a buy run. And then 627 down the racetrack. So our first final is set. AJ Crater going to be coming back to take on Austin Downing. And we should have our 8 left in the 20K back in the staging lanes. So our pro final is going to be an all Arizona ordeal. Our Super Pro main event has been whittled down to 5. And our 20K shootout from yesterday for the West Coast bracket races, $20,000 shootout, started with 64 cars. Yesterday, we were able to get it down to a field of 8. Those 8 cars have made their way back into the staging lanes. And again, for our pro shootout cars, the 32K field, we got it whittled down to 16. We're going to have you guys kind of on standby, as by about the time we get through this field of 8, run a couple of other things that we need to get taken care of, we'll be ready to start calling back kind of our final 5 in Super Pro. There's pretty much just down to a handful of cars in each and every one of our categories, and here in a second I'm going to have to start unwrapping some trophies. So this is a flashback to yesterday, which was a flashback to Thursday, because we should have been doing this on Thursday. Mother Nature decided she would rather kind of have us hang around here for today, where we experienced like phenomenal weather. Right now, there's no breeze. It's beautiful outside. And we've got 8 cars left fighting it out for $20,000. Starting with Kyle Fritz and Tim Wirtz. Tim over on the right side out of Idaho with a 522 dial in the topless Corvette, and Kyle Fritz out of Cottonwood, Arizona with a 672 dial. Here on the right side, essentially a tree difference between the two of them. Down goes Kyle's side of the tree. Here comes Tim Wirtz. Advantage at this end of the racetrack was to Kyle Fritz, and he is going to light up the board by going dead on 8. 17 green for Kyle. Taking a 6 thou stripe down at the finish line to be dead on 8. Tim Wirtz was 33 green and ends up chasing him through. Kyle locks him out by being 25 total to Tim Wirtz's 33 reaction time. Wirtz runs 5:21 on a 5:22, but Kyle Fritz will be the first of the 8 remaining cars to make it down into the final 4s. Ken Sweo and Ryan O'Connor. Sweo's Capri dialed 601. O'Connor's Dragster dialed 454. This time it's 8 thousandths of a second difference in reaction time, and Sweo in the Capri punches his ticket to the round of 4. Sweo was 16 green and goes dead on 4 on that 601 dial to be 20 thou total, taking a 23 thou stripe. Ryan O'Connor was 24 thou in reaction time and goes 455 on a 454. So again, with Sweo, 20 total. Ryan O'Connor's 24 reaction time. There was nothing the Dragster was going to be able to do. So we got Fritz, we got Sweo. They're going to be part of our last 4 cars standing in the $20,000 West Coast bracket race shootout. And of the 4 cars, the 2 on the starting line and the 2 in the water box right now, we only got room for 2 more. J.R. Learcamp, Dustin Wirtz. The Wirtz family trying to avoid being shut out. And Dustin's doing his job so far. Dustin with a 6 thou advantage at this end of the racetrack and will not turn on the win light. J.R. Learcamp was 007, Dustin Wirtz was 001. So a 6 thou split at this end. Dustin takes 14 thou at the stripe to break out by 15 thousandths of a second. J.R. Learcamp 007 and goes 475 on the 476 to be under by 7 thousandths of a second. So Learcamp leaves just 1 spot left in the final 4. It's Gabe versus Gabe. Gabe Torres versus Gabe Hernandez. G-Money dialed in at 466. Hernandez dialed in at 608. 36 thou the difference in reaction time. Gabe Torres. Oh, man. Torres looked like his boat was sunk. He was 46 green to Gabe Hernandez's 10 green. Hernandez takes 39 thou at the stripe, breaks out by 6 thou. Gabe Torres follows him through and breaks out by just 3 thousandths of a second. Torres avoids what would have been kind of a total disaster and it's going to be back racing still for $20,000. So it's Fritz, it's Swio, it's Learcamp, and it's Torres that are coming back for their shot at the West Coast Bracket Racing $20,000 shootout. So we got 5 left in Super Pro, 2 left in Pro. Four left in the 20K. And still 16 left in the 5K. All right, so racers, here's where we're at. We are ready for our Super Pro semifinals. Super Pro quarterfinals. Super Pro quarterfinals. 5 of you are left. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, as well as our Pro finals. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes as well, please. So Super Pro quarterfinals and Pro finalists of the Hughes Performance Saturday. $20,000 to win in Super Pro, $7,500 to win in Pro. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Again, Super Pro quarterfinals. 5 of you are left. Let's get you headed back into the lanes. And Pro finalists for the Hughes Performance Saturday main event. Let's get you headed back. Let's also get our 16 racers that are left in the $5,000 shootout, the Pro 32 shootout from yesterday. We'll get you headed into lanes as well. So for our 16 that are left, we've already got you paired. You guys were paired last night before we got hit with the weather. So our 16 that are left, we're going to get you headed back this way, please. Again, it's going to be like, what, Paz versus Taylor? Hofer versus Valenzuela, Zinzalita versus Beal, Plyler versus Poist, Schweitzer versus Marconi, O'Moore versus Roberson, Vels versus DeVore, and Hawk versus Johns. Let's get our 16 that are left racing for the 5K. Up into lanes 7 and 8 to get you paired up, please. We'll get you kind of organized, but we do need our 5 left in Super Pro. We need our finalists for Pro for the Hughes Performance main events. And we'll get our 16 that are left in the 5K. Headed back into lanes 7 and 8, please. So for those of you that are watching along on the live feed or sitting out there in the grandstands, again, we're going to be bringing in a whole bunch of cars. It'll take us just a couple of minutes to get them in, get them paired up and ready. Again, we are down to 5 left in Super Pro, 2 left in Pro, as we're getting ready to hand out kind of our first trophies of the weekend. But we are going to be able to get through everything and probably have it all wrapped up here about an hour, hour and a half or so, if we're looking at time. We've still got 16 cars left in our 5K shootout from yesterday. Wanted to make sure that we got everybody an opportunity to get out of competition, and once we have them, which we do now, out of competition, then at that point, we're able to go ahead and finish up that 5K. So we will get our quarterfinals for Super Pro, Saturday main event. We will get our finals for Pro, Saturday main event, headed back into the staging lanes. We've already whittled our 20K shootout down to 4. We've got our 16 that remain in the 5K back into the staging lanes as well.
So,
we'll do
it's final round of Pro coming at you.
Okay, we'll have them back here by the time we're done running.
About to hand out our first
Then we'll have those.
trophy and big check of the weekend. Left-hand side, AJ Crater. The Mustang down 850. It's been on 850 all day long. Right side, Austin Downing, the dragster, down 626. This is your Hughes Saturday, $7,500 Pro Final. All Arizona Final.
I don't have that one. I just usually.
They're both green. Wind light comes on for Crater. 46, 4 above. Gets the win. Downing missed it. Put it 7 over. No good. AJ Crater is your $7,500 winner here on Hughes Saturday. So, quarterfinal round of Super Pro. By run rolling out first, Alexis Thompson will be moseying her way down to the semifinals. Alexis, 000 and 3 above. to our next pair. John Tripp, left side, Golden, Colorado, where he hails from. He's out 591 in the dark. Take on Chad Axford, Portland, Tennessee. Dialed 413 in the Pro Charge Mullis hotline. Foul, separate them. Win light goes to Axford. 26 and 2 above gets their first 25 foul. Tripp 23 and 5 above, no good. Chad Axford will be down to 3. Final pair of the round. Marco Pervolaris out 463, take on Tristan Craig. Craig down 517. So Marco on the left, Tristan on the right. 463 for Marco, 517 for Tristan. Tristan with the advantage, win light. We'll go to Marco, 35, stops to put it dead on 7. Tristan, 10, take 38 to be 6 foul under. Marco will roll into the semis. So we'll be Pervolaris, Axford, and Thompson. 3 cars in our Hughes Saturday 20K. We have, I do believe, our Pro Shootout rolling out. It's round 2 Pro Shootout. 16 cars remain for $5,000. First pair out, left side, Stephanie Paz. Had a great day in the main event. She's out 695. Take on Scott Taylor. Taylor out 682. 6th thou, separate them up front. Wind light shines for Taylor, 23, 2 above, gets there, 12th thou, pause, 29 and 3 above, no good. Scott Taylor moves on. Jeremy Plyler, left side, dial 591, take on Colin Poist. Poist, dial 669. Wind light will go to Jeremy, 41 dead, 1 gets there, 3 thou, Poist 18, 2 above, no good. Jeremy moves on. Sasha Hofer left side, dialed 747, take on Lewis Valenzuela, dialed 553. Sixth thou, separate them. Wind light goes to Valenzuela, 56. 1 above gets the win. Hofer, 50, take 36 to be 14 thou under. Luis moves on. Curtis Valencia left side, out at 595. Take on Monty Beagle. Beagle out at 596. Beagle, 41 dead, 3 gets there, 12 thou. Curtis missed it. Put it 25 thou under. Will not turn on the wind light. Tim O'More left side, dialed 611, take on Henry Roberson. Roberson dialed 740. It's nasty. 8 thou, separate and wind light comes on for Tim O'More. 5, take 2 to be 4 above. Henry 13 and 3 above, no good. Tim O'More moves on. Chuck Hawk left side, dialed 691, take on Mark Johns. Johns dialed 766. Hawk is a lot red, so Johns will move on. Johns is late, and 4 above, Mark Johns will advance. Dale Schweitzer left side, dialed 649, take on Tony Marconi, dialed 603. Marconi in control. Win line. Marconi 12, take 20 to be 3 above. Schweitzer missed it. Put it 4th thou under, no good. $20K shootout. We'll take you to lanes. 20K shootout semifinals. We'll take you to lanes. 20K shootout semifinals. We'll take you now. Final pair. Round 2 of our pro shootout. Chris Vale's left side out at 647. Take on Howard DeVore. DeVore out 683. Win light goes to DeVore. Double breakout drag race. 26. Take 31 to be 8th thou under. Vales missed it and put it quite a bit under, so DeVore will move on. That will wrap up round 2 of our pro shootout. And at this time, we're going to send it down to Nate Hershey in our pro winner circle.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gleghorn. We are down here in the winner's circle celebrating our first winner of the weekend, your $7,500 pro winner on a Hughes Performance Saturday. It is A.J. Craig who took the parasitic cycle all the way down to the final round and was able to light up that last win line. A.J., we have got a trophy with... Switch sides here. Try to get this up a little bit better. Trophy is yours, sir. Scoot up a little bit. There you go. Try it again. Try it again. We're going to keep walking. We get it. It was good a minute ago. Maybe we just got a little interference in there. But we're going to walk a little closer. We've got the Bank Shift live feed, and they are broadcasting. I don't know. It was working. Come on. Check, check, check. All right. So we'll come right up here. Keep walking, keep walking. That's the fun part. We'll go for a stroll with AJ. So AJ, we got back there. Everything is looking good. And I got to talk about, like, you were up in Vegas at the end of last year, ended on a high note, made an appearance on the stage of the Division 7 banquet, and now waited all winter long, came back and kept that momentum going. Keep going. We're going to figure this out. I promise. I promise. So we'll come out here. The lighting's better out here anyway. Everybody can see your beautiful face. So again, we were talking about at the end of last year, had a great finish to the year. We were able to take home a nice little win at the Division 7 finals. We're on stage at the Division 7 banquet this year, starting things off on a high note. You are holding a $7,500 winner's trophy. You've got the champion's hat on. Tell me a little bit about your day here at the Southwest Showdown.
It was a long day, that's for sure. Pretty much just doing what I do, you know, make the pass, go sit at my trailer and wait. You know, my car is built for running round robins, so I just park it, maybe check the tire pressure. That's about it.
Well, I'll tell you what, it worked for you. You came in here double-entered, were able to hold up the last win light of the day. You're holding the trophy. Tell me a little bit, Parasitic Psycho. I got to know about the name on the side of the car. Where does that come from?
It's a lyric in a song called Love Me Dead by Ludo. It just fit when I heard it, and I had pretty much just got in the car when I heard the song, and it just fit, threw it on there, and it's been there since.
Well, it works for you, my friend. We've got a check here for you with $7,500, and I got to tell you, to start off the year like this, what does it mean to you to be standing here holding the check and the trophy, knowing that we had a pretty big field of pro cars?
It means the world. I mean, the level of competition is just unreal. This is literally my second pro class win ever. So I just, like you said, last year when I won the Division 7, it was in Sportsman. I also won the track championship for Wild Horse, now Firebird. I said once I won a track championship, I wouldn't run Sportsman anymore for points. Strangely enough, they talked me back into it. But here I am. I'm just running pro now as best as I can.
Well, the best you can resulted in a trophy and a big check and a hat that says champion here at the Southwest Showdown. Congratulations, AJ. Nicely done. Let's hear it for AJ Crater, your winner at the Southwest Showdown in the pro category on a Saturday. Nicely done, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So congrats to AJ on a huge $7,500 victory in pro. We do have our 64 car 20K Shootout semifinals getting ready to roll around here shortly. So our 20K Shootout semis. Going to roll into the water box. 4 of them remain. Al Fritz left side, dialed 672, take on Ken Swayo. Swayo dialed 601. Once again, all winners will take you back. All winners will take you back in the lanes. All winners will take you back. Thou separate them up front. Wind light shines. 4. Swayo 12. Dead 4 gets there first. 5. Thou Fritz 3. 1 above 8. No good. Ken Swayo to the final round. He will face either Gabe Torres in the left side, dial 467, or J.R. Learcamp. Learcamp dial 475. Torres turns at 15 thou red, Learcamp 002 and 8 thou under. It'll be J.R. Learcamp and Ken Swayo in our 20K shootout final.
Absolutely.
So, down to 3 cars in our Super Pro main event. Once again, all winners need you back. All winners need you back. All winners need you back. So, Marco Paravallaris is on the bye. Be going to yet another Showdown final round. His opponent's on the start line, left side, Chad Axford. The Pro Charged entry out 4:14, take on Alexis Thompson. Alexis was our last remaining double and has worked her way down to the semis. These two just ran a couple rounds ago, where Axford got the win there. Alexis was just perfect in the previous round. She was 4 the round before that.
Let's go back.
Alexis in control, win light, give it to Axford. 21 dead 7, turns on the win light. Thompson is 4, take 32 to be 8 thou under. Chad Axford will take on Marco Paravallaris in a rematch of last year's Sunday final for $20,000 here on Hughes Saturday. Marco gonna make his solo shot. Marco 26 and shuts it off early, so it'll be Chad Axford and Marco Paravallaris in our Hughes Saturday $20,000 final round. Pro Shootout needs you in the lanes, missing 2 cars. Pro Shootout needs you there. Pro Shootout, missing 2 cars, need you there. Once again, racers, we're in that time of the night. And if you're still in, cool it, fuel it, bring it back. DeVore and Johns need you to lanes. DeVore and Johns need you to the lanes now. DeVore and Johns need you to the lanes now. do believe our 32 car pro shootout. Getting ready to roll out.
Round one.
Quarterfinals of our 32 car pro shootout. Jeremy Plyler left side out 590. Going to take on Scott Taylor. Taylor out 683. Jeremy 6th thou red. Taylor will move on. 13. One above. Scott Taylor will advance. Monty Beagle, left side, out 595, take on Luis Valenzuela, senior. The Camaro out 554. Advantage going to Beagle. Win light goes to Valenzuela. Missed it. Puts it dead one. Gets the win. Beagle 53, take 28. To be a thou under, had to take 27 or less. Luis will be down to 4. Howard DeVore left side, dialed at 680. Take on Tony Marconi. Marconi dialed at 602. Dead even up front. Waylight Marconi 45 gets there a foul to be one above 3. DeVore also 45. So one above 4 and a foul behind. Tony Marconi moves on. Final pair. Tim O'Moore out 611. Take on Mark Johns. Johns out 769. Win light will go to Johns late and one above as Tim O'Moore has issues. So Mark Johns will advance. This time we'll take both of our finals back to the lanes. Shootout final and our main event final will take you back. Shootout and main event final will take you both back to the staging lanes. As we're starting to wind down here on Hughes Saturday, Southwest Showdown, presented by West Coast Bracket Races, celebrating 10 years of West Coast Bracket Races here in 2024. So we have a big day tomorrow, as it is Hughes Performance and Moser Engineering Sunday. $20,000 to win in Super Pro again. It will be $10,000 to win on the pro side tomorrow, as we combined Friday and Sunday after our mishap with some weather. It'll be a great day to wrap up what's been a really fun and entertaining weekend here at Tucson Dragway. Huge shout out to Tucson Dragway. Their hard-working staff has done fantastic work all weekend. Had to put in a little bit extra effort with the weather that came our way, but they've done a great job. Racetrack's been great. So once again, both of our Super Pro finals, our 64-car shootout and our Hughes Saturday main event, will take you to the lanes. Both shootout and main event finals, we need you to the lanes. So schedule for tomorrow goes as follows. Gate's going to open up at 7 a.m. New entry time trial at 8 a.m. Must be a new driver or a new car to get a time run in the morning. And then we're going racing for $20,000 and $10,000 to put a bow on the Southwest Showdown. Once again, new entry time trial at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, which will be shortly followed by eliminations. Once again, I need our final rounds to the lanes. Final rounds, we need you to the staging lanes.
The 5 that right out.
I also take pro semis. Pro shootout semis will take you 2 lanes. I think I already got 3 of you back there. Pro shootout semis will take you 2 lanes. And then we have our shootout final back there, I'm being told. Missing our main event final. So, need our Hughes Saturday main event final round to the lanes. We have our shootout final already back there. We got